Hello and welcome to round 2 of the 2020 Gibraltar International Chess Festival. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster David Howell.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 2. It's a very exciting day. We had a great start to the tournament yesterday and hopefully much more to come.
Absolutely. Today one of your best friends is playing on top board, so it's an exciting day.
That's right.
For you. Also, everyone, welcome to everyone in the chat. Robson is here with us already. Clade, Yorviso, 08, and my red leader. So welcome, and remember, if you have any questions or comments, we're keeping an eye on the chat on YouTube, so you can get in touch with us there. David, before we get to today's action, shall we have a quick look at the results from yesterday?
I think we should. Let's have a quick recap of the top 10 boards. We didn't see too many surprises at the top. We went through a lot of the games. There were real kind of tour de forces, I think, by the top players. Some very convincing victories. I especially like the victory of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
And he was in the studio with us. Very impressive to see the depth of his calculation.
That's right, that was extremely impressive. We did have one draw, however, on board 9. We saw the Swedish international master Eric Hedman hold former European champion Maxime Matlikov to a draw. So that was an impressive result. But in general, yesterday was a story of the favourites.
There were a few more draws somewhere along the top, but the first full point upset came on board 31, where Nandita, a woman I am from India, took out Pragnananda.
The world youth champion.
Absolutely.
That's right, so a big shock there, but we did see most of the favourites win through, and I'm sure Pragnananda will bounce back.
Absolutely. Also a shout out to Pranav Anand, a namesake of the great Vichy, who on board 33 beat Emre Can from Turkey. So those were the two big ones up there. But most of our top seeds came through unscathed. And let's look at who they're facing today. So on the pairings, I mentioned it on board 1, Stephen Gordon. David, tell us a bit about Stephen.
Sure. So for me, the highlight, well, one of the highlights of the round, we'll be seeing Shakhriyar Mammadjarov, the world number 10, is it? I think the top seed of this tournament, playing against Stephen Gordon, a grandmaster from England, one of my best friends. I grew up on the chess scene with him. We discuss chess opening ideas together very often. And yeah, he's just come back to chess on a more full-time basis. And he's raring to go. I know he's very excited. This is one of the biggest games of his career.
And there he is.
And there we see it. So Shakhriyar Mammadjarov on the right with the white pieces against Stephen. And we'll come to the moves maybe a bit later.
In a second, yeah. Let's bring back the pairings very briefly. On board 2, we have an all-French clash between Gabriel Flom and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Then on board 3, all these are already quite well-known names. Martin Petrov from Bulgaria with the black pieces against Wang Hao.
We're already seeing in round 2 Grandmaster versus Grandmaster clashes, which, I mean, it's very rare to see in most open tournaments these days. I mean, that's how strong this field is.
On board 4, a player I am not familiar with at all, Evandro Barbosa from Brazil, taking on Veselin Topalov, and here come the ladies, the two Chinese. I think we both have picked them to win the top women's prize. Let's remind everyone.
That's right.
It's 20K for top women prize. So Lei Tingzhe against David Navarro and Tan Zhongyi against Li Guangliang.
Tang Zhongyi as well, the reigning women's champion here in Gibraltar. It's the home of women's chess, and it's very lucrative for them. Actually, this round is especially kind of a battle of the sexes, I think. In the top 21 boards, there's 11 male versus female clashes, which is incredible.
I was very impressed with this guy. We met up earlier waiting for the bus, and he showed me he's done his homework, he's done his research. So very impressive. Yeah. And I think we'll see the rest of the pairings. Well, we see the young Spanish player, Lance Henderson de la Fuente. He's had some very good results lately. He'll be taking on Kirill Aleksenko. Another Spanish player, this one I'm not familiar with, Pedro Antonio Gines Esteo against the great Vasily Ivanchuk, then Gagarin Shardul from India against Mickey Adams, and Ivan Cheparinov against Tal Ebergel from France.
Yeah, so we'll be going through all these games. We'll take a bit of a tour maybe over the top 10 boards in this first segment of the show, and we'll talk about the players as we go along.
Absolutely. So let's go to Stephen Gordon and see what he has chosen for his opening moves against Shah Mammadjarov.
Yeah, so let's jump to the board 1 game. And only a few moves so far. Stephen, ever since I've known him, since he's been 10 years old, he's been playing this system as black. it looks like the Rogozin came on the board. And yeah, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is having a think. So Steven's very well prepared. He knows his opening systems inside out.
Does he still work full-time, or?
He's been working full-time for the last 5-6 years at least, but he's taking a small break just to play a bit of chess. I think he's going to maybe make a decision on his long-term future, depending on how the chess goes.
Have you talked to him this morning? How did he feel about his pairing against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov?
Yeah, I think he was excited. The main thing about Steven is he likes a challenge. He doesn't like to take the easy route out. He wants to test himself against the best players in the world. And okay, he barely leaves the board during his games, but he's already left now, so he must be feeling confident, right?
It's very surprising, actually, because so we see this position on the board after bishop b4. You say he's played this for most of his life, so
That's
surely
right.
Shakhriyar cannot be too surprised.
No, I mean, Shakhriyar does play some wild things, though. I mean, for example, in the current position, he often plays ideas, maybe not exactly here, but with g4. So he might be thinking about strategies rather than specific opening variations. I mean, Steven is quite a solid player, so maybe he wants to go straight for him. But
yesterday we saw him take quite a more quiet approach against his young opponent from India. He just sort of let him come, took a pawn, solidified, and
that was enough.
Took the point. So let's leave these guys who it's still very early doors, and we'll let Shah come up with a strategy. There we see bishop g5. So probably no early g4 pushes today.
No, sure. I mean, bishop g5 is probably the most theoretical move against the Rogozin. It's very topical. All the top players have played this system. I've sat next to Mamedyarov himself playing this against Magnus Carlsen from the white side, so he'll be well prepared. I'm sure Steven will too. And no, I'm sure we'll see a theoretical battle in the early stages at least.
Absolutely. So let's move on to board 2, the French clash between Gabriel Flom and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
So we had Maxime in the studio yesterday, and he said one of the reasons he enjoys playing in Gibraltar is because a lot of French players come too. They all support him, and now he's playing one of his friends. So
I mean, you should follow him if you want to know what he's on about. I think his Instagram profile is public, so you can all go and follow Maxime on Instagram. And they, for example, they play a lot of ping pong in their hotel room. I don't know if you've seen. So they bring this portable ping pong net, and they put it across this small table in the room. And last night, for example, Mazet was playing not with a ping pong racket, but with a frying pan.
Wow.
So yeah, they have fun.
Maybe it gets the creative juices flowing, ready for the games.
Absolutely. We see Maxime is currently away from the board.
And I'm sure, despite the fact he's playing a fellow countryman, I doubt he'll take things easy.
Absolutely. Maxime, and he's played his beloved Grunfeld.
I know, one of my favourite openings too. So if we just go from the start, maybe, Maxime has been playing this system again all his life. He's one of the few players in the top, right at the top of the world, one of the few elite players who consistently sticks to his own openings, doesn't really jump about. He trusts the Grunfeld. He works very deeply on it. He knows things inside out, really. So we see the exchange variation. And again, a very topical line, and knight c6. So Maxime is actually following one of my favourite lines after rook b1. He played a6. There are lots of other lines you can take on d4 first. You can even sacrifice a queen, which I've tried with mixed success. After rook b5, you can take on d4 and give your queen up. So black has a rook and a piece, and chances are roughly level. But instead,
it's unlikely he will take an approach like that today. I mean, he's for sure, he wants the full point, but there is no need to take any crazy risks.
No, that's right. And I mean, Maxime is flexible within his lines. So instead, he played the move a6, preventing white's plan to play rook b5, which would be a bit of a nasty double attack. And instead, he plays a6. The idea as well is if black goes straight into an endgame by exchanging the queens, white's rook is very well placed on the b file. It will often provoke black to create a weakness with b6, and white will, well, it will just loosen things up on the queen side. So instead, Maxime decided to delay that for one move. Played a6 first, and white plays something a bit mysterious, rook c1. But again, the most theoretical move. The idea is to play d5 while protecting the c3 pawn. So Maxime did now take on d4.
And he is happy to go into that ending now.
Oh, he's playing my pet line, my favourite line. I think out of the...
Maybe you inspired him in the studio yesterday.
Maybe he's been studying my games after our brief chat. And yeah, so Maxime played the move e6 now, and historically f5 has been maybe slightly more popular, but e6 is aimed against white pushing in the centre. So white can play d5, but now it's a bit more double-edged because this pawn can become a weakness, white's d-pawn, especially with this king on d2. Not completely safe in the short term. So e6 has been played, and it looks like Gabriel Flom is thinking about life, thinking about the position, maybe trying to recall his preparation, his analysis.
Yeah, this one, I mean, yesterday we talked a bit about when they take time in the opening, often they face opponents where they could have played pretty much anything, you know.
That's right. Yeah.
But here today, okay, the Grunfeld has to be your number one choice you're expecting.
Yeah.
So...
I mean, this is a very solid line for white. So despite the fact that Maxime is pretty predictable, I mean, I think Gabriel is maybe not trying to take too many risks. He's trying to get a position with balanced chances. I mean, queens are off the board already. There is an imbalance, though. Often black's long-term trump will be this queenside pawn majority. He would, if all of the pieces come off the board, then king and pawn endgames or knight endgames, they tend to be quite favourable for black. I mean, there are a couple of main moves. I would imagine that d5 is being considered. Bishop d3 is the main move. I've had this position countless times. And h4 as well is a very common idea. Pushing Harry the h-pawn just to create some weaknesses.
I was just I was sidetracked for a second because I see in the question there was a chat in the chat there was a question from Rahul Chavan saying please show Idani Puya's game. That will unfortunately probably be one of the stories that will make the headlines here from Gibraltar for all the wrong reasons. There was a pairing on board 30 between Kobouri from Israel and Puya Idani from Iran. E4 is on the board. I don't know if our producers can maybe find that board. It's board 30 on the camera. And it looks like, unfortunately, Puya Idani is going to default the game. At least he hasn't shown up yet after 12 minutes. I don't have that much to say about it. I think it's a great shame that this is happening. I always think politics should be kept out of sports. But I cannot blame Puya Idani because I think the players just face too many threats and too much danger when they come home. So it's very sad. But
no, it's extremely sad to see. Like you say, when an individual's life is affected by things that are out of their control, and there is a lot of pressure put on him, I guess, to default. And we've seen this happen, unfortunately, before in Gibraltar, in tournaments all over the world, in international events. And no, that's very sad.
And I think it's one of the reasons why Alireza Firouzja, he has recently taken the decision not to represent Iran any longer. He's currently playing on the defeated flag. There are rumors he might be representing France in the future. I guess that's for him to decide. He's currently residing in France, but I think someone like Alireza who wants to, make a push to become world champion, you simply cannot. I mean, this year he played the Granca Open,
that's right,
which he was hoping to win and qualify for the Granca Classic, and he was paired against someone from Iran, didn't show up to the game, from Israel, sorry, didn't show up to the game, and then in a later round he even lost to a very low-rated opponent, which it was clear he must have been affected by the fact he had to default his game. So very sad, and hopefully we won't be seeing these pressure situations from the players from Iran much longer.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that Idani Puya can bounce back from this. It will, like you said, it does affect you having to default a game. It's sad. You come here, you've been preparing for weeks, months, and to lose like this is, in that fashion is unfortunate. But no, he'll bounce back. He's a very strong player. And
so shall we move on to board 3?
Okay.
So on board 3 we have Wang Hao against Martin Petrov.
So my pick for the tournament.
Yeah.
Wang Hao, again, an open tournament specialist, and he's playing Martin Petrov, who's a young international master from Bulgaria, and I think he's living or studying in England.
so there's two Martin Petrovs. Because there's a Martin Petrov GM, very well-known GM from Bulgaria, who plays a lot. Unless I'm confusing his first name, I don't think
Petrov,
so.
I think you mean. Marian Petrov. There's a lot of Petrovs. Martin Petrov was also a footballer, I think. He played for Celtic.
Yeah, Martin. They're so tricky. They tricked me. I was expecting to see Marian here. And that's like, when you said how young I am, I thought, that's very nice of you. But he's not that young.
Yeah, so we see in the video, a great picture there of Martin Petrov maybe trying to recall his opening preparation. One thing about this game I've noticed is they've bashed out a lot of moves already. We're already on move 14 after only 15 minutes of play, which is quite rare at this level. It means that both players are well prepared. And
so we had an open Sicilian. What was this?
Yeah, so if we just go from the top, we did have a Najdorf Sicilian. Very theoretical line. Hence why both players are so well prepared, so confident. I'm slightly surprised to see this from Wang Hao. It's not usually part of his kind of philosophy, his strategy to go something so mainline, so topical, and so direct. But as we mentioned yesterday in the broadcast, he is playing in the candidates tournament in a couple of months. Maybe this is an idea that he's using just to throw his opponents off the scent, to force them to spend a few hours, days to prepare against this open Sicilian. And yes, again.
Do you think, I was actually wondering about this already when I was in Vike, do you think some of the players will be preparing like a double bluff? They will play something and then they will actually play it again in the candidates?
I'm sure they will. Yeah. Especially players like Fabiano Caruana. He tends to, everyone thought he was bluffing when he first started playing the Petrov in a couple of tournaments and the Queen's Gambit accepted. And then suddenly for a year that became his main repertoire. It helped him get through to the World Championship final. So double bluffs do work. And
we shall keep a close eye on it.
Right.
Giri played a few days ago the Marshall for the first time in his life, I believe, in Vike. So we'll find out in a couple of months.
Maybe we'll interview them and we'll see their facial expressions, see how... Wang Hao isn't great at bluffing with his face, so no, I'm sure we'll find out
He's
soon.
currently away from the board. I think he's blitzed pretty much, or both have pretty much blitzed all their moves, but maybe after Queen takes before, maybe this came as a bit of a surprise to Petrov?
I've definitely seen this position before around the b4 moment. White can also take on f6, of course, and allow a pawn exchange. White gets the g file, but black gets a couple of open files for his rooks too. So very double-edged position. Instead, knight a4, queen takes b4. It's a similar idea. Black can grab this g-pawn, but now, after the exchange of bishops, his d-pawn would be very weak. So maybe a slightly better version for Wang Hao. Queen takes b4 does beg the question, though, of whether black can play d5, attacking this queen, possibly playing d4 next. So, this must be preparation from Wang Hao. There we see him in the background, walking away.
With his lucky hoodie.
With his lucky hoodie. Was he wearing it yesterday?
Yeah.
It must be very lucky then. Although he did win a nice game yesterday in round 1.
So in this position, do I put a piece on c5? Do I drop my queen back?
Lots of options, right? You could drop the queen back. You could even put it forward if you want to exchange queens. And I would be tempted to try and exchange. If you drop back, then there could be some bad things happening after d4 and bishop takes g5.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure Wang Hao would spot that one. I hope so. I would hope so. I think you're right. Maybe putting a piece on c5 is the thing White would be ideally hoping for. Maybe knight b to c5. Not sure which knight. And the critical question would be after d4, whether White has to move this bishop. This is a bit of an annoying pin, so I'm wondering if White can maybe get away with taking on e6 and some crazy tactics. So White's attacking the queen. If Black recaptures this one, then maybe White can even drop back. And if the bishop gets taken, then there's checks and some sharp lines here. But
I think if Black didn't have this move, queen b4, on his radar, then things are already very, very unpleasant.
Psychologically, at least.
Yeah, because he will know Wang Hao will have seen all these complications that you just shown, that he is probably thinking about, but to have to figure it all out over the board, and know you're facing a very well prepared, one of the top players in the world who's prepared this as gonna be a tough test here. So I'm curious to see what he decides on.
I mean, I would guess d5 because I don't see any of the other really attractive options. We see him deep in thought here, Martin Petrov. I think he is quite predictable maybe with his openings as black, so maybe that's why Wang Hao prepared something specially. And it adds to the kind of unpleasantness that you mentioned, that it's not Wang Hao's usual style. He doesn't normally go for this kind of thing. It feels like someone's targeting you if they play something out of their own comfort zone, just to go for one of your own openings. So I expect a very long think here.
And I think we'll leave him to it.
We probably will. I should just mention as well that Martin, I think he's in England quite a lot these days. He's played a few tournaments. He played for my London League team just last week. He played in the Hastings tournament and London Chess Classic. And,
okay, I hadn't seen him at all, but I guess I will be seeing him around.
Yeah, very promising player. But I've noticed he doesn't tend to rush decisions. He's quite principled, so he won't be scared of playing a move like d5, but it might take him a bit of time.
Absolutely, lots to figure out there. So we'll move on to board 4, where Evandro Barbosa from Brazil is taking on Veselin Topalov, and I think it's just the board right next to these guys. I think that's Topalov's head there on the bottom left.
And Barbosa's head.
And Barbosa's head, although I don't know what he looks like.
No, so I did do a bit of research on Barbosa. He is from Brazil. He's 27 years old, and actually I went through a couple of his games. He's a very attacking player if he gets the chance. But here, I noticed that maybe he's gone for an opening that doesn't have the most aggressive reputation.
So he's today, we had a Scotch 4-night, so what's that?
That's right. So if we just go from the start, again, it's a bit of a surprise to see Topalov playing 1e5. Traditionally, he's been a Sicilian player, quite an uncompromising style with black. But we do see the Scotch 4-nights, which has a reputation of being
very drawish.
Very drawish. It tends to be used by white players if they're happy with the draw, if they just want to exchange off lots of pieces.
I've tried to do that before myself and then got horribly outplayed in some silly endgame.
Okay.
So I think it is. Usually, I think when you see two players of roughly the same level, or even player with white, I think Barbosa, by playing that, made it very clear, okay, I'm happy with a draw here today. Yeah. But also Topalov, it's strange to see him go for e5 rather than c5. I don't think he is saying I'm also happy for a draw, but somewhat surprising anyway.
No, I mean, I'm surprised that Topalov chose e5, but then again, having looked at some of Barbosa's games, he is quite an aggressive player, and e5 is a solid move, so maybe he thought he would frustrate his opponent. And I think stylistically, neither player is kind of too happy with the opening, but...
And this is actually exactly, for once, exactly what I was talking about. So I had this position actually against Pauline Guichard, a good friend of mine and also yours. And so she played here h6, and I took on f6, queen takes, and I got outplayed here by the two bishops. I think if white knows exactly what they're doing, I got also a bit scared, like she put her king, of course, to the h file at some point, put her rook to the g file, the bishop back to d6, and it looked a bit scary, but I shouldn't have gotten scared.
No, sure. I've had this position myself with both colours actually, and you're right. With best play, it should be equal, but there's there are imbalances in pawn structure, and this bishop pair tends to be a big factor. I think white's best plan here in this exact position is to play knight to e2 and to target this kind of outpost on f5. So usually the knight on g3, which would also block the g file that you mentioned. Black's open g-file. Putting the knight here often results in a quick exchange of pieces. So, for example, rook to e8, something along these lines, and we see often an exchange, and the opposite colour bishops usually lead to a kind of equal position a bit later on. So that's one way of approaching the position.
I think another way, if white wants to play for a bit more, instead of queen f3, they can go knight a4 here.
That's right, yeah. Knight a4 is a move. You can even just play without queen f3, you can play h3. Nowadays, players have refrained from playing queen g5, bishop g5 too early, actually. But
But after queen f3, I think one of the moves, often I think the players in my experience had a much lower level. The players with the black pieces who were not too familiar with this, they were very hesitant to play h6, and they'd rather drop the bishop back to e7 to avoid getting these double pawns.
Sure. Again, bishop e7 is actually my move of choice. I'm giving away my opening secrets again. I often, from the black side, I don't really want to allow a quick draw or simplification, so I'd like to keep my pawn structure intact. So maybe that's what Topalov's thinking about here too. I
was just thinking I wouldn't be too surprised to see bishop e7 here.
Yeah. I mean, there are some nasty tricks that black must be careful of after bishop e7. So for example, if rook to e1, there are ideas. So I think h6 is possible here. Rook e8 is probably to be preferred, but rook b8 is supposed to be slightly suspicious because there are lines such as bishop takes h6 here and some queen g3 check, which is unpleasant. Black can block here, but okay, there's ideas just h3 or bishop f5, and black has to be very, very careful to survive. So some tricks, if black does want to keep the tension. Bishop d6 is the other way to kind of ask white to take here without spending a move on h6. But this is maybe a critical moment because Topalov has to decide.
It's curious to see him take his time as well, but yes, you're right. The next move will determine the course of the game. So we shall leave Veselin to it and move on. On the board right next to this one, David Navarra with the white pieces is taking on Lei Tingzhe, as you mentioned, one of the many man against woman clashes today.
That's right, one of the key battle of the sexes games. And yeah, David Navarra, we saw ground out a long victory yesterday against the top English woman, Jovanka Huska. So 2 women out of 2 rounds.
Yep.
Let's see if Lei Tingzhe can do any better. So, okay, again, quite a few moves here. We see the Italian game. Bishop c4 is a bit of a move order trick because I know that Lei Tingzhe, as with many Chinese players, her favorite opening is the Petrov with black, and this has a very drawish repertoire. So, drawish.
Reputation.
Reputation.
And also drawish repertoire.
Exactly. It's a very drawish repertoire for black. Oh. It's not a good sign for the rest of the day if I'm already making slips like that. But yeah, so it has a drawish reputation.
I think you're the first commentator who I've ever presented is like one slip of the tongue is like panic.
Game over for me. Getting old, Fiona. So bishop c4 tries to avoid the line with the drawish reputation. And then we transpose into a more mainline opening.
The gioco piano.
The gioco piano, that's right. And again, this has become, well, was boomed in the last few years. I remember one of my most traumatic experiences was playing, it was 12 years ago in my first Olympiad in 2008 in Dresden, and my only opening was with white, the gioco piano. And I was destroyed for it on these English chess forums. They were saying, oh, it's the terrible opening, it's a lazy opening. How can you play such rubbish? So predictable. And now all of the top players in the world are playing it.
How much do you think is that due to the solidity of the Berlin against the Spanish?
No, I think it's the problem with the Spanish, the Roy Lopez nowadays, is that the Marshall, the Berlin, the Breyer, there's countless ways for black to defend. And with the gioco piano, the Italian game, white is so flexible. So for example, in this position already, b4 is one move. You can also start with knight bd2, you can castle, you can play h3, you can play a4, bishop b3. It's impossible for your opponents to prepare.
I was just saying a few days ago, actually, we were looking at the gioco piano over in Wijk, and I was saying the gioco piano, it's so rich. Like, exactly. There's so many tiny nuances. It's like, do you bring the knight out first? Do you push b4 first? h3, at which point do you castle? And there's so many. I think, okay, for me it's impossible to understand, but I feel even for the top players, very often we see them start thinking quite early.
No, definitely. I mean, I've studied these positions from both sides for hundreds of hours, and I still barely understand, barely scratch the surface. So I think it's just the flexibility that they like, and they avoid those forcing lines, as you mentioned, in the Spanish. So.
Absolutely. So let's catch up with the game. So he did go for b4.
That's right, so b4, bishop b6, so white tries to target that bishop. Black makes sure that she doesn't get her bishop trapped. And now we see a few more just simple developing moves. The knight comes to a3, so that's another plan that we didn't even mention. The knight often comes to c2, later to e3, maybe with bishop e3 first, or as we see in the game, after knight e7, maybe the knight wants to jump to c4 to gain a bit of time on its way to e3. And yeah, black's maneuver with knight e7 is very popular. It's one of my favorite maneuvers as well. Black intends to put her knight on g6, where it just protects the king, and it also gets out of the way of the c-pawn, so c6, d5 is a plan. So after bishop b3, I would expect to see either knight g6 or c6, and yeah, very solid for both sides. Lots of tension. We notice another thing about this opening characteristic is that no pieces get exchanged often for the first 15, 20 moves. And
would you say that usually favors the higher rated player?
Usually. Although it does mean that games will be decided a bit later on, and if there are time scrambles, then that could be a factor. And often, because things are symmetrical for now, we see Lei Tingjie just played c6. Things are pretty symmetrical for now, so despite the fact that the tension is a good thing usually for a higher rated player, it does mean that there's pressure to create imbalances later. So c6, and if David is normally quite quick in the opening, David Navarra, he'll play knight c4 very quickly, I think, or maybe just rook e1. White will try and play d4 before black can play d5. That's a key factor in this opening in every line. Yeah, very tense.
We see him take a little bit of time because I think once again, as we just mentioned,
so many options.
So many options, so many tiny details. So let's come back to that one in a short while.
Sure.
And let's go to the defending women's champion, Tan Zhongyi, and she is playing against Le Quang Liem.
And Le Quang Liem, we see his jumper there on the right. It's his lucky jumper.
If it was good enough for Lawrence Chen, it's good enough for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah. So Le Quang Liem, as we see there on the right of the picture, he won a very nice endgame against Lawrence Trent using a motif that is quite rare. I definitely recommend checking out the final move of that game, a4. It was a beautiful move that I think was unexpected by Lawrence. And yeah, and this game he's on the black side of this time, and we've seen a lot of the moves again. So just to quickly whiz through, we see the Nimzo Indian defense and the Queen C2 line, which is very popular again nowadays. Queen C2 is traditionally quite a safe move. It prevents any doubling of the pawns. For example, this pawn structure is very double-edged for white.
Actually, remind me, David, did you pick Tan Zhongyi to defend her women's title? You did, yeah?
I did, yeah. And I think you chose Lei Tingjie, so
yeah.
We should put some money on it maybe, but yeah. Privately. I don't condone betting. So, so Queen C2 and D5, and this is a line I've used myself on several occasions, usually when I'm playing safety first chess. But D5, if black castles first, then there are very, very direct lines with E4 to worry about. That's happened in some big games, for example, yesterday in Vaikanze. But D5 instead.
In the game,
Vityugov versus Caruana, I think. And also Giri Caruana earlier, quite recently. So instead, white takes the chance to get the bishop pair, but at the cost of time. So now, after castles, black is a couple of moves ahead in development. The knight is out, the king is castled. White's queen doesn't necessarily want to be on c3. And therefore, black tries to open things up while white is not fully ready. Yeah, I mean,
all of this is hugely theoretical.
I mean, I've seen it all before. I haven't gone too deeply, but I do think that the best black can hope for usually is equality. So maybe it's a clever idea from Tan Zhongyi. She wants to maybe frustrate her opponent and hope that he lashes out. The problem for black is that it's just very symmetrical. You can imagine these pawns coming off the board a bit later, and the pawn structure is completely symmetrical. White still has these bishops. Yeah,
you're a massive fan. I'll say it every day. David's a massive fan of the bishop here.
That's right.
And here, I think, if white manages to get developed, to get castled,
then white will be very happy. That's right. So one common idea in this Queen C2 line of the Nimzo is the move knight to E4, which might be possible here, initiating a queen exchange. But again, white keeps his bishop pair and white keeps her bishop pair, and the game would go on. So maybe not the optimal opening choice by Le Quang Liem, but
Also not the most exciting for now, so let's move on.
Yeah, he is quite a creative player though, so he might be able to whip up something that we haven't seen before. I mean, just before we move on, there are moves like d4 to imbalance things, or even e5. So he might be desperately trying to find a way to create some imbalances in the position.
Before it's completely equal, or before he's even struggling to equalize. Yeah.
Exactly, before white gets a very comfortable position.
So let's go to the board next door, board 7, Kirill Alexenko against Lance Henderson de la Fuente. How much do you know about Lance? I've seen him around loads. He plays so many tournaments, but I don't actually know that much about him.
Yeah, so you say you've seen him around loads, but he's only 16 still, which is incredible. I mean, he's a grandmaster, he's 2,500. Actually, the first time I met Lance was here in Gibraltar at the Junior Festival, and I think he was maybe 11 or 12 years old. And I remember talking to his mum about his development, how to choose tournaments, how to choose a coach. And I mean, 2-3 years later, he was Grandmaster Standard. And
I think he has a Spanish mother and an English father.
That's right.
Correct?
As far as I know. Hence the kind of mixed surname, the combination of the two. And there we see in the picture, and actually, this is two very young players, two promising players who probably face each other many times over the years if they keep their rate of progression going.
Yeah, and Kirill Alexenko, I think yesterday when he was talking to Tanya during the interview, I think he said, you know, he sees Gibraltar as a warm-up tournament to the candidates. He did not want to go 3 months without playing. So it will be his last big event before Ekaterinburg.
Yeah, so again, as we mentioned with Wang Hao, he might be hiding preparation, but he'll still be playing his best, playing to win in every game. And here we see slightly...
Yesterday, it looked like he got out-prepared. Like his opponent blitzed, you know, the first 15-20
moves.
Yeah, but then suddenly it seemed to turn around quite quickly after his opponent left his preparation, and it was impressive to see how cold-bloodedly he dealt with, you know, being surprised like that at the board.
Actually, that's a good way to describe Alexenko, cold-blooded, because as soon as he gets a chance, he'll be ruthless. That's one thing I've noticed from preparing against him, from playing against him. As soon as he gets the advantage, he very rarely lets it slip. So we saw him having a bit of a mini nap there, putting his head down. He might be recalling preparation or just deciding what to play. So if we check out the game, maybe?
Yeah, let's go back to the beginning.
Yeah, so we see a bit of a move order trick in the opening. So white intends to force black into a system that maybe he's not so comfortable with. In an ideal world, black would maybe hope for an open Sicilian immediately so that he could play the Sveshnikov, which I think is part of Lance's repertoire. However, he chooses instead, after knight c3, to play e5, just to completely block up the center. And again, this has been championed by Magnus Carlsen himself, so can't be too bad, can it?
Absolutely, and also once again, it makes sense, I think, for Alexenko not to go into the Sveshnikov, because he might have to reveal something there. Exactly. It's all the rage recently, so he doesn't want to show his hand before the candidates.
No, exactly. Especially with players like Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana, who've been playing that a little bit as black themselves recently. So, okay, if we just whiz through to the current position, we see very standard development. It's a bit like the Italian game, the gioco piano that we mentioned earlier, except here black has a pawn on c5 already, and the bishop is slightly more passive.
How much of an issue is that outpost on d5?
Sure. It is an issue, for sure, especially long term. Right now, black has no control over it. White will probably jump in with the knight now. If not now, then maybe in a few moves. White has complete control over that square, but black is arguing that he only has one weakness in the position, and the rest of his pieces are solid. He has pawn breaks later on. He might play for f5.
I was just going to ask, actually, about that.
So, for example, I would probably jump in with the knight, the c knight. If white were to jump in with the other knight, black would play king h8 immediately, and f5 and counter on the other side of the board. And the one good thing about this setup for black, which I know Magnus himself likes and has spoken about, is that white lacks pawn breaks. So having one outpost is not enough, this outpost on d5. Black is the one who actually has the pawn breaks, often with f5 or later with b5. it's very hard for white to open the position himself. So.
And Lance is actually quite looking quite happy. He's still waiting for this game to come to life. I mean, he doesn't look happy, but he doesn't look out unhappy. Sure. He looks like he's waiting for this game to come.
You're trying to say he looks bored?
I'm trying to put it a bit more nicely. Yeah. But yeah, I think he's ready with his next few moves. Yeah. I think he's still following his preparation. I think both players are still familiar, unfamiliar territory. But yeah, Kirill Alexenko, there we see the nice frontal shot. Yeah. He will have to decide on a course of action now.
No, that's right. And he's another one with a poker face. So I definitely think this one, as with the Le Quang Liem game, this one will burst into life a bit later on. I expect some manoeuvring at first. They'll both be trying to position their pieces as actively as possible, and then the pawn breaks will come later. The fireworks will definitely come later. So, I mean, I was going to say we read their body language very differently. I wasn't sure Lance was so happy, but actually, maybe he's not. Yeah, I mean, it's early days. It's early days. And to choose the system with 3e5 that we mentioned earlier, he must have done some work on the ideas, the middle game ideas. So he'll be in his comfort zone for now, at least.
Yeah, so we'll come back to that one. Let's move on to the one and only Vasily Ivanchuk on board 8. He's black against Pedro Antonio Gines Esteo.
That's right.
From Spain. And you've done your research. Tell us about the player.
So I haven't seen too many games of his. Actually, I've noticed he's very young. Actually, he's only 15 years old.
Okay.
So he's only burst onto the scene in the last couple of years, but. Yeah, very promising, obviously, to be an international master, a very strong international master at 15.
Also, all of these players in the 2450, 2480 region, all of these are coming to Gibraltar hoping to score GM norms. Exactly. It's a perfect hunting ground. You will for sure get all your nationalities. You will for sure get all your titled opponents if you're up there playing for the norm.
That's a good point to make. I mean, actually, I achieved one of my international master norms here in Gibraltar, one of my first times playing. So, I mean, it's the perfect place to come if you're hunting for norms, especially for the younger players.
And also, what an opportunity it is to get to play against a player like Ivanchuk.
Exactly. I'm sure, I mean, since the day he started playing chess, I'm sure he's been hearing about Ivanchuk's exploits. I mean, the only thing that I'm a bit worried about here for white, from Pedro Antonio's side, is that he's been spending a lot of time in the opening, and
Let's go back to the very start and see how we got here and how he spent his time.
Sure. So, after knight of 3, knight of 6, c4, b6, he already spent nearly 10 minutes on the move g3. So b6 is a very flexible move for black. Black doesn't commit his e-pawn yet. Maybe he'll fianchetto the other one, the other bishop as well. Double fianchetto. We'll see in the game that Ivanchuk chose a different setup. But it's a bit strange to spend 10 minutes so early.
b6 must have come as a surprise to him, I guess.
That's right. I mean, the problem with preparing for Ivanchuk is that he plays everything.
Absolutely everything.
Yeah, I mean, Ivanchuk is famous for some clock mishandling himself. He likes to think when given the opportunity.
I think Ivanchuk just loves chess too much.
Loves chess too much, yeah.
He gets completely...
Is that a crime? Is that?
No, I don't think so. But I mean, of course, the candidates tournament in
in 2013,
London comes to mind, where he lost a few games on time.
That's right.
And I think he just, gets too lost in his contemplations of the position and the intricacies, etc., etc.
Yeah, there's a great photo actually of his game of Ivanchuk from his game yesterday by Nikki Riga, and you can probably find it on the official Twitter account. And
also on the official website, GibChess.com, there's a link there to her photo album.
That's right.
It's great having her.
Yeah, she's a fantastic photographer, but his facial expressions, I mean, I think he was completely winning, about to give checkmate, but he looked so stressed, he looked so focused. I don't know, it's just, he's an incredible
it's a pleasure for us as commentators to have Ivanchuk, but also for Nikki as a photographer having Ivanchuk.
Yeah,
he's a model who never disappoints.
That's right. So just the next few moves. I actually had this very recently myself against Alexander Kristruk in the Isle of Man tournament from the white side, and I also spent quite a lot of time myself there, but it's purely because the position is very, non-committal for either side, so there are lots of plans. So, for example, in this position, I think White decided to play d4, but he could also just slowly play knight c3, e3, queen e2, and build up. He didn't need to fianchetto. Actually, the move I decided to play was d4. C takes d4, queen takes d4.
And now a game which you won nicely.
Well, I did win nicely, but we were both very low on time early on. So I know how Pedro Antonio feels, but it's not the most practical decision to, especially here where, I mean, any move you choose, it won't decide the game. When you're playing against one of the best players in the world, you kind of want to save that time for a bit later on. And again, I think he's thinking here about his choices.
So let's see, he played d4.
That's right. So
Ivanchuk took quite quickly.
Yeah, he played d4 in the end. Ivanchuk took it. Queen takes d4 and d6. So black is...
It looks like he's... Did you see that? It looked like he was looking at us for a second. I don't know if you caught it. He was looking straight at that ceiling camera, which makes for quite a weird moment. But yeah, Ivanchuk has been blitzing out pretty much all his moves. And maybe now is a good time to very quickly remind everyone at home of the time control. So the players start with an hour 40 each for the first 40 moves. Then they get an extra 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. And then finally, after move 60, there is still 15 minutes extra and with a 30-second increment from move 1.
Yeah, so a very long time control. But yeah, if you spend, I don't know, if you spend 30, 40 minutes on your first few moves, then yeah, that time starts to disappear very quickly. And
he does not look very happy, actually. With
he doesn't look very focused. Is that really hard?
Yeah.
Is that too harsh to say?
Yeah, it's strange. I think it's easy. It's easy to get a bit distracted when you're playing. You know, a great player like Ivanchuk. There might be so many things on your mind. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like we often see the players, you know, in these typical thinking poses.
So if we just talk a bit about what we might see over the next half dozen moves, I think black is going to set up in a hedgehog formation, which is well known as being very flexible, and it's a good way to keep tension, especially against lower rated players. The only time I really go for the hedgehog is when I'm trying to make sure that my opponent can't swap off the pieces too early. The problem with the hedgehog is that you will have a lack of space as black. So, for example, okay, these aren't forced, these moves by any means, but white will get the rooks to the center, black will just kind of wrap up nice and compact in the first 3 ranks. Later the rook will come to d8, maybe this queen might even jump to a8, and black will put pressure on the center from afar and later hope to break with some pawns. So, okay, I'm getting carried away with my arrows again, but
I know what you mean.
Very long-term plans here for black.
And often it's a bit difficult because white sort of feels like I have pretty much an ideal setup. I'm controlling the center. I have more I have more space. My pieces all seem to be in pretty much their ideal places. And sometimes it's a bit difficult to decide what next because every pawn move might give away some square. And I very often find myself in these positions where I'm like, okay, I have my ideal setup, and now what?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for example, on the analysis board here, it looks like all of white's pieces are perfect. Sometimes it's hard, as you say, what next? But also, if your pieces are all placed perfectly, it's easy to get scared. It's like, oh, I don't want to ruin my position. I know, it's so perfect. Well, I don't want to change anything. So I know that's how I feel as a bit of a perfectionist myself. But yeah, it's just easy to keep improving black's pieces, whereas white's, white's taken the space, white's got great squares, but yeah, what next? Okay, so
let's move on
we'll
from this one.
We'll jump back.
So on board 9, we have England #1, Mickey Adams, with the black pieces against Shardul Gagawe from India.
That's right, and again, we're another familiar opening in this game. We saw Michael Adams win very convincingly yesterday. He's been in great form lately. He won the British Championship. He performed fantastically at the European Team Championship, helping England win the bronze medals. And yeah, he also he beat me in the final of the British knockout tournament. So he's in great form. He's an expert in these e4, e5 systems with both colours.
And we see another bishop's opening.
And another bishop's opening.
But this one
Yeah, this one transposes again.
It also transposes.
To the Italian game.
I'm always hoping to see a bishop, and I hope to see white go f4.
So one of your favourite systems, right, would be to play knight c3 here
and f4.
And f4 next.
But I don't see that too much on the top level.
No, unfortunately, yeah, I've looked at it a bit. It's not too sound, but anyway, there's a reason the top players don't play it. But
there's also a reason I play it enthusiastically.
I'm sure you've been very successful with it, Fiona. And if you enjoy the positions, that's what matters in the opening. Right?
Absolutely.
So, okay, we see the Italian game, very similar to the David Navarro game against Lei Tingxi that we saw earlier. Here, white decided not to go with an early b4. Instead, white played something a bit more traditional, h3. Yeah, Adams has played this against me from the white side, so he's probably studied the setups, the plans, the move orders in detail. And we mentioned earlier as well that if white gets d4 before black gets d5, then white can often hope for a very small advantage. It's a bit frustrating for black how to break out later on. So here, after bishop b3, rather than just maneuver, rather than just wait with h6 or rook e8, Adams decided to immediately go for a liquidation in the center and exchange some pawns, and d5.
And white is thinking now. So my first question is, e5 looks like a move which, if this was a blitz game, I would play instantly.
Immediately, yeah. I think 99% of players would at least look at it first. Even in a classical game. So e5, just to cover the options, because I think e5 will be played. You don't really usually want to take on d5 because now you have an isolated pawn. And, okay, chances are usually level in those structures.
Mickey, we talked about it yesterday, impossible to read.
Yes, exactly. And I know he gave an interview many, many years ago. He said he used to walk around a lot, and now he just sits at the board. So that will be his expression for the next 6 hours, probably. No, he's very stoic.
Tell us, how old is his opponent?
Put me on the spot here, Fiona. So his opponent is 22 years old.
One day we should show you notes on air. David's handwriting is the neatest I have ever seen.
Stop it.
And his notes are a thing of absolute beauty.
Oh, that's me just roughly just scribbling things down. But I know a bit about his opponent, actually, because a couple of years ago in Isle of Man, he had a great performance. I think he might have scored one of his Grandmaster norms there. He beat some very strong players, 2600 level, and I was staying in the same, I think we were all in the same hotel there. One of my favourite hotels.
The Athol House.
The Athol House in Isle of Man. And one evening, his dad came up to me and asked whether Shardul could play some blitz games against me online and practice some things. And unfortunately, it never happened, but he definitely takes things very seriously. And very ambitious player. So okay, e5, as we mentioned, and now I would imagine that knight to h5 would be played.
And that knight is gonna land on f4, if it can.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, knight on h5. I mean, if white could play g3, then that knight would be trapped. But here it's important that black could take this pawn on h3. And white doesn't have knight g5 to attack this because that knight is unprotected and the queen could take it. So, yes, often the knight jumps around to f4 and that's the f4 square. It will jump to f4 and then e6, actually, where it will target the d4 pawn. And black also, we mentioned pawn breaks in another game, but black's plan, for example, if white does nothing, black's plan will be to play f6 very quickly and try and break open break open the center, open up his rook on f8. And I think black is doing pretty well in these positions. They're not too symmetrical, there is a bit of imbalance.
So he's still thinking, what are his options if he doesn't go for e5?
Sure, so if he doesn't play e5, it's hard to think, actually.
We didn't really like taking on d5. Is there any other option?
I mean, you could take on d5 and play knight c4, and usually your activity compensates for the isolated pawn, but I think e5, knight h5, let's get rid of those arrows. I mean, I think white would just play normally here. He would the game would go on, knight f1, maybe knight to f4, knight g3, something like this, and it all depends whether f6 is possible for black.
Yeah, we have a very strategical game on our hands
which suits
here.
Adams, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
It's his style, down to a T, usually.
So let's leave these guys. Actually, Shardul has spent quite a bit of time already. I think it's likely he will spend some more time here. Yeah. So we'll come back to this one later, and we'll move on to Ivan Cheparinov on board 10, who yesterday I think was our first winners of the day. He scored a miniature with the black pieces, winning in only 18 moves.
That's right, and he was sounding very confident in that interview. He loves Gibraltar. He won here in 2014, so I mean, great start for him. And another game where we have a very tense middle game.
Yeah, so let's see how we got here. He's playing against Thala Bergel, who I think at 24-78 is clearly underrated. He's always pretty much been over 20. I think he's always been like a 25, 20, 30, 40 GM.
Agreed. And he could beat anyone on his day.
Absolutely.
He can also lose to anyone, but he can beat even the strongest players. Sorry, that was mean. But yeah, he's a very dangerous player.
But fair.
Well, I'm sure he'd be the first to admit that. He's a great guy as well. So he's got a very uncompromising repertoire. He likes to create imbalances very early on, which probably suits Cheparinov. It means that white doesn't have to worry about going out and forcing the matter. And here we see a transposition to the Benoni. So this Benoni structure with d6 and c5 versus white's pawns. And after knight g3, h5, pushing Harry very early on, knight h7. That's maybe a slightly rare one at this stage, but usually black would push the knight back first and then decide between h7 or h5 for his knight. But instead, knight to h7, that knight jumps back anyway. So maybe proving me wrong, maybe h4 was unnecessary. And after castles, knight e3, a4, knight e5. Yeah, very...
Okay, this one you're gonna have to explain to me. You say it's very traditional.
Yeah.
I have no knowledge whatsoever about these lines, so
sure.
What is that pawn doing on h5? Where is that knight from h7 going? What are the plans for either side?
Oh, so many questions.
Who's better and why?
I feel put on the spot now. Pressure. Okay, so I think the reason the knight has gone to h7 is maybe because there's actually no better square for now. It doesn't want to get in the way of the other knight. And the reason it's moved from f6 is because black will want to break with f5 as soon as possible. We see that white is slightly behind in development for now. I assume he will castle sooner rather than later. But if he doesn't castle, then f5 will break open the center and therefore target the white king. And this h-pawn, it does look a bit, well, it doesn't look too special for now, but it will try and push itself forward to h3. So for example, if white castles, maybe f5 is possible, but also h4. And if white, again, does nothing too much, then this pawn...
h3 is already a thorn.
Yeah, exactly. And no matter what happens later on, black will always have tricks on this king side because of potential checkmates.
I actually like, I mean, you know my style.
I know.
You know my style
as long
very
as
well.
f5 is possible in any position, you'll like it, right?
Also, I like black here.
Sure.
I like his time situation a bit less. He spent quite some time to get here, but nothing dramatic yet.
No, sure. And I think things will liven up very shortly, actually. But I like the position, not necessarily from either side, but just because it's going to explode and tactics will abound, for sure. I think we'll see black trying to attack. And the problem with...
And he's a very aggressive player,
exactly,
Tal.
Yeah, that's how he can beat anyone.
With that name, what else could he be?
Exactly. Mikhail Tal-Apagel. Yeah, and black will usually try and attack. The problem with the Benoni, though, is that long-term there are some weaknesses. This d6 pawn especially will be a weakness long-term. White often will get a knight to c4, and that pawn is a backward pawn. It will have to be defended by pieces, and it is a target. White has an extra central pawn as well. So long-term, black always has issues in the Benoni, but if he can exchange off some pieces or get an attack going, then yeah, he'll be
Should be an
happy.
interesting game.
That's right.
And I think that concludes our tour of the top 10 boards. We're shortly going to take our first break of the day. Unfortunately, on board 30, Puya Idani did not show up for his game against Orwi Kobo. Probably not a big surprise. We've talked about it before. I don't think there's too much.
No, it's very unfortunate.
It's a very sad situation.
No one wants to see that, and I know his opponent as well, the Israeli Orwi Kobo. I doubt he would have wanted this to happen, but yeah, sometimes in life, unfortunately, things do get in the way, and no, I'm sure we'll see both players bounce back and play some very fighting games the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. So we have some very interesting games there at the top already. We'll come back to all the action after a short break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you very soon.
See you soon.
Ivan Shapovalov with a miniature win in round 1 of the Gibraltar Masters. A great start for the Bulgarian. He joins us in our studio to tell us how it happened. Ivan, an 18-move bullet win with the black pieces today. Things could not have gone better.
Yeah, I think this is the quickest win I had here in Gibraltar for sure, but maybe in all my life, I don't know, I don't remember a quickest game. So. And it was kind of theoretical game, so I can show. So, okay, till here Queen A4 is a rare move, but nowadays it's the people are playing this move quite often. So Knight D7, this is the choice of Nepomniachtchi lately, he's playing Knight D7. Because the most normal move is Queen D7, and there are like probably thousands of games. So, okay, Knight D7, Knight F3, castle. So here I think the main move is Bishop E2, C5, castle, and this is the famous game Carlsen against Nepomniachtchi. So I think they just took Bishop G4, so this is the main, this is the main theory. But okay, my opponent played Queen A3, move that I checked, but it's not the most popular move, but okay, it's kind of interesting way to play. So the whole idea is that here after b6, white wants to play e5 and just try to play direct attack with h4, h5. And actually I analyzed this and it looked very unpleasant for black. I mean, black needs to play really carefully to not be worse. And the only way is b5, because otherwise the attack is very strong. h5, knight g5, maybe on some point c4 and queen h3 is coming. So okay, b5 is typical, that you just try to disturb your opponent on the other side. So the whole point is that if white continues with h5, I can just play b4, and if you take here, I can take there, and then the center is collapsing. So this is the whole point of the idea.
This is interesting that black must play b5 to generate counterplay as quick as
well. I think it's the only way, yeah, because okay, the knight on d7 is very passive, and you don't have any counterplay. But actually, it's very logical, because when it's going on the flank attack, you need to do something
on the other side.
Center, yeah. Or here b5, the main idea is that you want to break the center with b4.
Yeah.
And with bishop b5 is very concrete, because now, now after bishop b5 I have rook b8. And the whole point is that, okay, bishop e2 looks very logical, just go back. But I just win very nice pawn here. Okay, or first I take on f3, maybe better, bishop f3. Then I take and knight e5. And the point is that the rook on a1 cannot escape. So d, bishop e5.
Oh, this is a very beautiful line.
Yeah, this is the whole point of the b5 move.
And the rook is just lost.
So you're just winning. So this is the point that white cannot play bishop e2. And actually here, what I remembered, it was that it's forced draw. But rook b1 is the only move. And okay, black can play on for win with bishop c6. But this position actually is not very clear after rook b1. Yeah, now I think it was something like bishop e4, castle immediately, and it's a very good compensation in h5. So the main move that I want to play after rook b1 is taking on f3, bishop takes e5. So this is very concrete.
This is crazy.
Yeah, this is crazy, but this is like forced draw, because the point is that black wants to rook b5, queen d3, and then mate.
And then mate.
So the only way is queen c5, queen d3, very nice move. And this is probably kind of drawish endgame, which... Okay, still black is a little bit better after rook c8 probably, but it's very close to be a draw.
And white needs to know all of this to get here.
Of course. But I think the most difficult move is rook b1. And it's very difficult because bishop c6 looks interesting. Also maybe bishop e4 looks natural, no? But okay, white can play rook b2 and kind of surviving. But simply to make rook b1 is very difficult. I mean.
And he actually took a long time in this position before he made the mistake with queen
I
a4.
was sure he would not find it, because if you don't see it immediately, then it's very difficult.
So it's something you need to be prepared with, actually.
It actually is only move, otherwise you just lost. So.
But this is the kind of approach you're looking for in an open tournament in round one to complicate things with the black pieces?
I just played my normal opening, Grunfo, that I played lately, and okay, he wanted to surprise him because he never played this line, and okay, I was better prepared. So I mean, he really needed to be more careful because okay, knight d7 I never played, but it's one of the main moves nowadays. So. And okay, so he continues with queen a4, and then it's just okay. Then here
it's already gone wrong for white.
With everything more or less, because here even I can take immediately, then knight b6. But okay, I decide to play here. Here also I have this very nice move, and I even saw this, but okay, it's also very nice. Knight c3. Sorry. Take, bishop takes, and now very important move, c takes d4. And I think still black is probably winning. So here, yeah, he just took queen f3 is bad, but okay, if he takes with the pawn, it's just knight d5, attacking the bishop and the pawn on c3, and it look hopeless. So queen f3 takes, c4 is just desperate, but probably after h5, okay, if I take on c3, maybe he takes on g6 and some counterplay. But here, very simple move is queen d5, attacking everything.
And everything's under control.
So you need to take, and then I attack the bishop and attack the pawn on c3, and after c4, knight c3, black is just completely winning because the pawn e5 is hanging, and the knight on the bishop on b5 also. So basically here the game finished.
Yeah, very nice. So actually after queen a4 it went pretty...
queen a4 is already completely
a big mistake for white. Coming into round one, winning in 18 moves with the black pieces, and in this style, in preparation. Relaxed start.
Of course. No, it's always good to win, and when you don't spend a lot of energy, it's even better. So.
And you are here for the 7th time back in Gibraltar.
I think 7th time, yeah.
What is it that keeps you coming back? What is it that you enjoy about Gibraltar?
I enjoy very much the tournament. The conditions are very nice, and the whole atmosphere is good, and I mean the people are nice. So it's always pleasure to be here.
You actually mentioned to me that nowadays it feels like it's because of Antonetta that you're...
Of course, I'm because of her, of course. But I enjoy really the tournament. So I always, when I had the opportunity to play, I wanted to play because it's very good tournament, strong, and very nice to be here.
And give me some insight, when a player like you, one of our top seeds, is going into round one with a player who is around 2400. You're black, but you obviously want to keep your chances alive. What is the approach to your game then?
Okay, I tried different things in the years. I remember one year, like 2-3 years ago, I lost the first round. So, and I played very sharp line, and I was completely outplayed. So this time I decided just to play my normal opening, and okay, if he is very well prepared, he will make draw. But okay, obviously it's not so easy to be so good prepared.
So the idea was to test his preparation?
Yeah, I just wanted to play the normal lines, and we'll see what will happen.
Well, it worked out well for you.
This time, yes.
All the best for tomorrow, and we hope to have you back in our studio.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to round 2 of the 2020 Gibraltar International Chess Festival. We are your hosts, Fiona Steil-Antoni and David Howell.
Hi, Fiona. We're back.
And we're gonna jump straight back into the action. So we already had a quick tour of the top 10 boards today.
That's right.
I think we're going to update some of the top clashes, and then we'll also jump around a bit more to see, because we have 57 boards.
That's right, and I also want to see some of those male versus female clashes that we talked about earlier. There's so many of them today, and lots of fighting chess, as we saw in the break.
And also, once more, a call for you guys in the chat. If you're watching us, if there is a game that has caught your fancy, if there is a game you would like us to look at, do let us know in the chat, since I'm keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, she's got an eye on everything. She's a woman of many talents. But okay, let's jump back to the board one, I think, because we mentioned earlier, this is a good friend of mine, Stephen Gordon, playing against the top seed of the tournament, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And we left it very early on. So before we jump into the live, just as we jump into the live position, let's recap as we left it, I think, on move 5 a long time ago. Mm-hmm. Play progressed along theoretical lines. Pieces got exchanged very quickly. But I think both players are in their comfort zone. around this stage. A3 is a very cunning move. It does try to win a pawn. If black drops back, then white will soon pick off the c4 pawn with an advantage. Instead, c takes d4 was played very quickly by Stephen, so I'm hoping, as someone who studied openings with him, I know he's probably in his preparation, but I'm hoping he's looked at this before. The idea is that if if white takes the black bishop, then d3 will win the piece back very shortly. Queen takes d4, bishop drops back, and a surprising move by Mamedyarov, queen to c5.
Does white usually not want to swap queens, or why do you say it's a surprising move?
Well, I would probably play it, but Mamedyarov is normally wants to checkmate his opponents.
Yeah.
Queen c5, after a long think actually, after 15, 16 minutes of thought. Not too common for Mamedyarov, but...
So let's see, if the queens do come off, if Stephen captures on c5, and then that bishop, does it want to go to c6, or is that the square? Well, it probably doesn't have a choice here, because the pawn is attacked.
Ideally, the c6 square would be good. It will probably get attacked very shortly. White's knights look very nice here, so I would want to play bishop b6.
So you're saying you wouldn't want to take on c5 in the first place?
You mean...
After queen c5?
After queen c5. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of think a queen exchange is inevitable. Maybe not immediately. I would also be thinking of knight c6, just to try and improve the knight, force white to spend time taking the queen. But it's very similar. I think maybe it's a position where, with best play, it should be drawn. It's very close to equal, but white is the one who's asking the questions, and you see Stephen there, maybe just trying to figure out things. He looks quite confident, I think.
I think also the problem with facing someone like Mamedyarov is he has this aura about him, but also this reputation, of being so tricky. So I think Stephen, will take some more time here. And maybe actually we could go back to the game that we still see on the live board on that other side, Chaparinov, because we see Talabergel has just played f5. That's the game we came back from just before the break, so let's just update that very quickly.
Board
maybe.
10.
Yeah.
And yes, f5 has been played, so our prediction game is on point today. So yes, f5 has been played. I expect a deep think here by Chaparinov. White has a big question to answer. Do you take? Do you kind of lose your extra central pawn and give black the chance to maybe use this? Whoops. Do you take on f5? And black might later use this g-file, or do you just leave the tension, maybe just play a5 and wait and see what black will do? f4 is another question that needs to be asked.
There's a lot of questions.
So lots of questions.
Lots of things to figure out, so we'll leave these guys for now. And I think let's bring up some of the games that you have picked out during the game, during the break.
Yeah, so this between boards 10 and 20, it's pretty much only male versus female pairings. And one of the games that took my eye was the game Olya Giria against Andrei Esipenko. So two Russians, and both players very strong. They've both represented their country at international events.
Olga Giria is the reigning Russian women's champion, and Andrei Esipenko has been making a big name for himself. I mean, these days he's already 26-50 anyway, but I think he first rose to prominence when he beat the likes of Karyakin. I think Karyakin was his first big scalp.
Yeah, in the World Rapid Championship, actually.
In Saudi Arabia.
That's right. I recommend checking out that game. It was a Karo-Khan, Karyakin as white versus Esipenko, and it was a beautiful finish. It's a bit of a puzzle. If any of you have friends or students you want to show puzzles to, then choose that game.
That's a nice one.
So Esipenko, he's only 17 still, and a great talent.
So let's. Do you want to go from the start, or do you just want to stick with the current? Maybe with the current.
Stick with the current position.
Maybe we can just go back 2 or 3 moves, just to see what the latest development there has been.
So I think the key moment in recent times was this knight e5 jump. White tries to plant a knight into this very strong central square, where knights do belong usually. If knight takes knight, then black's d pawn will probably fall next move. And bishop to c1. Would that be on your radar?
No.
It wouldn't.
Wait, it literally just went there. No. No. That was you tricking me.
That was me tricking you. Actually, we see on the analysis board, actually, I'll show, on move 5, black threw in a bishop b4 check, asking for bishop d2, and then retreated. And the reason the bishop isn't so great on d2 is often white wants to use that square for a knight. Yeah, also the bishop usually belongs on this long diagonal, so it wants to be back on b2. And therefore, if we jump ahead 7, 8 moves, then, whoops, when did we see bishop back to c1? Here, bishop to c1. I think the bishop just wants to plant itself on b2 and hope that it's a better, more promising diagonal.
It's a position where a lot of pieces are still on the board. A very balanced position so far.
Yeah.
Okay, we've had some action with f4 and all that.
We've had some action, and actually this key move f4 a couple of moves ago. I mean, white has really kind of shown her hand. She's just planted this knight there and hoping that, hoping to keep it there at all costs. It's very hard to get rid of, actually, this knight.
Yeah, because I guess f6 is a move, even if you manage to play it, that would be very weakening.
So, for example, if black were to ever get this f6 move, whoops, me and my errors. If black could ever play f6, I'm not sure he would ever want to take this. It would just create a very strong pawn for white. So, aggressive approach from Giria with some subtleties thrown in with bishop c1, bishop b2.
I like her position. So far, do you?
I do too. No, I love white's position, to be honest. But okay, early days.
We'll see them. Yeah.
We see them deep in thought there. So
let's leave them to it. You've picked a couple more of these women against men battles out.
That's right. So I thought we could maybe go to one of Gibraltar's, most loyal players, Pia Kramling.
She's on board 17, playing against David Howell from Russia.
That's right, and Pia, she's played here with her husband for the last 18, this is the 18th
She's been to all of them.
She's been to all of them. She's also been to all of the junior festivals in August, in the summer. She's a bit of a superstar here, and she's won the women's title a few occasions herself, including just a couple of years ago. So. And
she's your pick of who you want to win it this year.
Exactly. I would love to see Pia win another women's title here in Gibraltar. So, again, this one is early days, but if we just trace back a few moves, it's come from a Grunfeld we saw Vasher de Grave use today, and white played the move queen to a4 in a very theoretical position, and this is quite a rare one, trying to get the queens off the board immediately. White is a pawn up, but this queen is very active, so it does make sense to try and get the queens off. Black dodged that temporarily, and a queen exchange did eventually happen. And it looks like Paravian's been thinking for a long, long time here. I would assume that the problem for black is after pawn takes pawn, maybe knight b5.
It's very annoying.
A bit annoying, yeah. Maybe black can castle, but there will be tricks.
So let's have a look at knight c7, rook b8. Do I have any discovery? Not really.
Not really. The good thing for black is that this knight on d7 protects the rook. Yeah. So for example, knight takes d5, looks like it's a discovered attack, but after knight takes d5, take.
And black is very happy.
Black is happy. 2 pieces for a rook and a pawn, and the pieces are very good here.
And there we get the bird's eye view on Pia's game. David Paravian might not be a very well-known name to many people, but I know he, for example, had a very good Isle of Man event.
Yes, and improving player. He also played a very beautiful game a couple of years ago as white against the Petrov. Can't remember his opponent's name, but it's
if someone in the chat knows what David is on about, let us know.
No, I played him not long after he played this beautiful sacrificial game, and I thought, okay, it's best to just try and draw against this guy. Too dangerous.
He's also still very young, quite young, I believe.
In his early 20s, around 21 years old. So we'll be cheering for Pia.
Absolutely.
In this one, I think her position is very promising, to be honest. Even if this knight b5, knight c7 idea doesn't work, an endgame with a queenside pawn majority tends to be quite promising and suits her style. She likes to make things a bit more strategic. And no, I'm very optimistic about her chances.
And you have picked out one more game for us to look at, I believe. So let's go to board 11, where Parham Maghsoodloo from Iran is taking on Pinto Renato Quintiliano from Brazil.
I'm glad you're here, Fiona. I wouldn't even attempt that one. So, this one, it struck me because I think white is doing very well out of the opening. It's kind of...
Parham, a former world junior champion.
That's right. And yeah, it looks like an example of what not to do really as black in the opening. It looks too provocative. White's pieces are just swarming forward. It's another Sicilian, very similar to the ones we saw a bit earlier. But just over the last few moves, white has opened things up. So with e5 and now d4, and everything's coming towards the black center, the black king.
So this is the current position on the board, but it just looks very tough actually for black. You can't push the d-pawn at the moment because c6 is hanging.
Yes. d6, knight c6 is deadly.
You
don't even know what else.
Yeah, bishop b7.
Bishop b7 might drop this d7 pawn very soon. I mean, for example, bishop takes f6, and this d7 pawn is not defended anymore.
Although bishop takes, and if I take with the bishop...
Want to take here?
And could just queen takes.
No, it looks pretty... I mean, black can maybe equal up the material here.
And take on h2.
Yeah, but... I mean, the bishop doesn't look great on b7, and white's
the pawns also look very ugly, yeah, I agree. This looks like Mr. Maghsoodloo got himself in a nice position quite early doors.
Yeah. And actually, if we had some dark horse picks, I would maybe choose Maghsoodloo.
Yeah.
Again, he performed very well in the Isle of Man, and I think he's on track for a breakthrough result. He's been a bit quiet for the last few months, but he might, a good performance here would launch him back towards 2700.
Absolutely.
And also Queen c4 check, we should mention, is a very big strat here as well. So maybe we could check back in on the top few boards, see what's been going on. I see Mr. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been bashing out the moves. They'll move 23 already.
Crazy. So let's go back to board 2, Gabriel Flom and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Battle of the Frenchmen.
Yeah.
And also, I've got some selfish interest in this game because it's my favourite line.
Because it is your pet line in the Grunfeld. At first sight, without anything, I love the look of this for black. The rooks are about to get doubled on the d-file. That white king looks like he's in some sort of trouble. So let's just catch up because a few moves have just been played.
I mean, as we see on the live video there, I mean, they're really pounding down the moves.
Yeah.
They're coming thick and fast. So, should we go back to see where we left off just quickly?
Yep.
Oh. So we left it at after the move bishop d3, which I mentioned is the most theoretical line, and after castles, e5. Okay, Maxime played the move h6, which is a bit of a rare one. Usually black develops first with bishop d7, but I think play transposes. So after bishop d7, white's idea is to play h4, h5, and black normally holds that up with h6, so that you can meet h5 with g5. And instead, after h6 first, white played h4. Maybe a bit unnecessary. But after rook d8, we do see something very similar. And knight takes g5. Wow.
Okay, and he spent 16 seconds on that.
I mean, there's confidence and there's confidence.
I mean, he must have prepared this or looked at this.
Must have done.
You don't just decide to sack a piece in 16 seconds.
Well, maybe you do. Certain players would. Maybe he's channeling.
Maybe not on one of the top boards of the Gibraltar tournament against
Maybe he knows we're watching, so he wants to make our lives interesting. Knight h5, yeah, piece sacrifice. But it looks like MVL didn't even want to consider that, consider taking. He only spent 3 minutes on his reply, and he didn't take the knight. So
I mean, the h-pawn, because here, okay, I don't know, do you start with h6 or do you start by taking on g5? But the h-pawn looks a bit threatening.
That's right. The h-pawn is rushing through already. Actually, maybe this is quite dangerous. I mean, if the bishop comes back, if it blocks the h-pawn on h8, it's not a great square for the bishop. Although, it does hold up that. I mean, now check, the king can just run, and it's unclear how white proceeds. was going to say if bishop to f8, maybe there are some dangerous variations. For example, I really want to play.
You want to give up everything.
I want to give up
checkmate.
everything. I mean, he would play it in 16 seconds, wouldn't he? So, I mean, exciting play from Gabriel Flom. Yeah, for example, white could give up the rook. Now take this pawn, attacking black's rook. And if black moves it, then suddenly there might be ideas such as h7 check, and check. Whoops, and take, and mate.
Very
checkmate.
Nice.
So yeah, maybe this is the kind of thing that scared Maxime.
So he decided not to recapture the knight, but instead took on d4.
And white retreated, which is slightly surprising, slightly less consistent than ideal. But okay, after a few more exchanges, white tried to put some pressure on the g file. Black pinned this bishop on the d file. And after a few more moves, let's just catch up with the live position. We see them again. The moves are coming non-stop, pretty much. Whoops. So after this pin, after f4, rook d5, some exchanges happened.
I'm amazed at how quickly these guys are playing.
That's right. And we have the current position, 27 moves. And I can see there on the screen, some games have barely played a dozen. So 27 moves, yeah.
So what is MVL's claim? I have 2 pawns on the queen side versus one of yours.
Yeah.
I have a more active rook.
That's right. This rook is very nice on d5. I think if the rooks came off the board and if black could centralize the king, then black would be doing very well. But there's a long way to go. And black's king isn't great in the endgame. White's king is slightly more active. Maybe king c2, I would assume here. Just to keep an eye on this a pawn. If you go to e2, rook a5 might be a bit annoying, targeting a weakness.
The only way you can protect it is by playing rook a1, which is not a move you want to be playing.
Never go passive. Never go passive. Yeah, that pawn's very lonely on a2, so maybe the king should protect it. Yeah, as black, the other concern is that this h6 pawn will tie down black's bishop long term. But I do think Maxime is slightly for choice here. He's on the right side of equality, I would say. Chances are a draw with best play, but he has good chances.
I agree, and he will be ready to sit here and try and grind out a win for a long time. So let's move on. Where do we go back?
Maybe Wang Hao, the next board, for now.
Let's go back to Wang Hao.
So yeah, Wang Hao on board 3. And again, this one's changed an enormous amount.
Dramatically. So we were very curious how black was going to react after queen takes b4, and he did indeed go for d5.
d5. After a shorter think than I thought, than I assumed he might take. So after d5, queen to a5 after 8 seconds.
All of this clearly preparation.
Clearly preparation.
From Wang Hao.
That's right. Black decided to recapture the pawn that he'd sacrificed, and after some exchanges, knight to d4. Wow. 6 seconds again. So
making use of the pin along the 5th rank, black cannot capture the knight because the queen is hanging on g5.
Yeah, very clever move.
So the queen stepped out of that pin back to d8.
After a long think of 35 minutes almost. And we saw a queen exchange. White decided to capture that bishop. What do you think of that?
The Irish pawn center.
Yes, the Irish pawn center. I'm not sure why it's called that, but...
I think after some guy who played it at an Olympiad, an Irish player, many moons ago.
Okay. That sounds like a very diplomatic version of a story I've heard. But white reacted with bishop c4. So this was Wang Hao's first think of the game, really. He'd used no time up till now. Bishop c4 came on the board, threatening this e6 pawn. Black did not defend it. Black played knight to f6. I guess the problem with defending it is that there might be some tactics.
Knight f6 instead, he defended his pawn on e4, which was also attacked.
Which was, yeah, I mean, white captured that, and we're about to see Martin Petrov make a move, I think.
Is he going to recapture that, or do you not want to open the e-file for white?
I think ideally we would capture it, but there might be some tricks. Maybe black can step to f8, but there will always be ideas such as bishop d5, although it gets complicated. Knight f2, Maybe king to h8
But
was
knight
safer.
f2?
Rook f1.
Knight f2,
yeah.
can't we just pin the,
Yeah, so
the
maybe
knight
black.
if the king... I would rather go to h8,
Yeah,
it feels
king
a
h8.
bit safer.
Safer, but kings in corners in endgames, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not ideal.
Yeah,
So-
I like the look of this for white, I have to say.
Yeah. I think the alternative is to play knight to f4. It's an outpost, it defends e6. You're good at counting, Fiona. What's the material count? Equal pawns?
Equal pawns
Yeah.
for now,
But white's pawn structure is healthier.
yeah. The only concern I think for white is the knight on e4, which is not doing much at the moment, but it's gonna rejoin the game very
That's
quickly.
right. The knight will jump in, and we like white's chances, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, he played your move, knight takes e4. But we'll come back to this one. It will liven up, I think. A lot of play left in the position.
Let me have a quick look. Let's go briefly to Veselin Topalov. It is actually the next game on our list anyway. So let's go to board 4. And they did enter this opposite color bishop ending with 2 pair of rooks. Though.
That's right, and I think in the chat as well, I think one of Barbosa's students might be.
Go teacher Vandra Barbosa.
Yeah, there's lots of fans in the chat. So Barbosa's exchanged a lot of pieces. If we just quickly maybe see how that happened, we left it around this stage. And bishop to g4, initiating some mass exchanges, mass trades. Yeah, everything's come off. It's looking very drawish, to be honest.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if Topalov managed to create any chances here.
Yes, and I mean it's a bit of a cynical approach by white, just trying to swap everything off, trying to force a draw, but you kind of understand it.
Yeah.
He's playing against a former world champion.
I mean, he's outrated by almost 240 points.
Yeah. Now we've all
I
been
think
there.
there's pros and cons. Yeah. It's hard to judge them too harshly.
No, exactly. I mean, we've all been there. We've all played a stronger opponent and been happy with a safe, solid game.
I think we're not going to stick around with this one for too long, simply because there isn't too much happening.
Yeah.
And the chances for a draw here are the overwhelming favorite.
No, sure. So shall we
go back to David? They have played very few moves, actually.
Yeah,
so let's
David
go
Navarra,
back there.
it's Lei Tingji. I mean, we say they've been playing very few moves, but a lot of the games we've seen, they're around move 20
That's
or
true.
even beyond, and we've barely had an hour and a half. And usually with the time control, we'd assume after the 2-hour mark, players would get to move 20 and beyond. But no, I mean, it means that everyone's confident. That's good.
And well prepared.
And well prepared. And this one's changed again, changed a huge amount. And at first glance, I don't know, first glance, Fiona?
First glance, I like black.
Yeah, I love
first
black.
glance.
Oh, it's very strange. So we left
I mean, that isolated pawn on d3. I was even wondering, is white maybe a pawn up? Because I don't like his position much at all, but no.
Yeah, it's very, well, it's not a favourable transition for white. Okay, he now played rook c1. I think white's hope is that there will be some problems for black with coordination. This bishop lacks any great squares. If black had time to play, for example, b6, bishop b7, and then rook to c8, black would be doing great, but maybe it's a timing issue. Long term, as you mentioned, this pawn on d3 is just a terrible pawn there.
I'm just wondering where I want that bishop to go from c7. Because I like it actually where it is on that diagonal,
agreed.
so I can keep looking at h2. I don't know if there was anything wrong with bishop d6. Maybe knight c4 is a bit annoying.
Yes, I think
very annoying, actually.
Well, I think that's the only plan really for white. Otherwise, black would be, well, crushing it really. Yeah. So the idea is bishop takes b4, knight b6, and white will win some material. I mean, it's still not entirely clear, but it looks good for white. The alternative would be to drop back, maybe with the queen, if you want to keep that bishop on that square. Looks less natural.
Yeah, I like the queen on d5, a nice and central square, where it's hard to see how...
But this one's a bit of a sad move to play bishop d8, right? So I think we have to keep either the bishop or the queen on that square. We can't do both.
And maybe just for that reason, maybe for very practical reasons, maybe at first sight, Black we really like Black's position, but the more you look at it, the more you think there isn't really a square.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a temporary problem, but yeah, if Black can solve, I mean, there will be solutions. I mean, we didn't like Queen D8 from an ideal perspective, but if necessary, then I think it's a completely fine move. I think White is the one still trying to equalise, to be honest. D4 will always be met by E4, or E takes D4 at the very least, and probably equality, symmetrical position. I think Queen C2 attacking this bishop can now be met by a move like Bishop B6, exchanging things off. Or Bishop D6 now. I think Black's completely fine.
Let's let her figure it out, and we'll come back to that one. Let's move on to Tang Zhongyi.
Okay. So this one, again, has changed a huge amount. And Le Quang Liem, as Black, we felt maybe hadn't chosen the wisest opening. Play was looking like it would fizzle out to some symmetrical position where maybe he was on the worst side. So instead, the last time we left it, he decided to go for D4, which we did mention as a way to try and, well, imbalance things. And after D4, we saw pawn takes and queen takes. I guess Black is a bit afraid of a pin, maybe along the D file.
Yeah.
So he did make a queen exchange. And, okay, eventually the queens came off. And after queenside castles, at first I love White's position. Queenside majority, slightly more centralized king. But a lot of play left. And F4, wow. F4, that's, after F4, I guess, another Irish pawn center.
The knight would probably jump to H5.
Yes.
So Black is not going to take.
And it's important that Bishop G4 doesn't fork the bishop, the rook and the knight because of knight takes F6 check. So instead, Black ignored it, rook F to D8. More exchanges and knight to H5 anyway. Black reacted by rook D4. He decided he couldn't defend this pawn on F6. He didn't really want to push it because then these doubled pawns, doubled isolated pawns would become a weakness on F7 and F5 long term. But after rook D4, we got another move. It looks like this is the current position. Yeah, I mean, I think chances are balanced, to be honest. I can see some exchanges coming. I can see knight takes F6, which I think has been played, and then king G7. I would assume a move like F takes E5, maybe knight takes E5, check, and some more pieces coming off the board, and we're getting ever closer to just complete simplifications.
Yeah, I think it's not that unlikely we'll see a short-ish kind of draw here today.
Which is frustrating for Le Quang Liem, but Tang Zhongyi, I mean, it's good for her, stronger player, and I mean, a draw in this game, and she'll still be at the leaderboard for the women. So.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's finish a very quick tour of the top 10 one more time.
Okay.
So let's go to Kirill Alexenko against Lance Henderson de la Fuente.
Okay, so this one I think has followed the paths that we assumed it would. We last left it around 97. White did jump in with a knight, and after a couple of exchanges, Black did manage to get rid of the traditionally bad bishop, which is normally locked behind its own pawns. So bishop G5, very logical. Knight E5, attacking B6, queen back, and Black is just trying to exchange off all the pieces. It's very blocked still. Pawns everywhere. Somehow I feel that equality is very close for Black. You can imagine Black maybe putting the bishop on E6. Eventually this bishop will get exchanged. The bishop and knight might also get exchanged. And yeah, I think successful opening for Lance Henderson de la Fuente. We see he's not at the board either. He was looking confident earlier. You're the body language expert here, Fiona.
It's hard to read anything into Kirill here.
Yeah.
So I think
for now.
I like the look of the knight for sure on D5.
White's knight. But it will, well, maybe it's not long for the world. It will get exchanged pretty soon, I think.
So now we get a better view onto Kirill, but as I said earlier, I mean, I find him
hard to read.
Impossible to read, yeah.
I mean, a lot of play left, but yeah, I think for now it's maybe not the most exciting of the games we've seen.
Yeah.
Probably the most equal of the games we've seen so far today. Where do you want to jump to next? Ivanchuk?
Let's jump to Ivanchuk, yes.
Okay, so this one has changed slightly, and it looks like White is picking up the pace, but okay, we mentioned earlier Pedro Antonio Guinness Esteo. Good
Very well done,
Thanks.
yes.
Okay, so he's down to 38 minutes, and they've made 16 moves, so 24 moves to make with 38 minutes left. He's cutting it fine. I'm not sure that's the best use of time, but okay, he has a decent position. White here has a bit more space. He has a queenside pawn majority. He just needs to be a bit careful along this diagonal, and I would assume a move such as f3 here, just to completely, well, solidify the center. I would say the position's equal, but I'm concerned, practical terms, it's hard for White to, I mean, 24 moves is hard to make with even an hour on your clock, let alone just over half an hour. So we see him deep in thought there, Ivanchuk. Maybe not at the board, but...
And his opponent looks a bit more focused now too than he was before. Slightly. You're still not too impressed.
No, I mean, he's a young player. I'm sure the variations are flying through his mind either way. But, for example, in this position, I would not even hesitate to play f3, just to cut the pin on this e-pawn. I mean, this queen on b7 is less potent now. Okay, another one, long way to go. But balanced chances, I'm just worried about the clock situation.
And we're almost done with our tour. Mickey Adams and Gagarin Shardul are next.
That's right, and
I see an isolated pawn on d4. Did he...
So we left it after d5.
Take on d5.
And White had a bit of a think before taking on d5. Maybe he was scared of that variation we mentioned where Black would fix the center and then play f6 to try and open things up. Instead, he gave himself an isolated pawn, but his pieces are active and many active squares. So bishop g5, forcing a weakness. Now Black's king will never feel entirely safe. Bishop d2. And, okay, Adams, as is his style, that king is always tucked away as safely as possible in the corner.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel. I'm, in general, not a big fan of isolated pawns. And especially here, it's blocked so nicely by that knight on d5.
That's right.
I like Black already.
I agree.
And those bishops as well, looking down at the king.
These two?
Mm-hmm. Monsters.
Yeah. Monster bishops, yeah. I mean, even they might seem a long way from White's king, but they are very, I mean, just one move and they could be wreaking havoc immediately. So, yeah, I think the other reason White is struggling slightly is because this knight on f3 is not so well placed. One thing that Nakamura taught me about Fischer random chess is that you don't want to put a knight on the third rank because it will be dominated by this pawn. So at the moment this knight is dominated by the pawn, it doesn't really have any great squares to jump to. I think Adams is very happy. I mean, he will be very happy here.
Also, he's almost half an hour up on the clock, which is not...
And it's his type of position. Yeah. Slight positional advantage, and he'll milk that into something.
I like his chances today.
Agreed.
So let's finish our tour from the top 10 and go to Ivan Cheparinov and Tal Abergel one more time, because this one is heating up nicely.
Yes, very much so. I mean, already, just first glance, it's hard to tell who's better, who's doing well. We left it a few moves ago. Black had just broken with f5, and as I briefly mentioned, f4 was a possibility, and White took that, so not allowing Black to push forward. So White's taking the bull by the horns, really initiating some complications. And after knight g4, White decided to sacrifice a pawn with e5. So again, this is quite thematic. This happens a lot in the Benoni. Usually the reason you sacrifice this pawn is that you want to push your pawn forward. Cheparinov delayed that. He played bishop c4.
The threat Stronger than the
Subtle,
execution.
No, white is threatening to win the queen. If I make a silly move, then like a6, then this would be a discovered check. Whoops. Instead, queen f7. It looks like it's walking into a nasty pin. Whoops. Ah, me and my arrows.
A drunk bishop.
A drunk arrow. But the idea is that d6 will now be met by queen takes c4. And, that's a nice close-up of the live video. Chaparinov is deciding.
I'm so amazed every day by the quality of the cameras. And yeah, I don't know, Chaparinov is a player I also find a bit hard to read. I don't know him that well.
Sure.
But for sure he doesn't look thrilled.
He doesn't look thrilled. I don't think he looks unhappy either, though.
No. Tal is very focused, just come back to the board.
Yeah, Tal, I've seen him play some great games, and as soon as he feels he's doing well, he seems to, seems to be very, very focused. So here as white, I would be thinking of how to defend this bishop. I think white's main idea is to push this pawn.
Can we play a move like queen b3?
Yes, it looks good. Again, renewing the threat. I guess I have to move my king. Push.
Yeah, why not? Push him, baby.
Push him, baby. And black's queen doesn't have so many great squares. d7 looks clumsy.
Yeah. And then what do we... I was looking at knight b5, but the problem is I guess you really don't want to lose that pawn on d6.
You really don't want to lose that d6 pawn. I mean, maybe you can gain some time here. You can take.
And bishop f4.
Yeah, exactly. White, everything's coming, mouse slip. Everything's coming with tempo now, so.
And this is suddenly looking very, very promising for white.
That's right. Suddenly, I mean, 3 moves ago, I quite like black's position, but actually everything's coming with tempo, so. Yeah, I mean, that's just one check, and suddenly the rook's coming into the game as well. You can imagine, I mean, all of white's pieces are going to be very active in a moment, and black's slightly struggling for development, so.
David,
yes.
I've had a bit of a look since we have 57 live boards. It's hard to keep track of everything.
Okay.
I would like to jump to a game that we haven't seen yet. It is board 16, Shanzaya Abdulmalik against Amin Tabatabai. So one of the many others men against women clashes. And actually, we see them right in the background. That is Shanzaya there, just behind Ivan Chaparinov. And they have a very double-edged position with opposite side castling, so that caught my eye.
Okay.
I like the little tour we were being taken. I didn't see it.
A little tour of the room.
Yeah, a little. Anyway, so let's bring up Shanzaya's game.
Sure. And okay.
And we got here from some Sicilian, Najdorf again, yeah.
So what caught your eye about this game? Yeah.
The opposite castling and the attacking chances.
That's right. So another thing, you know me and my bishops. White has 2 lovely fianchetto bishops. I like my pretty patterns as well.
And also, especially because Shanzaya is the underrated player, very interesting that Tabatabai seems to be playing under a Welsh flag here on Chessbase, but he does still represent Iran.
Being quarter Welsh, I mean, I'm sure he's welcome to play for Wales if he wants. But yeah, Abdulmalik's kind of followed the strategy that I think is best actually when playing against higher rated players, is to just attack, just go for it, because that's what they least want to face. It's the most scary approach.
And we'll try and also just update the live board under us that is still the game, so we'll get that updated as well. And yeah, I really like the look of Abdulmalik's bishop on b2. I'm already dreaming, so let's just click on the, in the list, so let's just double click that so you guys get the board.
Okay.
Not yet, okay.
So if we see on the left side at least, for now.
I think up there. Okay. We don't have it here, yeah? Is that the issue?
Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment, but no,
let's just see.
Let's try something, and here we go.
Somehow it doesn't want to, but it doesn't matter. We don't need it on the live board. We'll have a quick look at it on the analysis board and sort it out during the next break.
Yeah.
So that bishop on b2, I'm already dreaming. My dream is to defend c2, play queen d4.
So rook c1, queen d4.
h4, g5.
And then checkmate. I mean, you're so logical, Fiona. I mean, that's a very thematic plan.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to see what black's doing in the meantime, to be honest. I mean, it is white's move. Rook c1 looks logical.
I'm even wondering...
How safe is white's king as well for now?
Yeah, very safe. Super safe. I mean, I really like the fact that from a white's perspective, for black, the counterplay seems extremely limited. The bishop on e7 is sort of stuck behind its own pieces. The knight on f6, okay, it can jump to d7, but then you allow me immediately. Maybe the knight should jump
I think the knight should.
So that you can meet queen d4 by bishop f6.
That's right, so bishop f6. If black can exchange these bishops, black's doing very well. You get rid of the bishop pair, and suddenly, if, for example, if things come off the board, knight to e5, and this knight definitely, well, it just dominates that white bishop. It's on a knight's outpost. This bishop on g2 is kind of stunted by its own d5 pawn. So if black can exchange bishops, black's doing very well. But it's a big if at the moment. So maybe rook c1 is a nice idea, but maybe it's a bit slow. So white could possibly start with rook h to e1, rendering this plan impossible for now.
So could black maybe meet that with rook e8?
Rook to e8 would be logical. Yeah, it's a pity we can't start with queen d4. Otherwise, we would pin that knight. But as you mentioned, c2 is undefended. Maybe another way...
I mean, is there some lines where we could even give up c2?
Possibly. At the moment, the problem is giving up c2 isn't the only thing. This g2 bishop is also
hanging. That's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, otherwise I'd let it go for sure. Yeah. But maybe white could also just be thinking about h4 immediately. Just to play g5, just to open lines, even at the cost of a pawn.
And we see Tabatabai on the camera.
Yes.
He doesn't actually look too thrilled with his position.
No, you're right.
At all. I mean, it's hard to see what he's even...
I think we've had a move, actually. So white has played rook d to e1. Sorry, coughing. Coughing fit again.
If it doesn't, we could just take a quick break if you need it.
I feel guilty then. No, I love chess. Let's look at more chess. Rook d to e1 has been played. I think the idea is knight d7 is impossible. But yeah, rook f8 looks very sensible for now.
And white will still have to deal with that pawn on c2 before he can activate his queen. So black will try to hold on, but I really like white's chances here.
Agreed. I think white will have to find a clever way to avoid a bishop exchange, but if she does manage that, then she'll be doing, well, she'll have a great position for sure.
Absolutely. There's also been a request in the chat to bring up Valentina Gunina's game. She was actually my pick of who I would like to see win the women's prize. She's playing on board 15, so right next to these guys actually. She's playing with the black pieces against Alexander Donchenko, who is my teammate in France, and he's been absolutely great for our team. So let's bring up their position. Okay,
so I mean, two very strong players. Valentina has...
She's so underrated at 24-60.
Very underrated. Again, she's another player who can beat anyone. And I don't only say that because she's beaten me, but...
Where did she beat you?
In the London Chess Classic Rapid Play, actually.
Which she won.
She won. She beat myself. She beat Luke McShane. She beat several 2600 Grandmasters on the way to, I think, one of the best performances by a woman in recent times. So...
I think she scored 9 out of 10 or something unbelievable.
It was incredible, the performance.
Yeah, and it was a very, very strong field.
Yeah, and despite the fact that she's lost a bit of rating, I mean, she still won the Cairns Cup last year. Yeah. She's won some big tournaments, and I know she loves it here in Gibraltar. So Okay, very tense position, I think. White does have the bishop pair. White's rooks are nice and centralised, so first glance I definitely prefer white, but...
Yeah. I'm a bit curious about that pawn on f6, and a bit worried that e6 might become a weakness. Can black ever try and make e5 work and try and grab some space in the center? It seems like a far-fetched dream.
Yeah, I think that might be the plan over the next few moves, but short term there's a problem along the d-file. I think that something bad will happen to black's queen here. I mean, already rook takes d5 and bishop takes e4 possible.
Yeah, not immediately, but I would like to, but I don't even know how to prepare it.
No, it's hard.
What are the plans for black?
It's very difficult. I mean, there's an immediate threat which we have to deal with. Usually one plan would be to try and plant this knight into b3, but also, I mean, for example, knight a5 will just simply be met by c takes d5 and the c pawn would drop. So this is looking difficult for Valentina. I mean, she just played f6 last move, actually, the move that you weren't so sure about. And I expect a long think here. I mean, one plan would be, it's very double-edged, but to be just extremely aggressive, just push everything back.
Which wouldn't surprise us, I think.
Which suits her style. She likes to attack. But it's committal, and it leaves many weaknesses behind. We see her opponent just walking around there in the foreground, but...
yeah, I think let's
Good
leave.
request, but yeah, a long way to go in this one.
Yeah, not looking too promising for now. Shall we go back? We haven't seen our top board in a little while, so shall we go back to Shah Mamedyarov and Stephen Gordon?
Okay, so on board one with Shakhriyar and Stephen, I think players kind of continued along the lines we thought it might. We've seen more exchanges, just to retrace the last handful of moves. Knight c5 was played, bishop c6, as we guessed. Okay, we guessed all of these, which is good. And the move that I was going to mention that I think was quite important, bishop takes c5, and white has played knight to a5, and we see Stephen there just having a little think. Yeah, if knight takes e7, then I think we would have seen an immediate handshake. This is complete symmetry, opposite colour bishops, and a draw. So white decided to keep a small imbalance, just to keep the knights on the board. And b7's a bit tender.
The knight is on the rim, but it probably doesn't matter too much. It's going to jump back where to b3, to c4.
And yeah, possibly even, I mean, for example, b6 might even be met by knight b7.
And the bishop doesn't have a square.
And the bishop doesn't have a square. Suddenly b4 is a threat. This knight even might be very well defended by bishop on a6. So actually, maybe it's a bit
knight
tricky.
Knight a5 is a
bit tricky.
A lot trickier than it looks like.
So maybe knights on the rim aren't always dim, Fiona.
That is very true. What if I defend my pawn with rook b8, bishop f3?
Probably bishop f3.
And asking some more questions.
Yeah, I mean, black needs one move to be fine here. He needs to play b6 and he'll be fine, I think. Or bishop b6 and he'll be happy. But maybe it's just a timing issue. I mean, b6 isn't the end of the world, this kind of thing. Black can play, for example, knight f5, ensure this bishop has a retreat square.
So white will take it.
Yeah, but then black's rook, I mean, black's pawn structure is ruined, but black's rook becomes active. Maybe it's not the end of the world. But I would definitely start with rook b8 here, I think, just to ask the question of what white will do. I think, yeah, from knowing Stephen for the last 15, 20 years, I think he's not as happy as he could be, but he's not overly disappointed right now.
I think what's... Sorry.
No, he normally doesn't like positions where he's slightly worse.
I was just going to say, you know, that one line, if the knights had been swapped, it would have been an immediate draw pretty much. And now suddenly a move like knight a5, which might not be on your radar from a distance, and suddenly, like, he understands, I mean, this ending which is showed where we has to give up his bishop, it might be fine, but it will be slightly uncomfortable, and you don't want to find yourself in a slightly uncomfortable position against Mamedyarov.
No, that's right. Against anyone, really. But especially when you're playing a stronger player or a higher rated player, and you think, oh, a draw is within reach, but you can't quite force it, you can't quite get there. It becomes a bit, I mean, the longer the game goes on and you if you still can't quite force things, then it becomes a bit psychologically unpleasant. So yeah, I'm sure we'll see a move by Steven very shortly, but his defense might be long as well.
So where do you want to go to next? Let's have a quick scan of the boards that we have open. Someone in the chat was asking if Andrew is still playing. Absolutely, yes. I think we've had no results yet.
No results yet? No.
At all, apart from, unfortunately, Puya Idani not showing up for his game against Orikobo.
On board 30.
And no results at all, and we're 2 hours in.
Yeah, yesterday we had a lot of fighting chess. It's a good trend.
It is a good trend.
Yeah, it's continuing today.
But trend is not on the live boards. I wanted to.
Trend, yeah.
Shall we check back in with...
No pressure, Fiona. Who did you pick as your favourites?
My favourites, MVL, yeah. But I'm more trying to base my search on the positions.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to Tang Zhongji and Le Quang Liem on board 6.
6, okay.
Because some pieces have come off the board.
Okay.
So let's update that one. Because we have an ending now, which is 4 pawns apiece and a bishop versus knight situation.
That's right. And for now, the bishop is controlling the knight. This bishop on c6 kind of stops the knight from entering any key squares. But Black's pawn structure isn't the best. He will be trying next move. He's just played h5. He will be trying to play h4 and exchange off another set of pawns. If White is careful, then I think she should be able to force a draw very shortly. I think the key thing is not to panic and not to allow Black to create a pass pawn. So, for example, rook to f2. I think the main thing is not to allow a situation such as this, when the f pawn might become a bit of a factor.
Who do you think is even playing for a win here?
I would say Black. For sure.
And what do you make of Tan Zhongji's chances to hold?
I think 80% chances to draw, if not higher, but I think, okay, she's got, as we see there in the clocks, which she's got over an hour, and that should be plenty of time to come up with a defensive setup. Also,
in only 10 moves, she will get an additional 50 minutes.
No, that's right. And
I really like her drawing chances, very much.
Another thing that I think she should avoid, though, is an immediate exchange of rooks, because suddenly Black's king would creep into the position. So a couple of small pitfalls, but as long as she doesn't panic, it's all under control.
Let's go back to David Navarra on board 5 against the other Chinese woman player Lei Tingzhe. And here also a few things have happened.
Mm-hmm. So I think we did correctly predict some moves. I predicted this queen d8 would be played, queen c2, as we mentioned, bishop d6 we also mentioned. Yes.
By we, you mean you.
No. Come on. You mentioned bishop d6, just different order.
Yeah.
So the idea is the same. And after queen b2, Black decided to initiate some exchanges with a5. To be honest, I'm not sure it's completely necessary. A move like bishop f5 looks very sensible, just gaining time against this d3 pawn. At the very worst, maybe White has to defend it. At the very worst, Black can even just drop back this bishop. And yeah, I think Black is completely fine. a5, some exchanges, and queen takes a5, and yeah, I think Black is happy, but we might see a repeat of yesterday when David Navarra had opposite colour bishops and had to grind things out.
Which was a long grind, but a successful grind.
That's right. White's immediate problem is just keeping things on the board. This a4 pawn is a weakness, and I think it's very close to equality, so Lei Tingzhe in good shape.
Let's go back to, once again, to board 3, Wang Hao. Some things have happened there. At least Black has taken on e4.
Okay, so yeah, we did see some developments on board 3, and Black Okay, so black last took on e4, and is Wang Hao having a think here? So he hasn't actually moved since we saw knight takes e4. He's having a long think.
Correct. He's having a banana.
He's having it, yes.
To get some new energy.
I remember when I played Wang Hao here 2 years ago, I had less than a minute on my clock. It was my move. I was just having a think, and suddenly I saw a bit of banana drop onto the board. And
you must not have been best pleased.
I wasn't very happy. Usually, I think it's etiquette to eat away from the board, but here his opponent isn't there. So as long as he doesn't drip any little bits, I'm sure it'll be fine.
David, on that note, I think we're going to take another very short break.
Just before I ask your opinion on bananas. Yeah.
I hate them,
yes.
and he knows it. During this break, we're going to show you a video of the opening ceremony. I haven't seen it myself, so I'm looking forward to it. Sorry, excuse me. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with all the action here from round 2 in 10 minutes, and we'll see you then.
Yeah, see you shortly.
Which world champion do you admire most?
Magnus Carlsen.
Fischer.
Kasparov. Kappa.
Fischer.
Karpov.
Magnus Carlsen.
Probably Magnus.
Bobby Fischer, probably.
I guess Alekhine.
Complicated. All of them.
Bobby Fischer.
Let me think. Michael Tal.
Your favorite chess Twitter account?
Magnus Carlsen.
Anish Giri.
Tarjay Svensson.
David Howell GM.
Anish.
Giri.
Olympia.
Myself? Favorite chess Instagrammer?
Tanya Sachdev.
Chess Queen.
Probably Anish.
Tanya.
Tanya Sachdev.
Can I say you? Yeah, you're up there. Someone top five. You and Magnus.
Describe yourself in one word.
Resourceful.
Happy.
One word.
Very calm person.
A nice person, sadly.
Confusing. Fun.
I'm crazy.
Amazing.
Chess Queen.
Hot.
Well, one word. Aggressive.
Describe your chess style in one word.
Flexible.
Dynamic.
Boring.
Aggressive.
Tricky.
Some people might say boring, but I don't think so. I'm going to say clever.
Uncompromising.
Aggressive.
Bad.
If you were an animal, what would you be?
A lion. A snake. Because I like to be sneaky, so...
A horse. Probably a cat.
Well, I hope a tiger or something like that.
Dolphin.
I would be a rat.
I guess a dragon.
A dragon! I love that. All right, why?
Well, it's a strong and powerful animal, and also maybe cute sometimes.
Also, it doesn't exist. Your pick for the candidates 2020?
Not me.
Probably Dink and Fabiano are the favorites.
I have to first think who's playing. You're putting me on the spot. I don't know who's in it. So I'm just going to guess and say Fabi.
I would say Giri.
Wang Hao.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't want to get fired.
Fabi.
Ding.
Which junior is most likely to become the future world champion?
Well, the obvious answer is Firouzja, of course, but I think Artemiev, maybe he's not that young, but I think he's very strong.
One of the Indians? Firouzja.
Firouzja.
The Indian kids, they're all really strong.
Artemiev, for sure.
Well, everybody would say it's Ali Reza.
I think that's a stupid question today.
Thanks for saying that on camera.
I mean, it was a good question like maybe 4 months ago.
Or 10 days ago.
Or 10 days ago, yes.
Would you rather hack into Fabi's computer or Ding Liren's?
Ding Liren.
Fabi, absolutely.
Maybe in Fabi's computer.
Dings.
Fabi's.
Maybe Ding Liren.
Fabi's. Fabi, for sure. Well, there's more preparation, but no, on Fabi there's also more gossips to find.
Fabi's is not very interesting. Can I do both?
Can I say Carson? Or?
Would you rather go to dinner with Magnus or with Anish?
Magnus.
Anish. With none of them.
Probably with Anish Giri.
Magnus.
Probably with Anish.
I guess Magnus.
Maybe both of them and watch them fight with each other.
I think with Magnus, because I'm not sure, but Anish, is he a vegetarian?
Magnus.
Oh, with Gil.
Magnus.
Can I go with both?
Magnus Carlsen, he's not married.
Which player would you ask for opening advice?
Gary, obviously.
Fabiano.
Magnus. Vidjakov.
I think none of them, probably.
Fabi.
Maybe Vichy, he's very experienced.
I would never ask myself for opening advice. Fabi? I'm gonna go with Vichy.
MVL.
Which player would you ask for fashion advice?
Bashir.
Salem.
None of them.
Levon.
Ooh, fashion advice. That would have to be Anish.
No one?
Maybe Kostyuk? None.
Well, I don't think chess players are the best one to give fashion advice. Maybe I'll ask my wife.
Which player would you ask for relationship advice?
You, definitely.
I'm definitely not a chess player. Vichy.
Simon Williams.
Definitely my wife.
Which chess player is most likely to become president of a country?
Anish Giri.
Levon Ahonyan.
Nigel Shaw? Not Nigel Shaw.
Levon Erringhan.
Stuart Conquest.
Levon?
Me.
Which country would that be, Alejandro? One that never will exist. Which chess player is most likely to become a movie star?
Magnus. Levon Ahonyan.
Sopiko Goramishvili.
Yeah, Magnus, probably.
Yeah, you?
Oh, Magnus has a fair chance.
Magnus?
A movie star. Oh, that's also Anish.
Magnus Carlsen.
Well, why not Zansaya?
Which chess player is most likely to be found at the hotel bar?
Nigel Short.
I'll say Hikaru.
Anton Korobov.
All of them. I guess I can say myself.
Shaq? Oof, besides me? No, I think me is a good answer.
David Howell.
Also Simon Williams.
Recently, last year, it's me.
Your favorite thing about GibChess?
The atmosphere.
Everything.
The sun and the chess and the monkeys.
The family atmosphere.
What I really like is that, for example, compared to the top events, here I will for sure face players for first time in my life.
I love monkeys.
There is a nice social program and friendly atmosphere, and I like this tournament quite a lot.
Home of women chess.
Well, it's Brian Callahan and Stuart, of course.
to feel in heaven when my lover's near. Lord, let this moment last for another year. Though today has ended, the night's still young, I'd say. Lover, don't go away.
Hello and welcome back to round 2 of the Gibraltar International Chess Festival again. I think we're going to jump straight back into the action. You were looking at this board during the break. It is Wang Hao against Martin Petrov from Bulgaria, and a few more things have happened since we left it off, so let's get the latest moves.
That's right, so we last left it after knight takes e4, and Wang Hao had a 40-minute think. Knight takes e4, very committal move.
I think it's the longest think we've seen in this tournament so far. Let's just, for everyone in the chat, he said 14, not 14. 4-0.
Yeah, and especially by one of the top guys. The elite players are so practical with their clock handling. You never see them in time trouble unless it's an extremely complicated game. So 40 minutes is a big time investment. And after knight takes e4, rook takes d8 was the fruits of his, the fruits of that long think. Rooks came off and bishop takes a6. So
greedy.
Greedy. Greed is good.
So one question is, after rook a8, bishop b5 keeps everything under control, or is there?
Very good question.
So I guess knight d6 or bishop a5, rook a5, but rook a5 c4.
Rook a5, either c4 or bishop c6 gains some time. Knight d6 is a good question there. Maybe bishop d7, with the idea that if you chase the bishop, I'll gain some time with the check.
Yeah, that looks good, and if I play a move like king f7, you'll have time to remove your knight.
That's right. I mean, that knight on a4 is a bit of a problem for now, but yeah, maybe it's not a long-term problem. And white does have these 3 potential beasts on the queen side.
They look so scary. Yeah. I understand black also has some passed pawns on the e-file, but they're doubled pawns and they don't look too scary for now.
No, exactly. I mean, I think if white can survive the next few moves without allowing any nasty tactics or any knight jumps or knight forks, then white will be doing great. But, I mean, he must have spent that 40 minutes for a reason, and he must have just been...
I think the 40 minutes was not spent on rook d8, it was spent on, if I take on d8, can I afterwards take on a6?
Exactly.
Which was played in 2 seconds, by the way. So
that's right, yeah.
I think he will have invested his time wisely. Yeah. You're suggesting... I know it was
knight
played.
Knight f4 has been played on the board, so Wang Hao will have another think here. I don't expect too deep a think this time.
He looks ready to make a move.
He looks ready, yeah. He'll make eye contact with his opponent just before he makes a move. That's his...
strategy.
That's his... that's his tell, as they say in poker. But I would recommend probably just playing a move, even it looks stupid, but a3, maybe b3 or b4. But just to make sure that there are no back rank checkmates.
Yeah.
So
I like b3 because it has the additional benefit of defending the knight on a4 just in case.
Sure.
Just as long as there are no tricks, but it doesn't look like it.
If white has 2 moves, I mean, king b2, rook e1, white is cruising. So those 3 queenside pawns will probably be the difference eventually, but still a little way to go.
Yeah.
A few hurdles to overcome.
Let's go back to board 1 to see if Stephen has made a decision. We saw that Shach was asking some questions with knight to a5.
Okay. And we saw that after knight to a5, attacking the b7 pawn, black did play b6 immediately, and white decided to jump back with the knight. So he spent a few minutes here. He might have been considering this knight jump that we mentioned, knight b7. Instead, he thought, okay, the knight's safer on c4. Also, it does create this threat again of b4 trapping the black bishop. Therefore, after rook fd8, the idea is that b4 will be met by bishop d6 now, and black is safe enough. We see Mamedov having a think about how to try and create some problems. It's not obvious at first sight.
Does Stephen's clock situation worry you? 19 minutes, 420 moves.
Yes. I think one thing about Stephen is that because he has been working a full-time job for the last 5-6 years, he does feel a bit rusty when he comes back to tournaments. And I know lately he's had some problems with time trouble. I sat next to him in a tournament recently, and I think he was down to a minute by move 25, and that cost him in the end. So we're only at move 20 now. So another 20 moves to make. I mean, the thing in his favour is that, I mean, material is so simplified. Just sort of maybe 5-10 accurate moves will be enough to maybe make a draw. Unless Mamedyarov is allowed to kind of create some unexpected tactics.
I think he will at least ask some questions and will come back to that one. Let's see, MVL and his opponent on board too, Gabriel Flom, they have been blitzing everything out. They are very close to making move 40.
They're making everyone else look slow.
Right? Already, and
wow.
A lot more has happened since.
Oh my gosh! Wow, this is.
Okay, we'll assess it in a second. Let's see very quickly how we got here.
That's right. So we last left this at the moment of rook takes d5 check. White did indeed play king c2, and Maxime decided to open things up with f6. And okay, he thought about this for a while, but it's very committal. And as we see after rook g6, maybe this backfired for black. Maybe there was no rush to play f6. Maybe it was important first to play a move like king h7.
You know what, when we got to the position on the board, I thought Maxime was white, and I was wondering, is he going to win this? And I'm just now realizing.
I mean, we might be about to see a big upset. If we just catch up with the position, then after f6, it looks like this backfired very quickly because of this very strong rook g6 move. And after a couple of exchanges, white did win a pawn, and Maxime tried to, well.
And it's a big passed pawn on h5. It's very well advanced. It's well supported by the bishop on e3 and the rook on e6.
And this pawn, when it does get to h8, will be on the same color as the bishop. So Maxime decided to try and save himself in a rook endgame. Check. And after bishops came off, rook b6. I mean,
the problem is there.
The problem for white? For black?
For black. So I was saying there goes another pawn. The only attempt to try and defend that b7 pawn was rook d7, but I guess you don't want to defend passively.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, rook d7, black's problem is that his king can never come forward. It's cut off by the white rook, and black's rook will always be tied down to this b7 pawn. Therefore, Maxime decided to just go active, rook f4, and after rook takes b7, he had to put his king on the back rank. If he comes forward, then I think this leads to a lost endgame.
Because the king is too far.
Yeah, black's king is too far. I mean, king d3 or king b3, and white. Yeah, essentially the black king is the main issue. White's pawn is eventually, well, pretty quickly actually.
Immediately gonna make a run for it.
That's right.
So he tried to defend actively. Oh no, sorry, he had to go back. First defend actively with rook f4, and then go back to h8.
And we've seen that white decided to play king b3, and after rook takes pawn, it's the current position. And I'm just it's incredible how quickly they've been playing. I mean, they're already at the move, well, almost at the time control. White's got 35 minutes in a position where he's probably close to winning.
I think what he wants to do is get to this position where we just talked about. He will give up his h4 pawn, but try and win the black a pawn.
No, that's right, and I think he's just played the move a4 as we saw on the camera. I mean, I'm just surprised he's playing so quickly. I mean, there's so many candidate moves you could be thinking about immediately going for this pawn with rook b6.
I would be very tempted to play h6 and put my pawn to h7.
Right. I think maybe the only drawback with h6 is you can imagine a situation like this. Okay, you can't take the pawn because of...
But you will cut my king.
Sorry. Yeah, possibly I'll cut the king, but also, for example, if now you play after h7, if, for example, I'll try and cut your king. If you play a4, a5, there might be some tricks. For example, I can even try and stalemate myself.
I see. Yeah. That's very nice.
This pawn on h7 is a mixed blessing, but I mean, there's so many options to play so quickly. I mean, I've been on the opposite side of Maxime. I mean, he's played extremely quickly and messed up wins against me in the past in these endgames. So, okay,
so what happens if black checks?
Keep up with the action. So
yeah, let's keep up.
We've had some moves. We've had a5 played, rook b5, rook f3 check.
but it...
And, I mean, the thing about this endgame is there are some very theoretical draws. I've seen Carlsen hold an endgame where he was 3 pawns down, he was 2 rook pawns on one side and another rook pawn on another side, and he managed to hold that.
That's crazy. So the king has dropped down to c2, so the king is just... If Maxime keeps checking, the king is going to go towards the rook and black will run out of checks.
That's right.
Yeah, so I guess this is already a check you don't want to give, you don't want to allow.
But eventually, I was about to say, Maxime, probably sooner rather than later, as we've seen, will play rook f4. And he will argue that actually it's surprisingly difficult for white to improve his rook now. The rook is in front of the pass pawn, where it doesn't necessarily want to be. It wants to be behind, supporting, or at least from the side.
Do you know if it is a theoretical draw, Owen?
I put me on the spot, Fiona. I was hoping you wouldn't ask that question. I have a feeling... Okay, let me try and think. It may be a draw, but it's because it's just hard for white to improve the position of his rook. And, for example, if he has to give up... say there's a scenario where he has to give up... Okay, I think black should check here because we can't allow white's rook to move away to the side. We have to keep it at the front. But if there were a scenario, for example, okay, let's say that white had to give up his h-pawn. Actually, I think it's a win, actually. Sorry, there's just too many ifs there here. But if black were able to force a scenario like this, then it would be a draw, simply because white's rook is stuck at the front. As soon as white's king will come up to try and protect the pawn, it will get checked. So even now, black could start checking. And actually, we see on the board, it's impossible to get out of these checks, no matter where white runs. You can run to e5, but again, your rook is unable to leave from the front of the pawn, where it is passive. For example, a6, and again, black could just wait. And I've actually drawn this position against Nakamura before. You just have to keep the white rook passive.
Why did you think that white might be winning after all? So
because I think
how do you avoid this?
I think it will be impossible to take the h-pawn while preventing the white king from helping the protecting the a-pawn, helping the white rook to get to a more active file. So
what is crazy that this is move. What move are we on?
We are on after rook to h4. Has that been played? No. So rook takes a5, and king to h7 was played. Oh, maybe that's clever. We're on move 41 already.
Why are the times not being added? Because they'll be added after the times run out?
Possibly it's when it gets to 0.
But because he for sure, so he has like an hour 25 on the clock right now, I think, to figure this out, which is
that's right.
Insane.
So king h7 is the live position. That's right. And okay, I wouldn't bet my house on it, but
yeah, I think he has very good chances, and I think he will take his time out because it would be foolish to make a few hasty moves and suddenly realize you can't make progress. So, but very, very impressive by Gabriel Flom, but also Maxime. Somehow seems a bit of an off day because...
Yeah, and to rush into this position.
Exactly.
I mean, f6 probably wasn't calculated correctly. If he realised that he would have to sacrifice a pawn, he would never have dreamed of playing f6. I mean, okay, it's like, I was about to say on second thoughts, but it's probably on third or fourth thoughts by now. But maybe black doesn't even need to go for the h-pawn with his rook. Maybe he just imagines it's not there and...
just waits with the king.
And waits with the king. So, for example, if you wait... As soon as white's king tries to protect its pawn, now you check. And same technique, but okay, now I've put my rook on the wrong file, so I can't check on g6. But,
and now it's winning again.
Now it's winning again suddenly. So, I mean, that's how slim the margins are. But, I mean, possibly black can hold with best play.
Let's come back to it. We'll leave Gabriel to figure it out.
I thought we'd have a few hours before we had to worry about difficult endgames.
I know. So let's move on. Okay. Let's check in with Veselin Topalov on board 4, see if he has any chances at all in that opposite color bishop and rook ending.
Yeah, that's right. So we left this only half a dozen or so moves ago, and we assumed that white was edging closer towards a draw towards equality. Opposite colour bishops, same number of pawns.
So black has given up a pawn.
That's right. So if we just head back a few moves, black played the move a4. So trying to imbalance the pawn structure. So if white takes this immediately, I think that pawn will drop quite soon. Instead, white delayed it. And after c4, he eventually did take this pawn. So now the difference is that after rook a8, he can maybe defend it with the bishop on d1, which is not a fun move to play, but you have taken a pawn. And Veselin said, okay, I don't care about that pawn. King e7, rook c2, and he's now having a little think.
Are you worried, if you were white, are you worried at all about that passed pawn on d4?
Not right now. I think it's easily blockaded with a rook on d3 or potentially by a bishop on d3. But it's something that you definitely have to worry about a bit later. I think that pawn on d4 was a big factor as well in the David Navarro game yesterday that we saw against Ivanka Huska. Opposite colour bishops, the same colour bishops as we see today actually. And I mean the same combination of bishops.
Is rook e2 sort of a threat right now? Because I guess what white wants to do is swap the rooks, or rook b2 probably even.
Or rook b2, that's
right.
Just
get the rooks off.
I mean, if white gets at least one pair of rooks off, he's out of danger, I think. I mean, he could think about rook a8 to Palov, but now I think your move, which he has just played, I think we've seen on the video. Rook e2, maybe your move is an idea. Now c6 is kind of attacked.
Yeah, I would be shocked actually if white lost this game. His time is ticking down, but still almost 24 minutes. I'm curious to see if he's going to play rook e2.
Rook e2, yeah. Curiosity, yeah. I think
killed the Fiefster.
Killed Fiona. Yeah, I think it's quite likely he'll play rook e2. It will be logical after rook c2, right?
Yes, but let's go somewhere where we have more action. Where do we have more action? Quick scan of the board.
Quick scan. We're almost at move 40 on the game Tan Zhongyi against Le Quang Yan.
Okay,
maybe
so let's go there. So that's board 6.
Board 6. And we left this not that long ago.
I like how your definition of action. I'm like, let's go somewhere where there's more action. Yeah, I'll take you to this.
I mean,
with 8 pieces.
There've been a lot of moves, but nothing too much has changed. A lot of moves, but yeah, I think it's improved slightly for black, but maybe white can draw with passive play. So black is sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking, can I just drop my knight back to e2 to defend the pawn?
I think that would be a repetition of moves, actually. They've just had this, and now knight d4. And white is just in time to attack this bishop before the g-pawn drops. Yeah, if we go back a few moves, knight c3, we've had this position on the board.
Okay, so we might be actually...
but maybe there's a difference now. The bishop was on c6 last time. Maybe now rook d5 check would be annoying. Hoping for king e3. And that would be checkmate.
Yeah, and checkmate is the end of the game.
Usually. And if white's king has to go passive, then maybe there's a chance.
Wait, what just happened?
Wow. Okay, so Tan Zhongyi, as we see on the screen, has decided to give up that pawn on g3, which is controversial, to say the least. Rook f4 check, king takes g3, knight e2 check.
Could it be that there's a forced draw? No. King g2, I don't even
If there is, then I don't see it.
Is king e1 anything?
King e1 might walk into bishop d3, and you can give a check, but
I'm pinned then.
Oh, actually, maybe that is a draw. Oh, this is a draw.
And king h3?
King h3, there's rook f3 check. And otherwise there's a repetition and you can't escape.
But it would be, I mean, it would be very weird for her to just give up a pawn like that if there wasn't a follow-up.
True, but I mean, if black doesn't play bishop d3, if black just makes a random move, rook e8, how are you going to force the draw? Because the bishop on e4 will prevent any checks. I mean, it looks like we're heading straight for this position. I mean, check on f2, that's just one check. Knight f4, and the king will escape.
I'm not certain.
I'm not certain either, and I think she's just rushed slightly.
But she has so much time on the clock. She has 40 plus minutes.
That's right, yeah.
She must be thinking something. So what did she...
If we just
If
update.
only Alexenko's... Thank you, Alexenko. So...
he ducked just so you could see the board. But it looks like white played knight back to d4 in this position. So she's arguing that actually she's tying down the black bishop, the black rook, to this f-pawn. And yeah, maybe king g3, she'll just meet again with a check.
I like this. It seems quite...
It's an active way of defending.
Yeah. And if black plays rook rook d5, I'll just go king e3, yeah?
Yes, I think. And, yeah, I mean, it feels like it's a bit last ditch, it's a bit desperate, but it might be enough. It might be enough.
Okay, we'll come back to this one. Let's find a board where not so many moves. Oh, the next one, actually. They are on move 16.
Yeah, I mean...
Kirill Alexenko and Lance Henderson de la Fuente on board 7.
I think I definitely want to come to this, but maybe we can see, because there has been a result.
Oh, there has been a result. Okay, so let's have a quick look. Parham Maghsoodloo on board 11 has beaten Quintiliano. So let's very quickly see how that one concluded.
Yeah, and it looks like a bit of an early resignation, a bit premature, but as we mentioned earlier, the opening was just a disaster for black. White's pieces were able to swarm forward just very quickly, and already we left the position after, well, just before queen e8. After rook a d1, white's pieces are all so beautifully placed, and black is really struggling.
It already looked so horrible.
Ugly, yeah. Black's struggling to deal with all of the threats. So king h8, which is natural. Queen b6, just creeping in. I mean, black's bishop on c8 just can't get out. This rook on a8 can't get out. h6, and after e6, which is natural, trying to play knight d5. White decided, okay, it's time to exchange some pieces, and knight to e4, and black had seen enough.
And resigned.
And resigned. I mean, that's...
It's very weird to see a player resign in a position with equal material, but I guess bad things were about to happen, so let's see if I dropped my rook back.
Yeah, I think, so rook f5 will be met by a knight fork, knight e6. Rook, I think, actually the rook is just lost, so after rook f8 it's the same, knight to d6 will come, and actually black's queen is lost now, which is incredible.
Because if I go to d8, there's a fork on f7, and if you go to e7, there's a fork on g6.
I did it in the opposite order, sorry. I'm so
we
difficult.
did that just to confuse you guys.
Yeah, so either way, the black queen is lost to a knight fork. So maybe black just can't move the rook, but if he can't move the rook, he'll drop material, and that's just the start of his troubles. So
very convincing victory by Parham Maghsoodloo, first player to get to 2 out of 2, having played his game. So let's go now to Kirill Alexenko and Lance Henderson de la Fuente on board 7.
yeah, so I mean, just to put this into context, on board 2, sorry, in Vacher Legraf's game, we saw that they blitzed out 40 odd moves by this point, and now Alexenko and Lance have only played
18 moves. So let's go back to where we left off. This one shouldn't be so tough to catch up on. Sure, and who is the player actually? They both have spent equal-ish amounts of time. Alexenko is down to 32 minutes, 24 minutes for black.
Sure, so I mean, maybe that's something he'll be working on before the candidates, his clock handling. But yeah, earlier you mentioned this knight on d5 was very strong. Instead, white retreated it, maybe kind of seeing in advance that the bishop would come to e6 and exchange it off. Bishop e6 was played, and white put the bishop on d5. Okay, and now f4, so a bit of a pawn break. Black spent 38 minutes on bishop e6, actually, which is a bit surprising, as it's the most, well, to me, it's maybe the most natural move.
But of course, like, I think for you especially, you are a time travel addict yourself. It must look a lot easier when you're in the commentary seat.
That's why I'm not playing this year, you know. Rather than give myself a heart attack at the board, I thought I'd I'd watch other people get get into time trouble. So
Paolo de Tarso in the chat is asking, hi everyone, have they shown Barbosa against Topalov? We have multiple times and we like Barbosa's chances to hold the draw.
that's right. I think it will be difficult to, have winning chances. It looks like no more than a draw, but he's very solid and good chances for sure. So just the current position before we move on. I like White's position at first glance. White has opened up this f-file. This rook is very active now. Still full control of the d5 square, and it's not clear what Black's knight on a5 is doing.
Can I try and I would love to triple up on the f-file. So can I play queen f3?
Okay. Yes, you can. I see a bit of a strange tactic, but I'm not sure if it's good or not. But I can play knight to b3 maybe.
And now I can't go rook f1 because of knight d2.
Knight to d2. That's right. And yeah, you can't take this because of rook takes a1. You could take it with the bishop, which may be possible, but...
Let's go back. Let's give up on my queen f3. Can I go a bit further to h5?
I read your mind, Fiona. I know how you think. No, this is why I like White's position. And actually...
Queen h5 is on the board.
You're right. He read your mind too.
I'd be a bit worried if that was the case.
Yeah, well. White has a very direct threat at some point of playing rook h4 and giving checkmate. And in the meantime, it's not so easy to see what Black's going to do.
I think this one might end in crushing fashion.
Yeah, 5 moves ago, I quite liked Black's chances to equalise, but maybe just starting with this knight a5 idea, the knight isn't great there now. Maybe the knight should be on e7. If Black's knight could suddenly transport itself back, then...
Yeah, but as you just pointed out, the knight is so far removed.
Yeah. Knights on the rim are mostly dim. And essentially, all of White's pieces will be playing. If Black centralises, even if there's no immediate checkmate, White can, as you mentioned, bring all the rooks to the f-file, and all of White's pieces are at the party, and all of Black's pieces are kind of...
away from, haven't been invited.
They're just peeking in through the window. So, yes, it's looking difficult for De La Fuente, but just like yesterday, actually, Alexeyenko, he's got out the opening and slowly starts outplaying his opponent, and just no worries. It looks like a good position here.
So let's move on. We haven't seen Ivanchuk's game in a short while, so let's update that against Gines Esteo.
That's right, and we were talking about time trouble, and it looks like this is maybe one of the first instances of that. So Ivanchuk's
6 minutes for White with 17 moves to go.
Yeah, that's a big ask.
And the position?
The position, quick material count, it's level on material. We've just seen a few exchanges, so if I head back a few moves, White decided to play a4, and lots of trades on the a-file, more trades in the centre, and at first glance, I like Black's position purely because White's king is slightly more vulnerable than its counterpart. This king on g2 doesn't feel entirely safe when there's a queen on d5 eyeing it up.
Yeah, the b3 pawn is going to be a long-term target. I wouldn't be so surprised if also the pin on the d5 right now is annoying, and
lots of problems.
More than anything, 5 minutes, it's at this point almost a blitz game.
Yeah, and to have a position which is kind of hanging by a thread and to be blitzing, it will be 5 minutes is plenty of time if you're kind of thinking if the calculation is easy or if you're just maneuvering, trying to slowly improve your pieces. But if there are several variations to calculate and you've got to be super accurate, then it's difficult. I think White's best try at first glance would be to play queen d4 to break that pin, and also queen takes b3 now is impossible, I think. And at least a queen exchange would give someone hopes to save an endgame.
Yeah. Also a lot easier to play with little time on the clock without the queens on the board.
Yeah. Also it's not clear how else White breaks this pin on the d-file. As we mentioned, the knight can't move because the rook would fall. I don't really see any other impressive candidate moves, and as we see in the live video...
Let's just wait for him to make a move and then we will move on. I think you're right. I think it will...
he was reaching for the queen, but queen... I can't see any other squares that make too much sense. Queen e4. Unfortunately, I think queen takes b3 is possible. He's keeping us on our toes.
He's under 4 minutes though. It's actually incredible how calm he looks.
No, he's very calm.
Given that he's so little time.
He's playing with his pieces as well, which is a bit of a habit that I associate with Gelfand.
Also, Anish Giri these days is taking over from Gelfand. He's a big piece filler. Actually, in a Vaikanze a couple of years ago, he got back to his hotel room after a game. Oh, and he's gonna play bishop to d4.
Okay.
And Anish got back to his hotel room and he had a piece in his pocket. He had taken it with him from the playing hall by accident because he'd been walking around fiddling a piece.
I've actually done exactly the same. I got back from, so I was playing for the same 4NCL team as you, and I got back from a weekend. I drove home 5 hours, and then I had an email in my inbox to me and my opponent. Did any of you take a pawn by accident? We couldn't find any on the floor, we couldn't find any at the board.
That's hilarious. Was the pawn safely returned?
It was safely in my coat pocket, and I returned it the next time I saw them.
That's hilarious.
So bishop to d4, I mean, it's a playable move, but it somehow feels a bit loose tactically. This bishop is barely defended by the queen, and
something bad is going to happen to white.
It feels a bit loose for white. The pieces don't coordinate so well. I mean, one question immediately would be e5, attacking that bishop. If it has to drop back, then okay, maybe white's okay for now. At least the rook is defended. But it still feels that at some point rook c3.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not immediately because there might be some tactics against the black queen, but
I find him unbelievable. He now has 3 minutes and he's looking at the board next to him when all these, there's a lot of tactical variations in the air, but he doesn't seem too bothered. No. Let's leave him to his contemplations. We'll move on. And let's check in with Mickey Adams, actually.
Okay. So the last time we left the English #1's game.
He's actually, the player he's looking at Mickey's game, who's playing right next door.
If it's good enough for him, it's good enough for us, right? So
Absolutely.
Let's move to the next board. So Michael Adams, we really liked the position last time we were here, and my evaluation hasn't changed at all. Black's bishop on d5 is just dominant. You could definitely imagine this kind of
Fiona attack.
Yeah. Have you trademarked that phrase, the Fiona attack?
Actually, I got a message during our last break today. Magnus did a Fiona, and I got a message from a friend in Vika, actually. Shout out to Peter Doches. Messaged me, Maggie did a Fiona today. Okay. So it's spreading.
We should explain the Fiona attack is, for example, when... actually, it's Black's move here. I mean,
perfect.
when the queen and the bishop line up so that you can deliver some kind of checkmate.
Even if there isn't a mate, just to line them up is enough to call it a Fiona. It's my favorite attacking pattern to try and checkmate the opposing king.
And what do we think? Is he going to play it? Because it looks like a good move to me.
I think he will. Oh, wait, did he make a move, actually? No, he didn't.
Not
but white
yet.
has also done a Fiona, but the knight on g6 is kind of ruining the party for now.
Yeah, that's right. So white's queen and bishop are lined up nicely, but not quite threatening anything at the moment. I mean, queen d6 looks like a good move to me. Rook e8, rook d8, even a move like bishop b6, just to keep an eye on this isolated pawn that we mentioned a few times. So, yeah, promising for the English #1.
There is a question for you in the chat, David, from Robert Baratheon. And it says, good afternoon, David. I have a question for you. Why are you commentating this year and not playing? Can we expect more commentating from you in the future? Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Robert Baratheon. I mean, he's taking time out from ruling Westeros, clearly. I mean, yeah, it was a difficult decision for me. I do love playing, and playing is my main profession. But I thought it would be nice to try something new. I've been playing a lot lately. I think between October and beginning of this month, I was barely at home. I mean, I wasn't at home for more than 2 days. So, yeah, I thought it would be nice to take a break from playing. I will be back. I'm sure I'll play here again many times.
You have played here so many times.
I have. I think I first played in 2003, so it's been a long
And you
journey.
finished up as high as number 2. You were a runner-up here.
I've come second, third, and sixth. So it's been a good run here for me in Gibraltar. But
number 1 is still missing from your collection.
I don't know. As we've seen here, there's so many strong players. I think my chances would be slim anyway.
And a follow-up question for me: how have you been enjoying the first day and half of commentary?
I don't know. People have been really nice. They've said nice things to me, but I don't.
You're still a bit.
I'm still super nervous. That's just my style.
So everyone out there, do continue being nice towards David to encourage him to do more commentary.
Yeah. Hopefully they won't be sick of me by the end of this, at least, or hopefully you won't either. So.
And let's get back to the chat, to the chess, not to the chat. Thank you, Robert, again for your question, and everyone else. Do keep, if you have any other questions, let us know. Mickey is still thinking.
Yes, I mean he's another one. He never gets in time trouble, Mickey Adams, and yeah, therefore, they have had actually a couple of bursts. Well, a couple of moves.
Oh, they've just.
I mean, bishop takes f3 was played. Some very forcing moves, and queen takes d4. So black has won a pawn. I mean,
I guess white couldn't really take with the pawn on f3.
Yeah,
and
I think taking with the pawn would allow
the Fiona.
Or the Fiona attack.
No.
This one's a bit more deadly. Yeah. So yeah, I guess he decided the time was right to transition. And another one of Adams's great skills is he knows exactly when to transform his advantage from something strategic and positional to something a bit more concrete. And here he's taken a pawn, and maybe that pawn will be decisive later on.
I like this comment in the chat. David, you're doing a pretty good job, especially as you're commentating much faster than you're playing.
I mean, thank you. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I mean, imagine if you were commentating at the speed at which you were playing.
I know.
Have you seen the movie something Topia, like a cartoon with animals, with the sloth and
I mean, I'm 29. I don't really watch cartoons anymore. Sorry.
Someone must have seen it. What's it called?
With the sloth.
Yeah, the teaser was so funny. It's like a sloth that is speaking.
Are you saying that I play chess like a sloth?
Basically. Anyway, someone surely must know what I'm talking about. This is what I imagine you would speak like.
I mean, yeah.
It's a sloth and a squirrel, and they are chasing some.
I'll do some research later.
Zootopia. Thank you, Robert.
Maybe I'll wind down tonight after the commentary with.
Yeah, we'll have to watch the teaser together because this is exactly how you would be speaking if you were speaking like you were playing. Okay, back to the chess.
Yeah, I mean, just on the final note, I think that's why sometimes players walk around, because actually it calms them down. And I mean, for example, I know this now from commentating, you do see much more, you think quicker and calmer if you are kind of less attached.
Do you think the commentating might, when you go back to the board, help you in certain respects?
I don't know, we'll see when we...
We'll find out.
It can't get much worse with my current form, so hopefully it will get slightly better.
So, shall we move on from this one, which is looking very promising for Mickey? White still has the bishop here, but Mickey is very solid and with a pawn up, and I expect him to convert it.
Yeah, I think we could even maybe go to the next board. Ivan Cheparinov against Tal Abajal, and we saw that this one was kind of burst into life very early on, and we have had some developments. So we left it just before Queen b3, which was your move, Fiona. You suggested, with the idea of playing d6 and creating a very fearsome pin along this diagonal. Black played a move we hadn't considered, rook e8, but we saw he was also struggling after king h8. But now knight b5, another idea we mentioned. Knight d6 is a big threat, and also, as in the game, knight c7 is a fork.
This one has turned around so quickly. I liked Black's attacking chances, but I think Ivan Cheparinov has shown me that, White is actually very quick with his own play.
That's right. I think it all stems back to this e5 pawn sacrifice that we saw a bit earlier. I mean, it's just exploded the position and given White's pieces far more potential than they had originally. So
3 minutes on the actually, we had a few more moves.
A few more moves, a check, and White grabbed the material. Here I'm expecting possibly just a capture of this pawn on b7. I think Ivan's just having a think here, just making sure nothing too bad's going to happen there.
And I think he will once again, yesterday he was our first winner. He won in only 18 moves, and I think he's not too far away from wrapping this one up.
No, that's right. He's inching closer, and he's got a material advantage, big edge on the clock. He can grab this pawn, I think, quite safely on b7. And yeah, he's in control, for sure.
I want to see some of the games we saw earlier from, and we just had a handshake and the game did. I was just going to go back there, actually. The game did end in a draw. I'm surprised that White didn't, that there wasn't more to try, or at least that he didn't spend more time, but maybe...
I wish I was as decisive as these players, just making decisions so quickly, every move.
So let's see how the game ended while we watch the players discuss the game there.
Yeah, so actually, I think I finally struck upon the drawing motif after a few doubts. Black did indeed just refuse to acknowledge the h-pawn. And as we saw in the game that Black was able to just give checks.
So we just went to the f-file so that he could still give this check.
On the 6th rank, yeah. So no matter where White goes, actually here he cuts off the White king first, but no matter where White goes, it's impossible to make progress with this king. So now we see the king is cut off, and the king will continue to be cut off if he doesn't push his a-pawn. White's rook is still tied down, as we mentioned, to this, to the a-pawn. So instead, White decided to push, and Black does the same thing, but on the next rank. So this is a very, it's a very cunning motif, and it's not every day that we see rooks defend from the side. Usually rooks go behind to defend. But from the side, the rook is able to both cut off the White king and keep an eye on the a-pawn. So again, if White steps forward, maybe now Black can even have time to take this pawn. And White's king is still too far away. So instead, White decided to try and push his pawn. But again, Black decides to defend from the side. I think rook a5 would be a losing blunder because suddenly White's king will be able to help.
And I have to, so kudos to Gabriel Flom for holding second seed, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, for who I think it's been a close shave today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him actually just at the end there shaking his head. He must have been explaining that he'd missed something. Maybe it was that rook g6 move, a bit earlier on.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just, for all the Barbosa fans in the chat, he has held Veselin Topalov to a draw. I think that's just come in as well. I don't know if the players are still there or if they've already gone, but that has also ended in a draw. So we're seeing it's only day 2, but already the favorites are starting. They didn't even put their kings in the middle.
Ooh,
what is that about? we don't like that. We like everything to be nice and in order.
That's right. Yeah. So usually players put their king in the middle to show us on the live boards that they've had a result, but also it shows everyone around what happened in that game. So, we saw that. We checked in there a few times. Very solid, very solid from Barbosa.
Maybe we can just see the last. I think there were only a few more moves after we left it.
Yeah, and before we leave the Vachier-Lagrave game, Black did draw using that method I mentioned, except he just ignored the h-pawn, which is actually the h-pawn is irrelevant in this endgame. So, let's check in on Barbosa.
I'm not surprised that Maxime knew this, and he probably
foresaw.
Yeah.
I do somehow feel that maybe White had a certain moment where before...
He could have pushed more.
Exactly. Before he even grabbed the a-pawn, possibly. But, okay. In the end, that's why we study our endgame theory, because it makes the earlier play so much easier if you know what to aim for. Okay, so just to see the end of this Topalov game, we left it after rook to a8. Okay, instead of rook e2, White played rook b2, which makes sense, going active. Give a check. And he came behind and won the c-pawn. So I guess exchanges are imminent and...
Not much left to play for.
No, I mean, it's just important as well that after a move like bishop b4, White has a couple of options. White's bishop and rook are attacked, but he would no doubt have found bishop d5, for example. And if the rook moves, then d4 would drop. And otherwise, it's an opposite colour bishop endgame and a dead draw.
Okay, so let's try and find the action. I would like to go back to Shansaya Abdulmalik on board 16 against Tabatabai. I liked the look of that. It looked promising with the opposite side castling. I really liked her position earlier. Right now,
First instinct.
First instinct.
Do you still like White's position?
Well, she's a pawn up, and
That's right.
the black king is still... Yeah, I still like white.
Okay. No, I mean, me too, at first glance. But it's the kind of advantage now that might not last forever. So, well, if it's an advantage at all. I mean, if, for example, the queens and rooks all disappeared off the board, I would quite like black's chances because...
The thing is, am I not gonna...
Oh, I moved the wrong board. Yeah, sorry.
So I'm curious, am I not gonna... So he definitely did not play king h7.
No. Let's go back.
Unless there's any mates.
That
was you.
That was me. So after bishop h3, this is the current position on the nav.
So on the live board, I don't know, maybe if we change the board and come back, maybe... No, I don't know how we can fix your mistake. But Tabatabai on the live board down here has not played king h7 because that would just drop a full rook. I was wondering, if he moves his rook, am I not just gonna play...
So for example, rook e8.
Bishop g4 or something?
Yeah, I mean, the thing with bishop g4 is it doesn't necessarily threaten too much. I will recapture with the rook if you take me on h5. I mean, in the meantime, black can maybe even just give a check as well and exchange off some pieces and maybe give it another check. Although f7 would now be attacked, so I do think bishop g4 is the plan, to be honest, because white's bishop is not necessarily stronger than that knight, but rook e8 I would expect.
And I think...
And we will come back to this.
Yeah, we'll come back to this because I don't know if we broke in the live board. So let's come back to it. Let's go back to Pia Kremling.
Okay.
I think she's sitting right next board to these guys. Pia is on board 17.
I'm just on the maximum, so let's close some boards. And here we go. Okay, so board 17.
So Pia
so one
white,
of our favorites.
Yeah, against David Paravian. David, no stress, it's all good.
Just getting used to my new maneuvering.
You've done very well. So let's get back to Pia. I think let's just maybe go back a couple of moves.
Yes. So
Pia, they are only on move
16.
16.
That's right. And yeah, I mean, Pia in recent years has been getting low on the clock quite a lot during her games, but she's got great instincts and great experience, so she is able to handle time scrambles very well. But
you know what I'm curious about? Since we have this lovely ceiling camera, I'm curious if we can zoom in on the clock, because we can see the Paravian's clock, so we'll leave it to our producers to figure out if we can get a view of the clock, and we'll try and figure... Oh, there we go. We need to go the other way, so we need to go down, 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 down. I think we're gonna get there.
Don't you think as well that...
Yeah, we're getting here.
Wow.
Perfect. That is an absolute dream. So 22 minutes for white and ticking, and almost 7 minutes for black.
That's right.
Which is not very much considering they are on move 16. So
and Paravian as well. I mean, he's known as quite a good blitz player. So okay, he'll be able to handle the time scramble well. But to be so low on time already is surprising. He's normally quite confident. And
I like how the production is getting the credit it deserves in the chat. Neil Barker is saying that's brilliant, and Shankitz is saying very CSI. Wow.
I know. We've got some great producers here in the studio.
I know. And the camera is amazing. I think we can see pretty much anything we want in that playing hall.
We're open to reasonable requests. Yeah. Don't you think Paravian from the top looks like Vachier Legrave, though?
That is a very good
From the bird's eye
point.
angle.
Yeah.
So, yes, so the last time we left this was just after the Queen Exchange. And Paravian had a long thing, 42 minutes this time. And Bishop b5 was Pia's reply. And some natural development from both sides. And looks like Pia's heading for more exchanges, which I think is a very logical step. So she's having a think at the moment, but you can definitely imagine mass exchanges. And these knights might come off the board, lots of rooks might come off the board. And eventually Pia's queenside majority will definitely become a factor. So these two pawns against black's one pawn. So that's what Pia will be aiming for long term. In the meantime, Paravian will be thinking about how he can maybe expand in the center, maybe with f6 and e5, there's maybe actually an immediate threat of g5 to harass this bishop, which is defending the white knight. So black has to play for concrete tactics and immediate threats, whereas Pia's goals are more long-term. So
David, I will let you pick one final game before we go on a short break before the time control. It is heating up. Time is ticking down. During the break, we will have a look at where the action is and prepare all the games for you. So I'll let you pick one final game for now.
Thanks for the pressure, Fiona, as always. I think we should maybe check back in on board 3 because there has been a fair amount of action there.
So let's go back to Wang Hao against Martin Petrov.
That's right. So we left this game when Wang Hao had just stolen another pawn on the queen side. We were talking about the goals for both sides. We thought black had to play for tricks, whereas white could just push those queenside pawns. And it looks like that is indeed what is happening.
Well, the a-pawn has started running up the board, and it's going to be quite difficult to stop, I believe.
That's right. I think we don't necessarily need to go back too many moves. It's been clear what's been happening. White is very consistent with this plan. This pawn is just rushing forward.
Black has managed to get his pawn to g4, but it's hard to see it get any further from here.
I mean, black needs another 10 moves or so just to create some threats on that side of the board. I think the only problem immediately for white is how to combine his pieces. So this bishop on b7 is immediately attacked. You have to be slightly careful. Bishop c6 might run into some nasty skewers.
Yeah, do you have to go to a6? It's not where you don't want to go in front of your own pawn?
I think we just saw in the live video that Wang Hao did play bishop a6. You're right.
It's probably the only square.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it might be good enough. As we mentioned, white has a lot of time. It will take black several moves to get any counterplay going, so he can re-maneuver that bishop to a better diagonal and from there start to reassess.
He also has so much time still. We see Wang Hao just getting up there. I think he's feeling fairly confident about his chances. I like this view as well, the view into the playing hall. As you can see, the games have been going for over 3 hours, but pretty much everything is still underway. We're going to take a very quick break now before the time control, the time scramble action, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 5 minutes.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back. It is round 2 of the 2020 Gibraltar International Chess Festival, and we're ready for the time scrambles, David.
That's right. We're about to enter the most exciting part of the day, the most exciting part of the game. Hopefully there'll be lots of thrills and spills for us to enjoy. Hopefully nobody loses on time, but...
Fingers crossed. Have you ever seen anyone lose on time in Chip? Didn't Ivanchuk?
Probably.
Didn't Ivanchuk think he had made... Anyway, let's jump back into the action.
Nobody's going to lose on time today, hopefully.
Let's go straight back to Stephen Gordon on board 1.
That's right. So Mamedyarov against Stephen Gordon. So all the English chess fans out there will be, cheering him on. We thought he had a decent position, but I think recent developments haven't been great for him. Top seed, Mamedyarov, looks super casual there.
What makes you worried about Black's position? Is it the control over the C file, the pieces being crammed, that knight on B8?
Yes, all of those things.
All of the above.
You read my mind, Fiona. So, I mean, that knight on B8 does not make a good impression. It will soon probably be dominated by a bishop on B5. If Black has to start creating weaknesses on his own queenside just to get it out, then it's not a good sign. Also, I mean, White can even just grab some space, force this bishop back. Maybe this knight will reroute itself now to the centre. At some point, this rook might penetrate to the 7th rank. Feels like Black's getting pushed back.
Also, 2 minutes on the clock for Stephen. They are only on move 32, so 8 moves to go still.
Yeah, I think, White is definitely in control. Still some drawing chances, but not great news for the Englishman.
Absolutely. Let's leave him to it. By the way, we had a result on board 6 between Alexenko and Henderson de la Fuente. We did predict it, but let's just show the final few moves.
Yeah, so we left it after your very logical Queen H5 move. White is launching an attack, and Black's problem was that knight on the rim, that knight on A5. It came back, but a few moves later, White was able to crash through on the king side. So, I mean, I was always taught if you have more attackers than there are defenders, then the attack will work, most likely. This looks like 3 attackers. Black's king doesn't have any...
Looks very lonely.
Yeah, it looks very lonely. I mean, this F rook will attack as well soon. So after knight G6, rook takes A2, we did see very thematic sacrifice, and it's no surprise that Black had to give up material to avoid checkmate, and that queen does win the day in the end.
Yeah, and that was that. So congratulations to Alexenko.
Powerful play.
Very powerful play. So he is on 2 out of 2, as is Maxulu, but everything else is pretty much still underway. Let's get back to board 3, Wang Hao against Martin Petrov. Is Wang Hao going to join these guys on 2 out of 2?
Yes.
Yes.
I think yes is the short answer. It looks like this A pawn will, it's still a few moves away from queening, but it will eventually decide the day. White will sooner or later just push this pawn. There might be some immediate problems as well. Maybe White can just grab another pawn, grab some material.
And he's about to make a move. And the bishop just quietly retreats to D3.
That's right.
Freeing up the way for the A pawn. And this game, it won't probably go on for too much longer. The pawn is just going to make a run for it.
No, exactly. Without going into the subtleties, I think White's move was very clever. Next move, he will, for example, if King E7, he will just capture on E5.
David, sorry, we literally just had a result 1 second ago. Maybe they are still there and we can catch them on camera. On board 5, David Navarra and Tingile have agreed a draw. Actually, we see Wang Hao turning around. I think he's looking at that board.
He's off. He's off.
He's off to check in with what has happened. And we just see them walking away. That's her shoes there. So we just missed them. But congratulations. What a great result for Lei Tingzhe with the black pieces holding David Navarra.
I was impressed you managed to recognise her by her shoes. Do you think you could do that with every chess player, male and female?
Well, I knew they had just finished and they were female-looking Converse. I'm a big Converse girl myself, so spotted. Yeah, I am wearing them as we speak.
I'm no expert on footwear, so I'll leave that to you. But no, a great result. We liked her position just after the opening. We thought with a few accurate moves, she could at least hold her own, and she has done, with the black pieces as well.
So today, the favourites are having a tough day. Let's remind everyone, MVL was held to draw already, as was Topalov. So let's see, Lei Tingzhe has held David Navarro. What about Tan Zhongyi? How is she getting on against Le Quang Liem?
That's right. So we mentioned earlier that 11 of the top 21 boards are male versus female clashes. So real battle of the sexes today. The women have been holding their own so far. Some great results.
Sorry, so we've gone back to board 6, although our producers might have a good point that that board might also be heading. But let's go back to board 6 and
let's head to board 6.
Tan Zhongyi.
That's right. So we left this. Tan Zhongyi had just sacrificed a pawn. It looked like she had decent chances to hold. It's very hard for black to make progress, but I mean, black's the only one having the fun, right? Tan Zhongyi she's got a kind of position where you have to just sit and suffer. So it's not pleasant, but yeah, still, I mean, not too much has changed. It's still hard for black to...
And they have plenty of time on the clock. They've made the time control already. So let's leave this one. Let's find somewhere.
Let's see how they feel, how they're looking first. Body language.
Le Quang Liem, I don't have big expectations, to see like a very stressed or...
I just like
there we see Gawain Jones. It will be interesting as well to see how he recovers. Yesterday he was held to a draw.
That's right. Another male versus female clash. He was held to a draw by a 16-year-old Bulgarian player, Salimova. And yeah, I think...
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Le Quang Liem looks happy.
Where is the action, David?
Oof. I think there have been a few games which have reached move 40. I think we should stick with the ones where maybe a time scramble is brewing.
Let's, shall we see Alexander Donchenko against Valentina Gunina, so one of our many women players.
That's right.
And they are on board
15.
15, yeah.
So on board 15, we left this one a long time ago, but we did like White's chances. And how's your counting, Fiona?
A lot of white pawns.
A lot of white pawns.
3 extra pawns for White.
That's right. And it's looking, so knight e6.
So she snapped off one of these.
Knight takes d6 has just been played. It looks very good for White. Okay, 2-pawn advantage now, but there might even be an immediate path to victory with a move like rook to e6. I mean, this is a nasty pin now along the 6th rank. Rook d8 is forced, and it feels that White is very close to winning after a move like rook c1, creating the threat of rook c6. Black is overwhelmed, I think.
She is very pinned, and she is down 2 pawns, so this one, it looks like...
Pin and win.
Pin and win. It looks like Alexander Donchenko, and I think he has just played your move, no?
Yes, he has played rook to e6.
e6.
I think rook to d8 is forced. I don't think she'll resign yet. She likes to fight to the bitter end.
Yeah.
But it does look difficult.
You know what? I'm just spotting the board next to them is a game we haven't seen at all today, but on board 14. So immediately next door is with the black pieces Antoaneta Stefanova. So another recurring guest here in Vaikanze, former women's world champion. She's playing against Maxime Lagarde, who also started with games against 2 women yesterday. We saw him, he beat Salome Melia from Georgia.
That's right.
And today, so you have found the position already on the board. I saw a lot of white pieces getting annoyingly close. But let's check it out on the board.
No, that's right. I mean, the first thing, as you mentioned, the first thing is this strong rook on d6. I mean, this is a very strong pawn center as well. He's just played the move bishop to e4. Is that correct? After f4.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, f4, knight g7 first, and bishop to e4. And you're right, White's nicely centralized.
The beautiful bishop pair.
Beautiful bishops. Oh. I mean, it's not even a question what my favorite chess piece is. It's the bishops.
And Antoaneta's time is ticking down. It's 1:20. Still 4 moves to go for her, but it's very difficult, I guess, to find a good move.
It's extremely difficult. I mean, the c3 pawn looks very strong at first. It looks far advanced, but it might not be long for this world. A move like rook c6 will attack the queen and pick off that pawn. And no, I mean domination, complete domination here. Rook to e6 has been played, so stopping my rook to c6 idea. But I think white can simply back up that rook with its comrade, the other rook.
And if she takes on d6, how do you recapture with the rook?
For sure, with the rook. I would rather, I mean, we can create a passed pawn, but that pawn is well blockaded, so I'd rather go active with my remaining rook. And again, renewing the threat of rook c6.
So yeah, this one is looking, and I think Valentina, has she just resigned? Yes, if we swing back down with the camera, I think she has just resigned her game against Alexander Donchenko, who is also on 2 out of 2.
No, that's right.
Unfortunately, our view is getting blocked.
We have a kibitzer in the way of our camera, but yes, very quick finish there. Very dominant play by Alexander Donchenko, who's, I mean, he's drawn with Magnus Carlsen. He's one of the top German juniors.
He's my teammate in France. He's a lovely guy, and he's been making a lot of progress. He actually, I think he was stuck for a while around the 2600 mark, sure, but making steady progress. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him heading up to 2700 in the near future.
No, that's right. I often look at his games and steal some opening ideas. So
a very creative player.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here, David?
Oof. Should we? While we've been looking at a lot of these battles of the sexes.
How about Olga Agiria there in the corner in the red scarf?
No, that's right.
Looked at her game against.
I'm loving this camera view.
I know.
Yes, so
we're getting some inspiration from it as well. So Olga's game, we looked at it a long time ago. I think we'll have to find it again. I don't think it's here any longer.
Okay, so yeah, Olga Agiria, so 2 Russian players.
We liked her chances when we last looked at this, but
really
it was a couple of hours ago, so let's see. And we'll be hoping for Alex to vacate the premises. He's a tall guy. He's a tall guy as well.
Yeah, that's right. And it does look, I mean, we can see the corner of her clock there. She went to 9 seconds.
What move is it? 34.
34, so a bit of a time scramble. Although Esipenko, well, he's got a lot more time. He is a blitz specialist as well.
What about the position?
I think white has just played the move king to g2. Is that correct? Oh, yes. We really liked white's position earlier when Olga had this really strong knight on e5, but that knight has disappeared.
Yeah, so king h7, king g2 was played.
Yeah, I mean, those are kind of time trouble moves, you feel, like just improving your king, making it slightly safer.
But also I'd love to, of course, free up my rook. If the rook, it's not really doing much on d1, so ideally maybe swing it back to d1. And then onto an open file.
Possibly, that's right. I mean, I'm just worried if, for example, black does not too much.
And the queens have come off the board.
Oh,
I think queen c8 was played.
C8. So the idea is if queen takes d5, then there's a nasty check. So white was forced to exchange queens. And the reason I'm a bit worried for Olga is that her bishop simply cannot fight against this strong knight at the moment.
A case of good knight against bad bishop.
That's right. And, okay, the activity of the rooks as well is, you mentioned white's rook on d3 does nothing. Black's rook is entering the second rank soon.
And it looks like Esipenko will also join the leaders on 2 out of 2. I think we can leave this one.
Yes.
I don't think there will be too much. Olga will try, but it looks very compromised. Where do we go next, David? Shall we?
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'll let you
Ladies
pick.
first.
No, you go.
If you insist. Yeah, I just noticed a couple more battles here, maybe entering the time trouble stage. So either Abdulmalik against Tabatabai, which we focused on quite a bit, or possibly even slightly lower down, Kabalia versus Mehmet Zada.
Absolutely, and what is incredible is that it's 6:45 here, so the games started 3 hours and 45 minutes ago, and look how much is still on the way. Yes. Very few games have ended, actually.
That's right.
You have picked out for us to go to board The Kobalia game, yeah?
That's right. So board 21. Kobalia against Mamadzada. And I wasn't too aware of Mamadzada before this game, but I did a bit of research. She's a very strong player from Azerbaijan. Very highly rated, almost, well, 2450. And I picked out this game because I saw your favourite, Fiona, opposite side castling.
It is looking very promising. It's also looking a bit worrisome for the black king.
That's right. I think king h7 was the last move played, but it does step onto this diagonal of white's bishop. The other thing is this white knight on c6 is entrenched on this outpost. And rook takes e4 has just been played, so a sacrifice. We haven't seen too many sacrifices.
We have barely seen any, actually.
Even yesterday.
But this one might...
Well, it
probably works.
It does. I think
but
it does work.
I was just wondering if it ends the game on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think black is obliged to... Ooh, I say that, but...
It's Zwischenzug.
Zwischenzug, between move.
Bishop h6.
Very clever. And, yeah, I missed that one, I must admit. So white either has to retreat the queen or come up with a flashy tactic, and I think there might well be a flashy tactic somehow.
Rook somewhere.
Rook somewhere, possibly rook to e7.
That's very flashy.
Yeah, although,
and if you take my queen?
Yeah. So if you take my queen, I will take your queen.
And that's the perfect view with the clock times and the players.
That's right. So Kobalia is a very experienced Russian grandmaster.
He's played your move. Rook e7 is on the board. Wow.
Yeah, and he played it very quickly, actually.
Yeah. He must have seen it coming.
Sure.
Before taking on f5.
I mean, he's a renowned trainer, and I'm sure he teaches his he teaches his students how to calculate. And
one of his, I think, most prominent, or probably his most prominent student, I think I saw him yesterday, he's playing Murzin. What's his first name? Volodymyr Murzin. Yeah. One of Russia's, he's very young, he's what, 12, 13?
I think he looks even younger than that as well. So I played a tournament recently, and his feet didn't touch the ground.
In the European Club Cup.
That's right, yeah. So hopefully we'll get him at some point on the cameras or on the live boards. I'm sure we'll see him at some point.
Absolutely.
But very promising. One of Russia's next big hopes.
And this one here, let's try and figure it out. Bishop, rook e7.
Some fun tactics. So, so just to finish this one off, if the queens are exchanged, then at the very end, black will drop this rook on d7 because of this double attack, this fork. And I think white will emerge at least a piece ahead after rook e7. If rook takes e7, it's important that after bishop takes f5 check, king g7, white has the move queen d4 check. That's right. And white's queen escapes the attack of the bishop. I mean, I think we're going to see this on the board.
Yeah. So rook e7 is on the board. And he will play very quickly, bishop f5.
Yes, and I think this will be game over. Once black's king moves, the queen will fall. And I think she's...
I like where you took us to. I think we will see the handshake here. We saw the flashy tactics. Well, what more could we wish for?
My timing was lucky. It really exploded into life this last couple of minutes.
So bishop f5.
And bishop takes f5. This is the current position. And
can the king go, if it goes anywhere else, the bishop?
I mean, the problem is that, for example, here, king g8, there is a trick. So queen takes h6 is less clear after queen takes f5, which is check. But after bishop takes d7, white will take on e7 with check and emerge a piece ahead, unfortunately.
Yeah, and if the king goes
can't take two pieces.
h8?
Here?
No, sorry, earlier.
Then the king goes to h8, then the bishop falls with check. So king g8 has been played, but it's a pity in chess that you can't play two moves at once, because here black would love to take both pieces, but one will have time to escape.
He has taken on e7 first.
Okay, this is maybe even more brutal.
Cleaner, yeah.
I mean, it's,
because if black takes, there will be, well, it's a piece, but mace will follow.
Checkmating threat, and he knows. He's looking away. He knows that
it's
opponent's
over.
about to,
And there it is. We have a handshake. Very nice game by Kobalia. We didn't see the beginning of it, but the end was certainly very impressive. David, I'll leave it to you to find the games. This one was perfect.
Okay, so we're on the theme of men versus women. So I'm cheering for the women here. I'm sure there will be one upset victory. So, okay, how about the game Elizabeth Pates versus Vasif Durabeli?
Let's go there. So that is
Board 18.
Board 18. Elizabeth has been in Gibraltar for a few days already. She was doing the seminar at the university together with Veselin Topalov. And here...
And the reason I picked this game is because I saw Black's Queen and Rook have somehow sneaked behind White's army. And looks like they're doing nasty things, but maybe they just look pretty. Maybe it's just...
They look pretty. So these guys have made the time control.
That's right.
And it will be a matter of I don't like the look of that king, though.
I'm terrified if I were White here.
I mean, Black is not even down any material. White will have to drum up some active counterplay very fast.
That's right.
We have someone in the chat, Vladimir F. Fiona, good evening. Request, please come to Natalia Pogonina and say hello to her. Big. Encourage her to victory. Thanks in advance. With best regards, Vladimir. Vladimir, I shall pass on the message. Actually, I don't know. Let me see. While you talk us through the game, we'll see where she's playing today.
Yeah, so on the live board, we do see that Elizabeth is struggling, I think, unfortunately. Her king is just, it's just a big target, and meanwhile, it's hard to improve her position. If White were to do nothing, then Black could slowly build up. This H-pawn would come down, and this would be checkmate very shortly, I think. All of her pieces are tied down. There's no immediate checkmate, there's no immediate threats, but unless there's some way to exchange queens, I think she will be suffering
David,
for a long time.
Shall we go back to Pierre Crumling?
Yes.
Because I see that these guys are only on on move 31.
That's right, so just on the board next to this, on board 17, we left this a few moves ago. There have been even more exchanges. Looks like Black's won a pawn.
Oh, and Rakesh is in the chat with us. So after this game, we'll go to board 45, Soumya Swaminathan against Luca Moroni.
Okay. So, I've been cheering on Pia for years, but and she's my ideal pick to win the women's prize here in Gibraltar. But it does look like the last few moves have not gone in her favour. Black is a pawn up. It's Black to play, and
the time.
And the time, that's right. I mean, there's the immediate question is whether Black can take this knight, but there might be some tactics with bishop takes d5 and a pin. Black is almost able to win immediately with knight takes e3, but I'm not sure it quite works. Rook takes c5 is forced, otherwise it's a nasty check. Rook takes c5 and checkmate. So
very nice.
This might possibly be the end of the game. But
nicely spotted.
Instead, maybe because of the lack of time, David Paravian didn't want to calculate as much. He didn't want to calculate any forced variation, so
and
we're
just seeing score sheets being signed on the board next door. What was that? That was, let me see, let me find it.
Oh wow, we've had an upset, I think.
We've had an upset, and from a lady player as well. Shansaya Abdumalik has taken out Amin Tabatabai, so massive congratulations to her. We see Tabatabai still at the board, looking very disappointed, and this is something we see quite often, the player remaining at the board, pondering.
Where did it all go wrong?
But we liked her position earlier, and kudos to her. I'm certain she will be interviewed by Tanya. Who knows? We never know who's going to join us in the studio, but absolutely a fantastic result for Shanzaya, who's on 2 out of 2 with the leaders.
No, that's fantastic, and powerful play in the opening. You liked, instinct-wise, you loved her position at some point, opposite side castling, and that's what we meant when we said when you're the lower rated player, you should attack, because that's what they hate. So. Yep. I do think Pia is maybe struggling here. It looks like we have a couple more moves. So let's see if we can
get the camera back onto the game we just came from. So on board, what was that, 16?
That's right.
So Pia against 17. Pia against Paravian.
Yeah, so just a couple more moves. Black attacked the bishop on a8. The bishop ran. Now attacked the rook on c1. The rook ran away.
And the bishop went back to b4, hitting the rook again. And the rook dropped back to c2.
I think black is just choosing his moment. At any time he can capture this knight. And that looks like a free piece. And he will just retreat or run away.
And we've had a couple of requests in the chat. So let's first go to board 45. Soumya Swaminathan against Luca Moroni. Luca Moroni, one of the up-and-coming players from Italy. Soumya Swaminathan, a big name in Indian chess. She was a world junior champion. And let's see.
Wow.
That
crazy.
is a good suggestion from Rakesh. Rakesh, big shout out to
Rakesh.
International Master Rakesh Kulkarni, and thanks for the excellent suggestion.
Yeah, so we've just seen white move 40. I mean,
should we go back a couple of moves because I don't understand anything?
Looks like chaos. It looks like black has sacrificed a rook for many, many pawns, and white's weak king might be a big factor. Black decided to put the bishop on that long diagonal, just eyeing up white's king. And after queen f5, okay, repetition, and white avoided the repetition. That's right. So fighting chess from Soumya. Let's see if that works out. And knight f6 check. That's, I mean, a nice tactic there. So if black captures that, white will be able to take the bishop on the long diagonal and edge slightly closer to consolidating the extra rook. But actually, if we count the pawns,
I mean, it's a lot of pawns.
Six pawns. Well, I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen 6 pawns for a rook. That kind of material imbalance.
And the black king should be quite safe. If anything, it's the white king.
Yeah, I mean, black has options. Black can just play safe with queen g6, or maybe black can even go for it, allowing... this doesn't quite work. I thought we could allow just one check, but suddenly white could take on g7 maybe. Check.
Very nice.
Knight forks.
Eagle eye, Howell.
I don't know. I'm probably missing lots of tactics there, but just one sample variation. If black... I don't know what else black can do. G takes f6 looks very ugly.
Queen takes looks...
Yeah, I think queen takes will be played.
And it has been played.
And yeah, I think both players will take a bit of time now after the time control to settle their nerves and reassess. I'd expect queen g6 here, and the game goes on. 6 pawns for a rook.
Yeah, we've had one more request in the chat, but maybe before we go there, let's go back to board 1 to see if they have made the time control just like, as we speak.
Yeah, they've just made move 40, and let's check back in there, board 1. Ooh, a bit of a crowd around the board as well. It looks like Stephen made the time control with a little bit of time to spare.
And the rooks have come off the board, so let's just go back. Yeah. So we left this one off after the rook had infiltrated the 7 rank, or where?
We left this after king g7. White was about to gain some space, and yeah, we mentioned that white would then reroute the knight. And a5, yeah, I think this is Stephen's only way to play actively with a5. The rook does penetrate the 7th rank, but it's eventually a rook exchange, and I mentioned this knight as the key problem. Black would be doing great if it wasn't for this knight trapped on b8. So despite the opposite colour bishops, it's actually, I mean, we can kind of pretend that this bishop and this knight aren't on the board, and this white's playing with the f2 knight versus the d8 bishop. f6, and this is the current position. I think it's going to be a very difficult game to hold for Stephen.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, e takes f6 has been played. His problem is that this knight on b8 is just never going to move, and eventually white will either be able to zugzwang him because the knight can't move, or maybe even creep the king into the queen side. a4, and looks like a strategic masterpiece from Mamedyarov so far.
Yeah, very nice. Speaking of Mamedyarov, strategic masterpiece, Mamedyarov will be giving the masterclass here tonight in Gibraltar. I'm not sure if it's being worked. Either way, it will be recorded. You will be able to watch it at some point, and it should be an absolute treat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be on the GibChess YouTube channel later watching it myself. So, no, I'm looking forward to that one, for sure. It's rare to see a world-class player give up a couple of hours, an hour or so of their time to share their thoughts, tell some stories. Yeah. And he's a class act, Mamedyarov. Lots of stories to tell.
Absolutely, and I think the time control Pierre Crumling has resigned the game we just came from. Cheparinov has also won his game.
We saw he was in control.
Yeah, so I think we've made the time control almost everywhere, so maybe we can have a look at the results in a second.
Yes.
Whenever we are ready, while we decide where to go.
Maybe we can just check in on Wang Hao's game. It looks like Black is about to make the 40th move. It might be the last game to reach the time control from the games we've seen. So on board 3, and I think nothing too much has changed. Black's just contemplating his last move before the time control. It's got a minute or so left, and there we have it, G3.
G3, so Black is trying to push his own pawns. As is normal, the Black player has gotten up. Right. Usually, I think especially here, he was quite low on time for a while, so you're happy to get a break at long last. Yeah.
I've been in that situation many times. You know, you want to run off and have a bit of time for yourself, but yeah, the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we'll see Wang Hao have a bit of a deep think here.
So here we have the results for round 1. So as you can see, a lot of the top seeds have been held 2 draws, amongst others Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who was maybe even lucky to get away with a draw.
Very lucky, I think.
Veselin Topalov with the black pieces against Barbosa was a very solid draw. The white player came into the game quite clearly happy with the draw.
No chances for Topalov to win that one.
No. Navarra, there, Tingele did a great job holding him. I think she played a great game. Alexenko has been very convincing today. And then there's one more game that is over that hasn't been updated. That's Ivan Cheparinov, who has beaten Tal Bergel on board 10.
That's right, just finished moments ago. And
I can maybe give you, since I have them in front of me, there's been a few more, actually between boards 11 and 20, they have all been pretty much decisive.
Fighting
so
chances.
a few more players, a few more players to get to 2 out of 2. Max Zudlu, who beat Quintiliano, Donchenko, who beat Gonina, Abdul Malik. A big upset, she beat Tabatabai.
Result of the day so far?
Absolutely. Paravian, we just saw it, he's also on 2 out of 2 after beating Pierre Crumling. Actually, a lot of decisive results today.
Nearly no draws after board 5, actually.
Crazy. So a few more names to be on 2 out of 2 are Maxim Chigayev, Kobalia, Mustafa Yilmaz, Pierluigi Basso, Jules Moussard, Vaibhav Suri, etc., etc.
Yeah, so your pronunciation, I'm always amazed, Fiona.
Thank you, David.
So now might be a good time to go on break. We've reached the time control in most of the games. Players will be taking a little bit of a breather to reassess, taking a few minutes to just kind of calm themselves.
And we will also take a bit of a breather.
I think we need to as well.
Absolutely.
So we'll be back with some interesting end games. Still many tense games going on, I think. So we'll be back shortly. Join us again soon.
Iranian superstar Parham Maghsoodloo with a 19-move sensational win with the white pieces. He joins us in our studio to tell us how it happened. Parham, first time in Gibraltar, a 2 out of 2 start with a steamrolling win today in 19 moves. Pleased with it?
I don't remember when I won so easy and so quick. It was, I think, first time happened and first time in Gibraltar even. And I'm very happy. I'm super happy that my preparation worked very well.
It was quite an interesting opening actually. Was a lot of it part of your preparation?
Okay, I knew after G6, after G6, I know that E5 is the most critical move. And after Bishop G7, Rook E1, here I was expecting Knight H6. And okay, Bishop E4 and Knight E5, Knight E5, Bishop E5, D4, C D4, Bishop H6, and
so this was part of your preparation. Here, Bishop E4.
I remember something like this. Yes, Knight E5, Knight E5, bishop e5, d4, cd4, bishop h6. Yeah, I remember something like this, and okay, good compensation for white.
Were you surprised with f6 here?
Yes.
Was this a surprise?
Yes. I think okay, if I don't play bishop e4, I'm worse. So this was my only try, but okay, this was good try because if knight e5, then d4, and I think it gives very good compensation to white. Okay, maybe engine can find some very difficult defense, but practically it's very hard for black.
But also a move like f6 does look strange in the opening. The other moment which was quite interesting was here after king h8. So black probably wants to push your knight with d6, and yes. I thought queen b6 is a very nice idea.
No, I think the best idea is queen b6 because okay, don't let this bishop and rook move, and okay, not any useful move for black, and I think just simply over.
But we're going to ask you to just so that the board is clear. And okay. Here, even your knight is safe because now d6 is not possible anymore, and you totally dominate black's pieces.
I think queen b6 is a very big domination.
Yeah, this is a really beautiful move. And in the end, what happened? Just explain to our viewers that after bishop f6.
Yeah, I think okay, he was expecting queen c7 in any move. So he took with rook, but okay, after rook f6, just over knight e4.
Yes.
Yeah, no place for the rook, but okay.
So the point is that if the rook even goes back after knight e4, you just go knight d6 and then the g6 pawn falls. And the queen actually you lose the queen because queen d8 you have knight f7, and for queen e7 you have knight g6.
Yes, and okay, if he missed knight e4, but if bishop f6, I think queen c5 just. Easy win because queen f8 is coming, bishop e7, queen e7, and knight e4, knight d6 is coming, and just no move for black.
Yeah, the position looks really good, even if he would not have blundered with rook f6. So happy with today's game?
Yeah, very happy.
And now this is your first time in Gibraltar. It's early days, but what are your impressions about playing here?
Okay, I like the place very much. I think it's very beautiful, and okay. I think oxygen is very high to think, and I like it very much. I think this will be a good tournament.
And what about Ali Reza? Are you following his play in Tata and Vaikanze?
Yes. Okay, we missed him in our national team, but I hope he can get very good results and very good achievements in his life.
Yeah, that's very sweet to hear because I'm sure it must be a little disappointing to not have him.
Of course, because our national team with Reza was much more stronger, but okay.
Even a chance for maybe a medal, no?
Yes, but what to do?
All right, well, very sweet of you to still wish him all the best, and we wish you all the best for the remaining round. Thank you for joining us. And the beast is back. Adiban, after a disappointing start in round 1, made a comeback with a smashing win today in round 2 of the Gibraltar Masters. He joins us in our studio. Adiban, back on track after a slow start yesterday. You had a draw, but today's game was very nice.
Yeah, also before the round, Stuart came to me and he was like, the beast is back. And I think he didn't see my yesterday game. So yeah, I was like, okay, I should play well today, just for Stuart.
The beast really is back with this game. But first tell us, how did you get this nickname?
Yeah, I was trying to remember the origin story of Beast, but I just could not. And yeah, I don't know, maybe it was started from Tata Steel, yeah. Tata Steel, where I started to play all these very interesting lines, and yeah, suddenly after that I think I gained this name.
And you were very happy to keep it.
Yeah. No, I came up with a nickname of my own, but that generally doesn't stay. The name which people come up with, that is what stays forever.
And the name is very apt, as we could see with this game. But what happened? Where did Black go very wrong in this? Was it at this moment because Rook d6 seemed a bit shaky?
Yeah, I think maybe he has to give up the pawn somehow, because I'm getting this thread with e4. So maybe something like...
so already things have gone a bit wrong.
Yeah, because Black. I thought maybe king g7 was not so accurate. I thought maybe knight d6, but still I have some pressure with queen h6. But here, yeah, I was just waiting for, like, whatever he does, even if he goes b5, I go e4. and the point was this, and
so after bishop e4,
before
you jump with the
g5,
knight.
yeah, this was the point, and suddenly, yeah, he has to take, otherwise b7 is hanging.
This is quite nice because everything's really hanging. Everything's hanging, and if you take on g5,
yeah,
you
bishop
just take
e4, and yeah, he has to go rook b8, and he's like in zugzwang there. I go rook d1, rook b7. And
you could also get your king all the way up if you wanted, because nothing can
like
move.
short, yeah.
But he went for rook d6 here, which didn't seem to help.
Yeah, I think he just missed this idea with e4 completely, and so yeah, after e4, I think it's...
Had you seen this motif before of e4?
No, I think I figured, like at first I thought it was not so good for me because I didn't see how to attack actually. I thought I needed a lot of time like h4, knight h2 or like something like, but then when I found out e4, like I was very happy because then like everything is very fast.
So can you explain to us how it went with e4 and what was your calculation like after e4?
Yeah, surprisingly it's like very easy after this because if he takes, I go knight g5 and suddenly it's like just lost. He has no moves. Bishop g6 is like I'll win this piece, and if he takes here and bishop e4 and he just cannot save the piece. And yeah, e4, yeah, this is the point. I think what he did is probably the best. Yeah, rook c6, because if he moves the bishop, then I get e5 and just crash.
This is interesting. I was thinking, what about bishop c6 here?
Yeah, e5, yeah, and also lost. Yeah.
So again, everything hangs. The f7 pawn, the c6 bishop just collapses.
Yeah, here actually I was looking at some funny line like here, and queen here, and now knight f7. And like all mating patterns.
Yeah. Yeah, knight h6 is coming.
Yeah, knight h6 is coming. And yeah, if he plays h5, I will probably win the queen if needed.
With just queen h8 and queen a8. Nice. So he can't go bishop c6 here, and after rook c6, it just...
Yeah, actually my original plan was queen e7, and yeah, the point is same. Yeah, bishop e4, I always have this knight g5. But surprisingly, he has this queen c8 move, which... suddenly goes for my queen actually.
Oh, this is beautiful actually. After this, the point is rook c7 and your queen is trapped.
Yeah, something. You don't want this. So. Yeah, but the thing is, okay, it's probably still winning after this, and e5 I'm still probably winning, but it's not as clear as thing I wanted. So I thought, okay, queen f4 is... Okay, he has to play bishop c4, and here I was again looking at some nice lines like e5.
So you always just go e5 and break open the position. Yeah.
No, because without e5, it's not easy to break his position because somehow it's defending. So here he has to take and check. Here I was thinking some queen g5 and just I'm giving everything like here, check, and here a knight e5. Yeah. Because otherwise it's not so clear. Knight e5, knight f7, and then I take the queen.
Right. So you mean if king c7, you take the queen?
King c7, yeah, probably I just take the queen.
You mean if king d6, then you take on f7 and you take the queen, right? Yeah. And then it was all over after this because now you've got a really nice tacticking with knight e5.
Yeah, probably there are other moves which are also winning, but once I saw that this is winning by force, I just thought I'll go for it. Knight e5, yeah. And yeah, after this, I think, yeah, he has no defense, just... the bishop joins and okay, everything is collapsing. And mainly, I think the main source of problem is the knight on b7 actually. Yeah, I think it never got into the game.
And also with a move like e4 and e5, the bishop on g2 suddenly became a demon in all the lines.
Yeah, that's true.
And now after a result like yesterday, which probably was a slightly disappointing start, feels good to come back with such a win?
Yeah, sure. And also, no, it was funny. I was clearly winning and then I was clearly losing. Yesterday. At some point I was worse, but then finally it was draw. So it was like a mixed feeling, not entirely bad or...
Alright, well, still early days, long tournament to go. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks. And nice dress.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bye.
Hello and welcome back for a final time here from round 2 in Gibraltar. David, it's been an exciting day of chess.
It has. I mean, if this is the way it starts, then I can't imagine how exciting it's going to get towards the end. Yeah.
And we're getting here just as we have a result on board 6, and unfortunately Tan Zhongyi could not hold on to Le Quang Liem's hold on to the position, and Le Quang Liem has stormed 2 out of 2.
That's right. It looked like, well...
Wasn't maybe a storm, actually.
Maybe not a storm. It just looked like flawless endgame technique, a slow grind. He did manage to win a pawn, and he slowly converted that. He managed to win another pawn towards the end, and that was enough.
He's actually the highest rated player to win today, because above him, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Veselin Topalov, and David Navarra were all held 2 draws. We'll show you some results a bit later. But on the top boards, many draws, and below that, the favorites have sort of stormed through.
That's right.
We've only seen one big upset so far.
So far, yes, we did see Zanaya Abdulmalik beat Amin Tabatabai, and I mean, yeah, big scalp for her. But other than that, yeah, mostly the favorites have been creeping through, sometimes taking a few draws here and there. But
2 big games remain.
Exactly.
The top board and board 3, which we were showing you during the break, so I think we'll start there.
That's right. So board 3 between Wang Hao and Martin Petrov. We talked about quite a bit today. We really liked Wang Hao's chances, but somehow things have maybe gone slightly astray.
Yeah, I think I was sort of saying, this one is over.
Me too.
And then we get to the break and we realize actually it's not that clear at all.
No, that's right. So suddenly Black has finally got some counterplay. We mentioned this G-pawn, which was running down the board. On move 40, we saw Martin Petrov play G3. Wang Hao reacted by playing H3. And after knight F5, rook D1, we have the current position. And Wang Hao looks confident as ever. But there are some threats for Black. So, I mean, the first move I would look at is G2, trying to promote the pawn. But rook G1 might be an answer, knight D4 check, and some tricks.
And what's going on here? King E3?
Yeah, King E3, I might take C2.
And if I take on
you
E4?
Take E4. Yeah, White's still in control. I mean, I can cling on to the G2 pawn for now. Actually, maybe this is quite a nasty move.
What happens?
Next I will play rook G3.
Yeah, and if I play knight D3 now?
Knight D3. Could we see a rook and pawn endgame?
I was wondering, yeah, how is this ending?
All rook and pawn endgames are drawn. You should know that, Fiona.
Can I go up? King C4?
Yeah, I think that's the key square. If you go back, then it's going to be very hard to make progress. If you go the other way, then I'll take all your pawns and make a draw. But King C4, and it looks like White is doing well. No, I mean, that might not be the only path either. Maybe after knight D4 check, you can also step back, King D1, and try and capture on G2, although, I mean, there's still a lot to be calculated. Black could think about E3 or maybe rook F5. Just give that G-pawn and try and go active. Possibly. But, I mean, Black's the one who has to be accurate, but suddenly there is hope.
Absolutely.
And if not G2, then, I mean, plenty of candidates. E3 might be possible as well. Maybe Black could just move his rook.
Shall we let Martin Petrov think about this one for a little while and move on to the top board, Shahriar Mamedyarov against your good friend Stephen Gordon.
That's right.
It was looking a bit tough for Stephen, unfortunately, with that knight that seems pretty much forever stuck on B8.
Yes, so we see on the analysis board that after bishop c7, Mamedyarov is having a think, because he is running out of pawns. I think Stephen's saving grace is that he's going to try and exchange all of the pawns. And even if his knight on b8 is trapped, he will hope that maybe it isn't, well, okay, it is an important factor, but maybe he hopes it isn't the deciding factor. If he can exchange all the pawns, then he will be able to save the game.
So my first question is, can I play G4 check?
G4 check. you do see a check, you play a check. King f6.
Patzer sees a check.
I was going to say that, I didn't want to. I know you're not a Patzer, Fiona.
So. And I haven't really achieved much.
Not necessarily. You've got an extra square for your king, though. Maybe you can slow play it. Black isn't really going anywhere anytime soon. And the beautiful thing about this bishop on b5 versus the knight on b8 is that king and pawn endgames will always be winning for white. So, well, I say king and pawn endgames, but those bishop and knight cancel each other out. And long term, black will be struggling to deal with this outside pass pawn.
Absolutely.
Black will run out of moves simply.
Yeah. So Schach is taking his time right now. He's also got a masterclass tonight in an hour and a half. It's going to be a long working day for Schach, but I think what always matters most to these players is that they win.
Yes.
It doesn't really matter how long, and you know this better than anyone, David.
I do. Having played many 8-hour games in my life, many 200-move games.
Many apologies to Dejan Kulum in the chat. I had promised him an hour ago to look at the game from board 28, so can we maybe bring that up? So board 28 is Bella Kotanashvili, one of our many women players here. She holds the male GM title, and she's playing against Dennis Kadrich. So this is an all-GM battle.
That's right. So, wow, crazy position. We see that Dennis is just given check. He has sacrificed his queen for a rook and a bishop. But white's king is in a bit of
and a pawn. So from a point of view, it's all equal, yeah?
I let you count the pawns, but yes, I trust you. I trust you on that one.
So the question is, how strong? The rooks look quite strong actually, because b2 is hanging.
I think it's not just that the rooks look strong, but white's queen.
The king and the queen.
Yeah, I mean, white's king is weak, but the queen is not as powerful as the queen should be. It's stuck here.
Oh, and actually, I can see the players. I can see them on the camera. I think Dennis is wearing the light blue. I know that's Nino, or is it? I'm confused now. Or is it Bella?
Either way, your eyesight is better than mine, Fiona.
I know they are here, so he's in a bright yellow jumper.
That's right, and they've got a bit of a crowd around them. I've noticed from playing many tournaments that somehow people just sense which games are the most exciting. So, no, this was a good request. And I think white's move is almost forced. Either way, you have to move the king. You can't block at the moment because after an exchange of rooks, black will capture on b2 with a skewer. That's a check, and the queen will fall. So I guess Bella must be considering either king d1 or king c1. Instinct-wise, I would want to put my king on c1, just opposite square of the opponent's bishop.
And she has gone to c1.
Gone to c1. And now black has a nice choice. Black can capture on b2 with either rook. I think those are the only real candidate moves. If white gets time, white will try and activate the queen, so black has to threaten something
Instinctively, which rook would you take with?
Normally, I would want to take with the b rook, because rooks on 7th rank, 7th heaven, normally create killer threats. But here, this other rook does create a big threat as well, so it's not entirely clear at the moment. Both rooks look, I mean, they combine so well with that bishop as well. Yeah, white is threatening queen a5 possibly, so you have to be quick. But, for example, let's go, which rook strikes out to you?
That's why I was asking you, because I genuinely wasn't sure.
Let's try the b rook for now. We can try both. Whoops, rook b takes. Let's say white tries to activate the queen. It might be in vain, but queen to a5, threatening queen c7 check. We're zooming in there on that nice yellow hoodie.
Oh yeah, also we'll get to see the accurate time situation, but the time control has been reached quite recently, so plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, it's literally a head-scratching position. I mean, he was...
I think he will take some time to decide which rook. But I think we'll keep this game open, and we'll certainly check back in on... and he has just taken with the h rook.
Yeah. No, I was about to mention that actually this rook, taking with the b rook, looks like there are no immediate threats. Black can't quite deliver any killer blows here. He needs to kind of be able to check with the bishop or with the rook, but unfortunately he can't. So taking with the other rook just before we leave this game does create the threat. So now queen a5 would be met very convincingly by just rook takes rook, and well, at the very least. And yeah, I think black's material advantage will tell.
There's a question in the chat. What's the result of Vasily Ivanchuk's game? Well, he is still playing, I believe. Right. So let's go and check it out. That is on board 8.
Okay. And lots of exchanges here. I'm glad that Pedro Antonio, Vasily's opponent, did make the time control. We were a bit worried about his clock handling and his position, but he's made it to an endgame. And equal material. But yeah, but being the operative word there. But black's pieces are so active, so active.
For starters, king f4 looks quite tempting.
Yes, king f4 would be a very natural move, threatening the f3 pawn.
By the way, there was a question in the chat about whether Shahriar's masterclass would be streamed live here. I will have to ask that question to our producers. I'm not actually sure, so hopefully they can let us know. If we'll try and find out before the end of the show, and we'll keep you posted. What we can tell you for sure is if there is no live stream, it will all be recorded and be up on our YouTube channel very shortly.
No, definitely check out the YouTube channel. There's lots of great content out there. All the interviews with the players, some of which you'll have seen already. Yeah, but we'll be recording everything. The Battle of the Sexes as well would be a great event on our YouTube channel later in the week.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, here...
A couple of variations maybe?
He has actually played king f4.
Okay, saving me from wasting my time with moves like rook c2. But yeah, king f4. It does look like black is in control.
It looks like the pawns are just so much faster. I don't know, can white somehow try rook b1 and try and push the pawns, but...
I think the main problem is that black maybe even doesn't need to take on f3. There's also moves such as rook c2. And if white's having to retreat with his king, I mean, already I'm a bit worried. I mean, black is already creating checkmating threats. Knight f1 is forced, black can take, and white's king is in peril. This g-pawn runs very quickly. Okay, that's not black's only option either.
Yeah, I mean, like you, I'm very impressed that Pedro has even managed to get all the way here, but I think the great Vasily Ivanchuk will win this one.
No, and that's another lesson in how to kind of pursue an advantage. If you know you're better, you don't necessarily have to rush. Ivanchuk here, it looks like he was happy to make the time control. Just slowly take those small advantages here. His active pieces are enough, even deep into the endgame with not that much material left.
Absolutely.
We see him leave the board, it means he's confident.
Yeah. Okay, so where do we go from here? So I think we've updated all the games that are still remain in the top 10. So that's board 1, Mamedyarov, board 3, Wang Hao, and this one, Vasily Ivanchuk. So the next one that's still on the way is Elizabeth Pitts on board 18. So let's go there.
That's right.
We saw it a while ago. We were a bit worried about her king.
And I'm still very worried about that king.
Also...
And the fact that white has lost a rook.
Yeah. I was just going to say...
Yeah, actually, just before we moved on there, we did see that rook b1 was played against Ivanchuk, so you're on form, you're on fire.
Yeah, but I'm afraid that Ivanchuk will also find your move and it will be bad news for the player with the white pieces.
So actually, it looks like we've had a couple more moves. So queen takes g5 check has been played, king h7.
Can we just see where that rook disappeared?
Yes.
So let's go back.
So we saw around the time control, just after the time control, I think we left it in this position. Rook d2 was played, and white tried a check and decided to try and counterattack. So after queen g1, threatening things such as, oh, actually this is a nasty threat. You see it? Oh, this is nice.
Oh, I've seen it. Make a note, puzzle of the day.
Puzzle of the day.
Actually, before we show it, let's put the question to you guys out there. Can you see the winning tactic here for black?
This is nice, and it looks like in that case, I thought white was just sacrificing a rook because she'd seen a perpetual check, or she thought it was her best hope, but maybe it's forced.
To avoid mate.
To avoid mate, yeah, this is a very nice tactic here.
So we'll give you guys another 10 seconds, because they might have a slight delay, so let's give them some time to try and find the tactics.
It's not an obvious one. It's not, it's
not
too
so
obvious.
Rakesh, you're too strong to be taking part in this. Rakesh is an international master, but okay, he has spoiled it. Congratulations, Rakesh. And the move is, of course...
And to Carsten as well for getting
Absolutely. So rook h3, and also Dejan has also found it. Very nice tactic. White is forced to take with the king because the pawn is pinned. Queen h1, king g3 is the only move.
Or king g4, but same checkmate. And that's why we look at checks when we calculate, because sometimes they do work out.
Absolutely. Rakesh says he's loving the show and he can't help himself. Well, thank you very much for that, and it's a pleasure having you with us and everyone else watching us.
Exactly. Thanks for staying here into the 5th hour of play.
Yeah.
Deep into the 5th hour, and yeah, I mean, lots of exciting games still to go. So
that was a big threat.
That was a big threat. So White, I mean, Elizabeth found, well, she thought it was necessary to sacrifice her rook. And she does get some checks now. So king h5 is a very nice idea, because actually maybe it is a perpetual check after king takes f6, queen to d6 check. And I doubt black will escape those checks. So king h5 was a nice resource, very well calculated. And after...
Rook h6, so white is really trying everything to get that perpetual, but right now the problem was after queen d6, king h5, there weren't any more checks.
And this threat still exists. So for example, queen takes e5, there still is this rook h3 checkmate.
Very nice.
So instead, king g4, which is clever, queen c5. I mean, I'm impressed that Durab Bailey is, well, playing so quickly in this endgame. It looks like he hasn't spent that much time. Pretty confident there's no perpetual. I would be terrified. I'd think, oh, I've dominated the whole game and I don't want to let my opponent check me.
I mean, also now she has 3 pawns. She will be able to fight on a little bit after g3, maybe. Or you don't?
G3 might run into queen c8 check, and we would be obliged to exchange queens. But, I mean, you're right. Maybe just with one check first, even if there's no immediate checks, then there's maybe just
even
h4
pawn,
or g3, and black still has a lot of work to do, actually.
Absolutely.
So, I do feel that black's probably in charge. The king will eventually run away, but some hope, some hope.
So let's move on. The board right next to these guys on board 19, a game we haven't seen yet, is Daniele Vocaturo against Nino Batsiashvili.
No, that's right, and we noticed this one in the break, and it looks like we might be we might be set for another upset.
Absolutely. So Nino with the black pieces. She's up in exchange. White has 2 pawns, but these pawns are not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, White has 2 sets of double pawns. Black's king is so active, and rooks are just great pieces in these endgames. The immediate problem for White is that the c5 pawn needs to be protected, so bishop d4. And I would imagine that Black can even slowly bring her rook round, maybe even behind the White king. Maybe there's even a more direct... Oh, I'm getting carried away with my arrows. Maybe there's a more direct win as well.
It looks like it will require some work, but
definitely,
she's very likely to get there.
I mean, she's definitely on course for... probably on course for the win. But you're right, some work. And also, if White is able to exchange off some more pawns, then there might be some hope. And if g5 falls, there might be some hope. So f6 would be an important move here, and Black would probably win that one.
Dejan is wondering if after rook c6 it isn't some kind of Zugzwang. If Black can create some sort of Zugzwang.
I'll pretend I saw that. Thank you, Dejan. Actually, I think you're right. Yeah,
I think he's right.
I think he's right. Yeah, so either White's king will have to give way, and now Black's king is even more centralized, and a rook penetration will be even more deadly, or White's bishop has to give up one of the pawns. So you can protect the c3 pawn, but lose the c5 pawn, or lose the c3 pawn, and that would be the end, probably.
And I think she will...
I mean, rook c6 is such a natural
I agree,
move. Okay, Daniela is he's thinking about bishop d4. Maybe he's also thinking about bishop e7 to put the bishop more actively placed, but still looks difficult.
Absolutely. Let's finish our little tour. Actually, most games at this point have finished. I don't know if you have any. Let's see from the ones you have open.
Okay.
Let's update actually maybe Bella Kotanashvili on board 28 against Denis Kadrich, because that had changed a bit.
This was exciting as well. Crazy material imbalance. And I think we've guessed some moves correctly.
Yeah, so let's go back to the moment where Denis played rook b2. Maybe we can find, because we had a nice view on them as well in their yellow, in his yellow jumper, but he's left the board. And we see Bella is trying, actually no, I thought she was giving checks, but no, queen h7. So let's see how we got there.
So we did correctly predict that a queen move here would be met by rook b1 check and capturing the f1 rook. Bella decided to give a check, well, take a pawn, give a couple more checks, and now queen to h7, which is slightly mysterious. There is a semi-threat of queen g8 check. In queen endgames, yeah, diagonal checks are always very effective, but it does give black a move.
And the white king looks in very, very dire straits.
It's precarious, right?
So let's see, rook f2,
f2 is a check.
king c1.
Yeah, I mean, for example, king d1 would lose immediately to, well, I mean, several...
Actually, she has played king d1.
Oh, no. Okay. I mean, I think it's lost by this point anyway, but king d1, at the very least, black can play rook b1 check, allow queen takes b1, and give a check on f1.
Yeah.
And
Deshan has actually just put it in the chat. Rook b1. I think very often, okay, there might be something stronger, but this is so,
I mean,
so easy.
Yeah, even if you don't see bishop b4 at the end here, you can just capture this rook. And, just completely winning. And I think
he will go for it.
I think we're about to see a handshake as well. So.
Yeah, and there it is, rook b1. I think she will resign here. There we go, there we have the handshake. So congratulations to Denis. Looked like a nice game, crazy game.
Some nice tactics at the end there. Looked like very accurate play at the end as well.
And a nice jumper, I like bold colours.
Yeah, you like yellow hoodies though, I don't know.
What's wrong with yellow hoodies?
No comment.
You're so boring, David.
I'm a snob, I'm a fashion snob. I think everyone should be in suits.
You're a fashion ignoramus. Is that even
ignoramus,
a word? Ignoramus.
Fashion Egypt, yeah.
How much would I have to pay you to wear a hoodie like that on commentary with me tomorrow?
If we get 1 million views on this video, I will wear a yellow hoodie tomorrow.
It's true, you're not one for bold colours.
I don't think I own anything that isn't black or blue or white or... Yeah.
We'll have to do
I don't want to put off the opponent. I don't want to distract my opponent, you know.
Of course, that's your thinking. Let's go back to our top boards. So, still 3 games remain in the top 10. Shall we start with... I think Ivanchuk will probably be next to conclude. So let's go back there and see if we can catch a handshake.
So Vasily Ivanchuk on board 8. We were confident in his ability to finish this one off.
And that's another poor king stuck on the first rank.
That's right. Passive pieces.
So let's see. We need to wrap it up now, though, because the B pawn is running.
It's running, that's right. Sorry, you go.
No, you go.
I think I see a path to victory, a very quick one. After B5, I think black can even give a check. King D1, and maybe even just King F2. Not just attacking this knight, but creating a bigger threat of rook E1 check. And
the king cannot go to C2 to defend.
No, that's right. So B6 would be met very nicely by check, and the rook takes the other, jumping behind and stopping white's B pawn.
And there we see Vasily is thinking about it, but I like your move. Is there anything?
I think white would have to try rook B4 here. At first I thought this lost immediately, but maybe it's not completely over.
And if I move my knight, and what if I go to F3?
Knight F3.
I was just wondering, where is your knight going?
Traps my knight, so now I have to run. My knight is trapped, so B6.
But you're dangerously close.
Dangerous. Yeah, we don't really want to come back and go passive with black's rook, so
we don't.
maybe, how could we do this? Knight to c2.
And it's actually the first time all day that we've had the camera on Ivanchuk.
Yeah.
I always find it fascinating to watch him. I mean, he is currently thinking about his move. It might not look like it, but he actually...
Is he stroking his nose there? Looks like he's fiddling with something. Yeah, but he's definitely staring off into the air, calculating variations. You can see by the way he moves his eyes that he's calculating and considering all the options.
Have you played him before? Do you find it upset or not upsetting?
Disturbing?
Confusing or disturbing?
No, I think it's hilarious. Actually, another really bad story, one of my most embarrassing probably from chess. So I've only played Vasily once in 2009 in the Greek team championship, and it was the final round. And my teammates, the previous day we'd had some dinner, and I was about to go to bed. And I said, "Okay, what time is the round tomorrow?" And they said, "It's the normal time. It's 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon." So of course I didn't set my alarm. 9:45 in the morning, I got a bang on my door. And it was my team manager just screaming at me. He's like, "Where are you? Where are you? We're waiting. It's default time in 15 minutes." And it turns out the game had started at 9 o'clock. I barely had time to brush my teeth. I ran to the board.
I don't believe you brushed your teeth.
Actually, I'm not sure. If anyone else...
It's like if someone banged on my door, default time in 15 minutes. Okay, right, let me brush my teeth.
I got clothed, that's
First
the main
things
thing. I got
first.
clothed. But I got to the board. I'd lost 55 minutes on my clock. And I think I survived barely 20 moves. So not my finest moment.
But also not your teammates' finest moment.
Exactly. My manager wasn't happy with me, and I never got invited back. But yeah, so the reason I regret it is because I missed the chance to play a legend and to learn from him with a proper game. So
hopefully you'll get another chance. Let's come back to this one in a short while. We've gotten another suggestion from Dejan, and I think you had already opened the game. So let's check out board 31. We talked about him earlier, young Volodar Murzin, who is the student of Mikhail Kobalya, and he's playing black against Fernando Peralta.
No, that's right, and the reason I'd love to see a live video of this game as well is because we mentioned Murzin.
He's so young.
He's so young.
So
And
tiny.
Yeah, and...
Let's see if we can find them on the cam.
And he could be a future world champion. I mean, the way he's been progressing. Like you said, maybe 12, 13, and 2400 already.
Let me see how old he is, actually.
Yeah, so... Yeah, we find ourselves in a rook endgame though, and black is a pawn down, so there we see Volodar Murzin.
And he's very patriotic, like he almost always wears these Russia tops.
That's right. And we saw his coach actually win a nice game earlier, Mikhail Kobalya.
A very nice game. So he is born in 2006, so he's 13
years old. Yeah, and I'm not sure if we can zoom the camera slightly lower. I would bet a bit of money that he's sitting on his legs.
Yeah, he is sitting on his legs. He barely reaches the board.
Exactly.
He just got up.
I think he's grown a bit in the last few months since I've seen him, but yeah, I mean, very promising player. I've seen him actually at the European Club Cup recently. He played against my team and he wiped the floor with my teammate. So yeah, strong player.
So his end game today is tricky, yeah?
That's right. His end game is tricky. He is a pawn down, and another factor is that black's pawn's less advanced as white, so if black does have to drop one more pawn, even if he gets counterplay, it means that white's pawns will be able to push forward even further. So.
And Rakesh in the chat is informing us that Murzin actually scored a GM norm at the World Junior Under-20 in October in New Delhi last year, so that's very impressive.
That doesn't surprise me. He's a very talented player. Yeah, and then we see him. I mean, he looks confident considering he's a pawn down with a difficult position, but if we just catch up with the live position, king to e7 has been played. It reminds me a bit of Gawain Jones's game yesterday. It's pretty much exactly the same pawn structure, except this f pawn was on h5 even. So.
Yeah, let's leave this one. Maybe we can come back to it.
Yeah, a long way ahead. I think white will be debating whether to play f5 now, or whether to plunge forward with the king.
Oh, and we have some excellent news. There was a question in the chat a while ago about tonight's masterclass. So I believe that will be streamed live to our YouTube channel starting from 9 p.m. Central European Time. So in just over an hour from now on this same channel. And I think that will be an absolute treat.
Yeah, definitely don't miss that. I mean, it's so rare to get the opportunity to talk to one of the best players in the world and hear all his thoughts and all his stories. So.
If you're just joining us now, we're talking, of course, about the masterclass with Shahriar Mamedjarov, our top seed, and it will be moderated by Tanya. I believe on Twitter she had if you wanted to ask Shah a question, you could tweet at her. So maybe if you're watching this, you have a question for Shah, you might be just in time.
That's right.
To tweet at Tanya.
What question would you ask Shahriar if you had a chance? Maybe you will. Maybe you will ask a question.
It's tough. I know him very well. I've known him since I was 9. What would I ask him? I would probably congratulate him. I believe, actually, we haven't mentioned this. I believe he's just become a dad a few days before Gibraltar started. Okay. So I'd just say congrats.
Okay. You can ask him whether that inspires him, being a new father. Maybe it will improve his chess. You never know.
We'll see. But yeah, that will be...
Let's just hope he finishes on time. He's still going...
still going.
After nearly 5 hours of play, he's still going.
Shall we see how likely he is to finish in time?
That's right. So
let's go back to board 1.
Yes, on board 1. Shahriar Mamedjarov with the white pieces. I think he'll be finished on time. Unfortunately for the English chess fans out there, Stephen Gordon does have a very difficult position to defend. Yes, I mean, the reason I think that white has great winning chances. There we see Mamedjarov play h5. It's good timing with the video. The reason I think white has great winning chances is because simply this knight on b8 is stuck. Black is playing without a piece, essentially, and it's just imprisoned. And after h5, I think white has got the simple plan of playing g4 next, knight e4 check at some point, and then g5 to create a pass pawn, and this h-pawn will run down the board.
Yeah, and unfortunately that plan you just highlighted, it looks like there is very little Black can do about that. Stephen is also down to 3 minutes again?
I think that's correct.
I think that just jumped actually, but it could be.
Stephen is, they're both quite short of time, it appears, but I think Stephen is actually down to under 3 minutes, but he will get 15 more minutes after move 60, so as long as he can survive another 12, 13 moves. It's not easy.
I mean, I think, time is not the main issue here. I think the issue is, what do you do?
Yeah, so for example, king g5 will be met by g4, and I mean, black has to go back. Sooner or later, I mean, white doesn't have to play g5. Sooner or later, white will, but maybe he can even just start bringing the king round to try and enter black's position.
And Stephen looks like he's pretty much come to terms with the fact.
That's right.
There's not much to be done here. We see Vasily Ivanchuk still in the background. He is still thinking about how to convert his position. Before we go back to Ivanchuk, let's go back to Wang Hao. A game we thought would have been over a long time by now.
That's right. And wow.
And good evening to Ian Lam, who has just joined us in the chat. Everyone else, if you're just joining us now, maybe a long work day, you've just gotten home. Welcome. It is round 2 here in Gibraltar chess. The finishing stages.
No, that's right. But we'll try and make your evening.
Final stages, not the finish.
Hopefully. No, we'll try and make your evening as fun as possible, either way. So a few things have changed since we last left this game. After rook to d1, we were correct. We did think that g2 was a decent try by black. And after rook g1, check. Okay, Wang Hao followed your idea. King e3, going active with the king. Knight takes c2, and rook g3. So, we were pretty much on point with our guessing.
Spot on, yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned that knight e1 probably wasn't enough for black. So rook g3 was played instead, and after rook takes g2, check. Actually, a very important check. And black was able to gobble one of white's queenside pawns. And those queenside pawns were so proud. They looked so strong earlier.
I thought they were going to decide the game a few hours back.
I thought Wang Hao, maybe not long after move 40, would force resignation, but
Wang Hao still has the same look on his face. He doesn't look like,
He looks super bored, no? But I mean, after rook g4, which has just been played, I can definitely imagine a rook and knight versus rook scenario somehow.
Which I always think is really, unless your king is already in a very precarious position to start with. I had it once on the defending side, but even with no knowledge, it was very easy to defend.
Yeah, no, that's right. There are a couple of scary moments where you have to make sure you pin the opponent's knight, but rook and knight versus rook is.
And what did Martin play? He played
knight to f3.
Knight to f3. I think Dejan in the chat was suggesting or asking, was rook b4 an option?
Yeah, knight f3 looks very sensible, guarding this h-pawn, but rook b4 was also an idea. I would be a bit worried that I was walking into a pin, possibly, after knight d3, but maybe there's no way to take advantage of that pin.
But yeah, knight f3 also absolutely makes sense.
There's no reason to pin your own pieces, so knight f3.
Defending.
That's right. If white decides to attack that g-pawn, then...
And Blazero is just joining us. Welcome, Russell. And good news, again, if you're just joining us, like Blazero or Ian, at 9 o'clock, so an hour and 5 minutes from now, there might be a slight delay if the Mamedyarov game, but at roughly 9 p.m. there will be a masterclass with Mamedyarov, hosted by Tanya Sajdev. It will be broadcast live on this channel, so...
Yeah, not to be missed.
Yeah, the action never stops here in Gib.
That's right. So I would assume that Wang Hao is thinking about trying to gobble this h-pawn. It's not easy. Knight g6, I would assume knight g2 might be met by knight g1, grabbing this h-pawn, and if that pawn disappears, I think white's winning chances will disappear with it. But knight g6, and the game goes on. I mean, maybe black doesn't need to react necessarily. Maybe rook to a3 is enough, and after knight takes h4, knight to h2, and this h-pawn will drop. I mean, we're actually closing in on something similar to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's game.
Yeah.
I mean, you can imagine you can imagine a rook endgame with two rook's pawns.
That would be crazy.
That would be incredible. But I think Martin Petrov maybe doesn't even need to allow that to happen. I mean, it will be another decent upset, I think, here.
Absolutely,
if he can hold.
Yeah, especially from that position. Let's go back maybe one more time to Vasily Ivanchuk, who I think, he has won his opponent's knight, so that one is going to be over very shortly.
Let's check in on Vasily, and yes, it looks like after, well, we're great at predicting these things. After rook to e2 check, king d1, king f2, rook b4, I wasn't completely sure how to finish things off here, but I forgot to use my tried and trusted method of looking at checks first.
Checks first.
That's a check. King moves, that's another check. And black just picks off this knight, and yeah, that signals the end of the game, I think. You can see in the live video, yeah, Pedro Antonio, I think, resigned to his fate now.
Yeah. So he is still fighting. He's played king c3. But it's just a matter of stopping the b-pawn.
At the very least now you can go passive with the rook, and black's pawns will decide the day.
What else is he thinking about?
Maybe he wants to stop that pawn with the knight. I don't know, knight to e5. Maybe he can stop it on the on d7 or c6. I mean, there should be several ways. But I doubt he'll be thinking for long. Another favorite pulling through.
So maybe we can bring the results up one more time while we wait for a move here. On the top 10 boards, well, we'll see them in a second, but there has been quite a few draws. Below that, the favorites have teared across the field mostly. I think we've only had one full point upset with Shansaya Abdumalik so far. There must be some further down, but the only one that we have seen anyway.
Yeah, I should also mention we do have a result on board 18. Elizabeth Pates, we saw that she sacrificed a rook to try and get a perpetual check, but it didn't quite work, and she has gone down. So another victory for the favourite.
For the favourites, yeah. I believe this one will probably be the next one to conclude. I don't think that Pedro will play for too much longer once the pawn is stopped.
No, I think maybe maximum of 2-3 more moves even would be enough to convince him that, yeah, he can.
Oh, and look
give up
who's
the
just
ghost.
joined us in the chat, Mr. Killian Delaney. Not on Twitch, we will be very shortly. For now, welcome here to YouTube. And greetings all the way to Dublin.
No, that's right.
And so here we have the results so far from round 2. As you can see, 4 draws, only 3 of the rating favorites managed to win their games. One of them was Le Quang Liem, who beat Tan Zhongyi. Kirill Alexenko, I think for me, and Ivan Shaporinov were the most convincing of the favorites.
Not just today, but also yesterday. 2 very quick victories in both games and very smooth. They've both recorded videos that you can watch on the YouTube channel.
Absolutely. Of the 3 games that are still going on, I think we agree that Ivanchuk is about to wrap things up. What is your prediction? And also, I think we agree that Shahriar Mamedyarov is going to win his game. What's your prediction for the Wang Hao Martin Petrov game?
You always put me on the spot, Fiona. I do have a feeling that one of the top 2 might be able to hold. I would say that Martin Petrov has maybe more practical chances to hold. If he's able to eliminate both of White's pawns, even at the cost of his knight, then he should be able to defend the rook and knight versus rook endgame quite easily. Steven, I think, is difficult, although maybe some developments there.
Well, Dejan is just saying, so let's go back actually to the top board between Mamedyarov and Stephen Gordon. I might very well have spoken too soon. Dejan in the chat is just saying that Steven seems to be holding his own and that he's threatening h5.
That's right. So maybe a bit of a change there. We thought that White would be able in time to play g4 and maybe maneuver the knight around a different way. But yeah, so after, where do we leave this? After h5, after bishop b6, White decided to give a check on g4, which I'm a bit surprised by.
Why wouldn't you go to e4?
Yeah, knight e4, I'm not really sure. King e5 or king g7 will both be met by g4. Knight g4 seems to block his own g-pawn, and after king g5, how do we protect h5?
Bishop e8 seems to be the only way, but then the knight can finally escape.
I'm sure we'll see a visible sigh of relief from Stephen if he gets to play knight a6.
What's great about this camera view as well is that we can keep an eye on Ivanchuk as we go, so he's not going to escape without us noticing.
I mean, the main surprise for me is that Ivanchuk is actually thinking. I would have played, okay, it looks like he has played rook d8, but I would have played that a long time ago and been very happy. But no, maybe some chances for Stephen. So
and we are getting, by the way, we haven't mentioned it yet, you guys must have figured it out. We are not using any engines here, but Dejan is helping us out here. He is saying that according to the engine, bishop c4 is the only move to keep a slight edge.
Yeah, I mean, it did cross my mind that maybe White wanted to create some kind of mating threat or mating net. So, okay, this would be a bit sneaky.
Very nice.
This would be checkmate.
And you cannot escape it, yeah?
I just like my arrows, so I'm just going to draw some.
It's a nice
geometry.
Square.
Nice geometry. So that would lead to checkmate, but also after knight e5, black isn't obliged to capture on h5 immediately. So, for example, either bishop d4, bishop c7, and as soon as White's knight commits itself, I think we can safely take on h5 and survive at least. So maybe that was Mamadjarov's plan. Dejan mentioned in the chat bishop c4. Bishop c4, I mean, that's not obvious at all to me. Giving up h5 and, as mentioned, releasing this knight. I think this would be an easy draw for black. Very, very easy draw. Bishop takes e6 now, there would be a nasty check. So,
very cute. And Shach, actually, this is the first time, I think, during this game that we have seen him getting quite visibly frustrated.
Yeah,
like he just let out like some kind of frustration sigh.
Maybe it's the commentator's curse. We started talking about his masterclass. Maybe he heard us. He thought, I've got to have time for dinner. I've got to be on air in an hour.
And there we go, knight e5.
Knight e5. Yeah, so, I mean, Stephen, as we mentioned, doesn't have that much time, so
Well, I don't know if we can trust the clock, because now it's suddenly back to saying he has half an hour.
Okay. Maybe Stephen does have some time on the clock, so...
And we had a handshake between Pedro and Vasily. So Vasily, part of the leader group, on 2 out of 2.
And again, another convincing display, I think.
Yeah.
He didn't rush things, he knew he had an advantage, and he was happy to slowly press and convert that in the endgame.
But also kudos to his opponent, who put up very good resistance. I mean, from the start, I mean, an hour or 2 in, we thought, oh, Vasily is, you know, cruising.
No, it looked like he played very well from moves 25 to 40, especially, but just in the end, couldn't quite overcome that fantastic technique by Ivanchuk.
So let's go back. That means only 2 games remain in the top 10 boards. It's now tied. 4 draws, 4 decisive results. What's going to happen?
I predict 5-5 because I like to sit on the fence. Actually, while we wait for Stephen's reply to 95, maybe we could check in on a game we briefly mentioned earlier. It's just caught my eye. It was this crazy game with a rook versus
Sumia.
6 pawns. Yeah, Sumia against Luca Moroni.
They on board 30-something, I believe. Let me find
take your word for it. And if we,
she's white, yeah?
That's right, yes. So there we go. On board
Almost
45.
30. 45.
And we touched upon that game just before just around the time control. And Black had gone for a crazy sacrificed a rook, had 6 pawns in return, and Sumia actually rejected a repetition. She went for it, which is what we like to see. But it does look like things have maybe slightly backfired. Suddenly Black's...
That pawn?
Yeah, I mean, these pawns are running. Pawns are coming home. The C pawn is running. Also, I mean, the main factor, of course, is White's king. It's just so bare. This is why we like to keep pawns nice and tidy in front of it.
Absolutely, yeah. I actually just had a quick look at the engine, quick cheat card. She was not for the final position, just to see earlier on. So earlier on, she was much better, but only for a brief moment. It wasn't like she was completely. She was never completely winning unless I didn't scroll.
Okay, so
far enough.
I mean, I'm glad she played for the win, because it's what we like to see, and it's fighting chess, and a victory here would have been a great scalp for her. But no, it does look difficult now, at least from a practical point of view. The White's queen is tied down to protect this knight, therefore it can't do anything, and Black's king is just safe as houses, as they say, nice and tucked away in the corner.
And as Dejan is pointing out, the knight is doing a great job of holding f7.
Yeah, and possibly threatening some things later on f3.
And there we see Sumia on her back. And she's sitting just under the lovely poster which says Gibraltar, the home of women's chess. And there you see some of the illustrious women players who have played here in Gibraltar before.
How come you're not up there, Fiona?
Someday, David.
One
someday.
day. Would that be your dream? You know, your career's ambition?
Absolutely.
To be up on that wall. No, I mean, I can see, I think, some former world champions up there.
Who you fan for starters?
Yeah.
Actually, I just saw also Alexandra Gorachkina. Let's remind everyone, one of the reasons why some of the top women players are missing this year is because the Women's World Championship match is on the way in Vladivostok.
And actually, not long from now will be the final round, and Alexandra Goyachkina from Russia needs to win at all costs to equalize the score and take it to a tiebreak.
Absolutely.
So Zhu Wenjun, the defending champion, is the big favorite there, and they both played here in the past. Zhu Wenjun has had some great results here. There's also the Cairns Cup in the US in St. Louis.
Coming up just after.
Exactly. So a couple of the top women players in the world had to miss this event, unfortunately, because they will be traveling to America. But there will be a few players traveling straight from here as well. So.
And just as we speak, well, there's one woman player on camera. I think we briefly looked at her game, Nino Batsiashvili from Georgia. Do we still have her game open? Or?
We do indeed.
So let's quickly check in with Nino Batsiashvili. She's black against Daniele Vocaturo from Italy, and they are on board 19.
No, that's right. And here we thought there was big potential for an upset. We thought that that White was in Zugzwang, and it looks like that was the case. So White had to give up this c3 pawn. and now is trying to go active with his king. So, yeah, Daniele is the top Italian player. He's been board one for Italy for many years now, since Fabiano Caruana moved back to the US. And no, he's a classy player, especially with white. I think he's extremely strong.
And he recently, by defeating Vladislav Kovalev in the final round of the European Club Cup, got the gold medal for his Italian team of Padova.
No, that's right. I mean, that's why, a win today for Nino would be an especially big result, especially as black. And
there we have her. She's about to make a move. Rook c7 is on the board.
So f6 check, forcing the king back, and now rook c7, and that's sneaky move. So I guess bishop takes h6 is one question. I think it could be answered possibly even by rook f7,
and
trying
the
to trap that
bishop
bishop.
is trapped.
Although some calculation needs to be done, white can play c6, trying to deflect the black rook so that the bishop can escape. Or, I don't know if this works, bishop takes g5, possibly, and king to e5, and we see a bit of a race.
Still some work to be done
Some
here,
work to be
some
done,
calculation work.
Yeah, so I'm not sure completely what her plan will be after. Oh, actually, I missed the check. Check first, and this is far more effective. And now
we,
at the very least, rook f7. There might even be something more direct here.
It feels like she will somehow win it.
Yes.
It will require some calculation, some precision. I'm actually just seeing now that Mickey Adams didn't actually win his game. He was held to draw by Shardul Gagawi.
That's right. So Adams, whose position we absolutely loved, right? We thought it was a perfect opening. He decided to cash in on his kind of strategic advantage to grab a pawn. Maybe that turned out not to be the right
and
answer.
We've had a result, and that king looks like it is not in the square.
No, it's a draw.
It is a draw. Wait, what?
You can tell by Wang Hao's face.
I didn't even see, but was that king in the square?
It was in the square.
Really?
It was black's move.
It was black's move. Then that's actually, but okay, absolute massive congratulations. We see a big shake of the head there from Wang Hao. Your pick to win the tournament is being held to draw. He was playing with the white pieces, and we thought he was cruising to victory.
No, we thought he was odds on to convert. I mean, even in the middle game, we thought it wouldn't last that long. But somehow, just by clinging in there, just by hanging in until after the time control, Martin Petrov found counterplay, and that was enough.
I have to say, for me, this is so far the most impressive, one of the most impressive defenses I've seen so far. I mean, especially when you're playing Wang Hao, you know, he looks like he's cruising. Those pawns were running up the board on the queen side, but incredibly tenacious defense by Martin Petrov, and massive congratulations to him.
Exactly. I mean, I've learnt the hard way that Wang Hao is ruthless when he gets the advantage, but incredible defensive technique. It looks, I mean, just to, maybe we can show in a moment.
Let's show the end of the game.
How the game ended.
Let's keep the players on camera to see, although Wang Hao, I doubt he's going to be,
he's disappointed, but it's great that he's talking to his opponent and discussing some variations.
But he seems very, very disappointed. Let's bring the board back and see how the game concluded.
So, okay, if we just trace our steps back a few moves, we saw after knight f3, I think black was defending his pawn, his h-pawn. White decided to go to knight e6 instead of knight g6. Maybe he realized that taking the h-pawn was not so easy after all. But after king b6, black, I mean, this is great technique, I think, for black. He's using his king to capture the a-pawn while not worrying too much about the h-pawn, knowing that his knight at the very least will be able to sacrifice itself for that pawn. And after rook g8, rook a3, just avoiding a trap. This will be a nasty fork. Yeah, black found himself. I mean, this is perfect technique, just
very nice.
Getting rid of both rook's pawns. And in the end, he realized that he was able to exchange rooks, or threaten exchange of rooks, and simplify. And you're right, if it's white's move here, black wouldn't be in the square. White's move would be king e5 just to block off the black king. But, out of several moves, but, it is black's move, so king d6. And black will be quick to f8 and then h8 and make a draw.
Very precise play by Martin Petrov, and a hard-earned but well-deserved draw from the player from Bulgaria.
Exactly. I mean, another young player from Bulgaria. We saw one yesterday, saved the draw against Gawain Jones, and they're a tenacious bunch.
Absolutely. Let's check in again with the top board. I don't know if we're going to stick around with it until the bitter end or give an assessment, a prediction, and leave you guys to it. Let's see what the situation is on the board.
No, that's right. So not too much has changed since we left. We saw the move bishop c7 as predicted, and now knight to g6. So what's the trap? Okay, I think I might see the trap, possibly. So I think black, Stephen here we see on the video, he's obviously considering taking this pawn. This would allow a knight check on f4, bishop takes knight, and now king takes, and we see the paralysis of black's b8 knight. Black can barely move, so I mean some calculation needs to be done, maybe it's still holdable.
So he's just pushed his pawn to e5.
Just to show this variation, and now we see why black's knight on b8 is so bad. White will win it, simply. Yeah, so instead, Stephen decided he couldn't take on h5, and he played e5, which is a nice idea, I think. He is threatening at some point to play e4, so if white were to do nothing, okay, make a silly move, then e4 might be an idea to capture this g3 pawn.
I'm actually so confused by this game. I keep changing my mind about...
I'm changing it too, every move. I think another important factor is that king e4 would allow king g4, not king takes h5, because another pretty checkmate is coming.
g4 is unstoppable.
g4 or bishop e2 are both unstoppable. Yeah, so king g4, and it might be a bit of a race here, to be honest. Knight takes e5, and I think black would have to capture g3, possibly h5, but we definitely can never take on e5 because our knight will get corralled. Also king f5, simply.
Our knight will get what?
Corralled.
Corralled?
I know Americans use that word.
I never heard that in my life.
I'm making up words now. It's late in the day, guys. We've been here a long, long time. But yeah, I mean, some chances for black, but somehow...
So he has just played king e4.
Yep, king e4 is by far the most natural move. I think we should stay here for a few moments just to see how Stephen reacts.
So what are his... Is king g4 the only move that makes sense?
It feels forced, I think. Yeah, king g4, I mean, king takes h5 leads to checkmate, as we saw. And you definitely don't want to go passive with black, unless you have to.
I wonder if the clock times are correct, but I guess they are, and that Stephen is actually up on the clock.
Quite possibly.
And they are on move 52, so 8 moves to go until they get an extra 15 minutes.
That's right, and...
a corral is apparently an enclosure where horses are kept.
I'll pretend that's what I meant. You enclose the
horsey on b8.
Exactly, that was what I meant. That knight on b8 is being corralled. We're all learning here.
Thank you to J. Carr.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, I expect king g4 to be played relatively soon, but okay, let's try and maybe calculate a few moves. I mean, come on, Stephen, you can do this.
That would be almost more impressive than Martin Petrov.
I would be very impressed. Actually, yeah, we have to take g3 because I've just realized if we go king takes h5, then king to f5 again. And even here, bishop e2, checkmate.
And
or bishop e8, checkmate.
He has gone king g4.
Yep. I mean, knight takes e5 looks forced. Well, not forced, but...
So Anand Sivaram in the chat is saying after king g4, knight e5 check, king g3, and king f5 maybe.
Yeah.
Apparently Gawain is still playing, so we could have a look at that one. Where is Gawain? Let me see.
Okay.
Gawain.
I mean, if we just retrace our steps slightly while you look for Gawain's game, maybe e5 was the big mistake for black. Somehow it feels wrong to block in that bishop on c7. Maybe there was an alternative that I had missed.
Gawain is still playing, but he's about to deliver checkmate, so there is no need to go there. He will win his game against Sabrina Vega Gutierrez and go to 1.5 out of 2.
No, fair enough. So Gawain is another one who's played 2 women in the first 2 rounds, and okay, he'll be looking to bounce back. He was very disappointed yesterday.
So we are going to see this. King g3 is on the board.
So e5, king e4, and king f5. That's our chat's doing very well at predicting the moves. So yeah, it's looking difficult for Steven suddenly. I got hopeful, but it looks like he might be losing by a move or 2. The problem, this keeps happening, but the problem is that king h4 will walk into a mating net. I mean, even if, okay, for example, this would be checkmate.
Yeah, it's actually incredible how these few pieces are still so tricky.
I mean, black's playing a piece down. That's the problem. This knight on b8 is just, I don't know. You'd rather not have it, so you don't have to worry about it too much. I can't see much hope here actually. The other important variation after king f5 is that after, for example, bishop takes knight, king h4, white will not defend that pawn. I mean, bishop e2 or bishop e8 would let the knight out. Instead, white will just go for the knight immediately, and black is far, far too slow with this h-pawn. It will be stopped eventually, and yeah, white's a-pawn will win the day. So, difficult times.
While we wait for this one, and I think let's keep the camera on these guys, so that we don't miss anything, but we've had a question in the chat about Sashi Kiwan's game, and since he's still playing, and he's playing against Nurgül Salimova, who held Gawain yesterday, shall we very quickly go there and check in with these guys? They are on board 55, but I think let's keep the camera on Steven so that we don't miss anything there.
Sure, so let's jump over. We mentioned that Salimova is a student of Topalov. She had this great draw against Gawain Jones yesterday. And here we go.
So the material is equal, but there is a big pawn on a2.
No, that's right.
And there is a knight that is headed somewhere there.
Yeah, we talked about Steven's trap knight on b8. I mean, look at this knight on a1. It's even worse.
At least it's supported by the bishop on h8.
That's true.
And also, no, actually I was going to say also, thankfully for black, one of the good things for him is that the h1 square is white, thus matching his bishop.
So it doesn't look like much for now, but later on, if white if white had to sacrifice the knight on a1 for a pawn, black would be more likely to promote this pawn at the very end of the day. So.
And I think he will. This game will go on for a while, but I think Sashi Kiwan.
Yeah, I think it's more likely that he'll be able to win as black than it will be a draw, but some holding chances.
Yeah, and she has proved yesterday that she's hugely resourceful in defense. I really like this knight b2 she found against Gawain, and then she also recognized the fortress when she had the chance.
No, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a big advantage for black, but yeah, a lot of work to go. We could see this. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes on beyond move 70, 80, even just slowly maneuvering, trying to. Black will try and get the king eventually into the game.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm so shocked. I don't know. I'm sometimes too gullible with the chat, but this one hasn't been trolling us too much yet. Someone is saying that Vocaturo seems to be winning now, so let's go back there.
So maybe a big turnaround.
But winning? That would be insane.
It looks like a similar trap to one that I think I fell for in my own analysis. So if we just go back, we left it at rook c7, white played c6, And after rook takes c6, bishop takes h6. Ooh, maybe this was the big mistake, rook c7. So now rook c7 allows a capture, bishop takes g5 and f6.
And I mean, that would be, it would be so heartbreaking for Nino. If it was a draw, that would be bad enough, but if it's losing...
Are we sure it's losing?
I don't know. I do not know.
Okay, let me calculate.
It looks very scary.
Yeah. I'm not used to this, having to calculate when the camera's on.
Meanwhile,
sitting there at the board.
Because we kept the players on camera, we see that I think Schach is very confident now, and I like this very great work by our producer team. So we have both cameras, and Nino is thinking, but...
Yeah. It feels like there must be a way to at least hold this for black. Let's try and count. So, rook. How about rook to c8? It looks a bit odd, but my idea is I want to force white to make a move. So, if f7, rook f8 wins, I think.
So king f5.
Yeah, king e5 doesn't change much, and you have to go to f5 eventually.
And Stephen has unfortunately resigned.
No, that's right. So, I mean, we
and Rakesh is saying that Nino is totally winning. We'll have to, before we wrap up, we'll look at Nino's ending. But for now, I'll let you...
Wow, I mean, I'm disappointed. No, I'm very disappointed because Stephen's a good friend of mine, and I'm a big fan of his chess. And okay, he defended extremely well, especially because we thought it was difficult from quite an early stage. But no, in the end, that knight on b8 was the piece that cost him.
And we see that Shahriar, although he's giving a masterclass, is only 35 minutes. There might be some slight delay. We don't know, because he will have to have dinner and maybe deserves 10 minutes of rest. Yes. But at 9 or shortly after, he will be giving a masterclass. It will be broadcast live on this channel on YouTube. It will be hosted by Tanya Sachdev, and it should be an absolute treat for all chess fans out there.
No, that's right. I can't wait to watch that myself, and I'm just hoping he has enough energy after that long game. I mean, we've been going 5.5 hours, and he's ground out that victory right from move one. I mean, it was already very drawish early on, and he's really ground that one out. So impressive.
So
stamina.
We are just being told the masterclass has actually been delayed until 9:30, so it will start an hour and 5 minutes from now, which absolutely makes sense.
Yes, and it gives him some time for some well-deserved rest.
David, before we wrap this one up, let's quickly see the Nino endgame.
Yeah, let's maybe check in on the games that we were discussing a bit earlier. So, while we see them analysed, which is again a nice touch by Mamnajaro.
Absolutely, yes.
Let's just make sure that we didn't...
Two people are making the same joke in the chat. So Shach will give another masterclass today. So 2 masterclasses by Shach today.
Sure.
And yeah, it has been quite an impressive display by him. One final look at Nino before we wrap up for the day.
No, that's right. So we've had a couple more moves, or maybe just one more move from Nino. Instead of my rook c8 move, she decided to go rook a7. And a similar idea, I think. Black will either check from the side, or Black's king will creep closer. So king f5 would be met by king d7, and I think this is...
we have been misled by the chat, or I have been misled.
Yeah, I never believed you guys.
I'm glad that Nino, so she still winning, you think?
I think so. I mean, if the king gets to d5, Black's king will be able to stop the pawns with a very easy win. The question is king e5, but I do have a feeling that even if Black just goes for these pawns at some point, maybe with a rook check first, I think Black will be able to win this one. Black's king is just too close to the pawns.
Yeah.
So maybe that's not the best way to win, but it does look like Nino will spring a surprise here. But yeah,
and
great
score
victory.
an upset victory. Guys, I believe this is all from us for today. Maybe one final look, actually, if we can, at the results from the top 10 board. So in the end, I believe it was a 5-5 draw. 5 draws and 5 decisive results. So there we have it. A win for Shahriar Mamediarov on board 1. We just saw that. Then 4 draws. Maxime, the only one of those top guys who have been on the defending on the defending side of the draw. Kudos to Martin Petrov, who put up an incredible defense to hold Wang Hao. And Le Quang Liem, Kirill Alexenko, Vasily Ivanchuk, and Ivan Shaparinov, a few of the many players on 2 out of 2.
Yeah, that's right. Some very convincing chess there by the favourites. But we did see the underdogs fight back today. Lots of draws and a couple of upset victories by women. Abdumalik and looks like Nino Batsiashvili as well will score a great victory. So
great news all around.
Good signs for the rest of the tournament.
So that's it from us for tonight. Thank you very much for watching. Final reminder, an hour from now, the masterclass with Shahriar Mamediarov, hosted by Tanya Sachdev on this very channel. So you don't want to miss that. If you have to miss it, it will also be uploaded later, so do not worry. Thank you, David.
No, thank you, Fiona. It's been a good day, and I'm excited for what's in store.
Tomorrow, round 3, same place, same time, 3 p.m. Central European. Have a lovely night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you soon.